How the Two Ivans Quarrelled. Chapter 1. Ivan Ivanovitch and Ivan Nikiforovitch. A fine police has Ivan Ivanovitch. Splendid. And what lambskin! Deuce take it, what lambskin! Blue-black with silver lights. I'll forfeit, I know not what, if you find anyone else owning such a one. Look at it, for heaven's sake, especially when he stands talking with anyone. Look at him sideways, what a pleasure it is. To describe it is impossible. Velvet. Silver. Fire. Nikolai the wonder worker, saint of God. Why have I not such a police? He had it made before Akakiy Fedosyevna went to Kiev. You know Akakiy Fedosyevna who bit the assessor's ear off? Ivan Ivanovitch is a very handsome man. What a house he has in Mirgorod! Around it on every side is a balcony on oaken pillars, and on the balcony are benches. Ivan Ivanovitch, when the weather gets too warm, throws off his pelisse and his remaining upper garments, and sits, in his shirt sleeves, on the balcony to observe what is going on in the courtyard and the street. What apples and pears he has under his very windows! You have but to open the window and the branches force themselves through into the room. All this is in front of the house. But you should see what he has in the garden. What is there not there? Plums, cherries, every sort of vegetable, sunflowers, cucumbers, melons, peas, a threshing floor, and even a forge. A very fine man, Ivan Ivanovitch. He is very fond of melons, they are his favorite food. As soon as he has dined, and come out on his balcony, in his shirt sleeves, he orders Gapka to bring 2 melons, and immediately cuts them himself, collects the seeds in a paper, and begins to eat. Then he orders Gapka to fetch the ink bottle, and, with his own hand, writes this inscription on the paper of seeds: these melons were eaten on such and such a date. If there was a guest present, then it reads, such and such a person assisted. The late judge of Mirgorod always gazed at Ivan Ivanovitch's house with pleasure. The little house is very pretty. It pleases me because sheds and other little additions are built onto it on all sides. So that, looking at it from a distance, only roofs are visible, rising one above another, and greatly resembling a plate full of pancakes, or, better still, fungi growing on the trunk of a tree. Moreover, the roof is all overgrown with weeds, a willow, an oak, and 2 apple trees lean their spreading branches against it. Through the trees peep little windows with carved and whitewashed shutters, which project even into the street. A very fine man, Ivan Ivanovitch. The commissioner of Poltava knows him too. Dorsh Tarasovich Pukovachka, when he leaves Karola, always goes to his house. And when Father Peter, the protopope who lives at Kalaberdas, invites a few guests, he always says that he knows of no one who so well fulfills all his Christian duties and understands so well how to live as Ivan Ivanovitch. How time flies! More than 10 years have already passed since he became a widower. He never had any children. Gapka has children and they run about the courtyard. Ivan Ivanovitch always gives each of them a cake, or a slice of melon, or a pear. Gapka carries the keys of the storerooms and cellars. But the key of the large chest which stands in his bedroom, and that of the center storeroom, Ivan Ivanovitch keeps himself. Gapka is a healthy girl, with ruddy cheeks and calves, and goes about in coarse cloth garments. And what a pious man is Ivan Ivanovitch! Every Sunday he dons his pelisse and goes to church. On entering, he bows on all sides, generally stations himself in the choir, and sings a very good bass. When the service is over, Ivan Ivanovitch cannot refrain from passing the poor people in review. He probably would not have cared to undertake this tiresome work if his natural goodness had not urged him to it. Good day, beggar, he generally said, selecting the most crippled old woman, in the most patched and threadbare garments. Whence come you, my poor woman? I come from the farm, sir. 'Tis 2 days since I have eaten or drunk, my own children drove me out. Poor soul! Why did you come hither? To beg alms, sir, to see whether someone will not give me at least enough for bread. Hm. So you want bread? Ivan Ivanovitch generally inquired. How should it be otherwise? I am as hungry as a dog. Replied Ivan Ivanovitch usually, and perhaps you would like butter too? Yes, everything which your kindness will give, I will be content with all. Hm. Is butter better than bread? How is a hungry person to choose? Anything you please, all is good. Thereupon the old woman generally extended her hand. Well, go with God's blessing, said Ivan Ivanovitch. Why do you stand there? I'm not beating you. And turning to a second and a third with the same questions, he finally returns home, or goes to drink a little glass of vodka with his neighbor, Ivan Nikiforovitch, or the judge. Or the chief of police. Ivan Ivanovitch is very fond of receiving presents. They please him greatly. A very fine man too is Ivan Nikiforovitch. They are such friends as the world never saw. Anton Prokofievitch Pupapaz, who goes about to this hour in his cinnamon-colored surtout with blue sleeves and dines every Sunday with the judge, was in the habit of saying that the devil himself had bound Ivan Ivanovitch and Ivan Nikiforovitch together with a rope, where one went, the other followed. Ivan Nikiforovitch has never married. Although it was reported that he was married, it was completely false. I know Ivan Nikiforovitch very well, and am able to state that he never even had any intention of marrying. Where do all these scandals originate? In the same way it was rumored that Ivan Nikiforovitch was born with a tail. But this invention is so clumsy and at the same time so horrible and indecent that I do not even consider it necessary to refute it for the benefit of civilized readers, to whom it is doubtless known that only witches, and very few even of these, have tails. Witches, moreover, belong more to the feminine than to the masculine gender. In spite of their great friendship, these rare friends are not always agreed between themselves. Their characters can best be judged by comparing them. Ivan Ivanovitch has the usual gift of speaking in an extremely pleasant manner. Heavens! How he does speak! The feeling can best be described by comparing it to that which you experience when someone combs your head or draws his finger softly across your heel. You listen and listen until you drop your head. Pleasant, exceedingly pleasant. Like the sleep after a bath. Ivan Nikiforovitch, on the contrary, is more reticent. But if he once takes up his parable, look out for yourself. He can talk your head off. Ivan Ivanovitch is tall and thin, Ivan Nikiforovitch is rather shorter in stature, but he makes it up in thickness. Ivan Ivanovitch's head is like a radish, tail down. Ivan Nikiforovitch's like a radish with the tail up. Ivan Ivanovitch lolls on the balcony in his shirt sleeves after dinner only. In the evening he dons his pelisse and goes out somewhere, either to the village shop, where he supplies flour, or into the fields to catch quail. Ivan Nikiforovitch lies all day at his porch. If the day is not too hot he generally turns his back to the sun and will not go anywhere. If it happens to occur to him in the morning he walks through the yard, inspects the domestic affairs, and retires again to his room. In early days he used to call on Ivan Ivanovitch. Ivan Ivanovitch is a very refined man, and never utters an impolite word. Ivan Nikiforovitch is not always on his guard. On such occasions Ivan Ivanovitch usually rises from his seat, and says, "Enough, enough, Ivan Nikiforovitch. It's better to go out at once than to utter such godless words." Ivan Ivanovitch gets into a terrible rage if a fly falls into his beet soup. Then he is fairly beside himself, he flings away his plate and the housekeeper catches it. Ivan Nikiforovitch is very fond of bathing. And when he gets up to the neck in water, orders a table and a samovar, or tea urn, to be placed on the water, for he is very fond of drinking tea in that cool position. Ivan Ivanovitch shaves twice a week, Ivan Nikiforovitch once. Ivan Ivanovitch is extremely curious. God preserve you if you begin to tell him anything and do not finish it. If he is displeased with anything he lets it be seen at once. It is very hard to tell from Ivan Nikiforovitch's countenance whether he is pleased or angry. Even if he is rejoiced at anything, he will not show it. Ivan Ivanovitch is of a rather timid character. Ivan Nikiforovitch, on the contrary, has, as the saying is, such full folds in his trousers that if you were to inflate them you might put the courtyard, with its storehouses and buildings, inside them. Ivan Ivanovitch has large, expressive eyes, of a snuff color, and a mouth shaped something like the letter V. Ivan Nikiforovitch has small, yellowish eyes, quite concealed between heavy brows and fat cheeks, and his nose is the shape of a ripe plum. If Ivanovitch treats you to snuff, he always licks the cover of his box first with his tongue, then taps on it with his finger and says, as he raises it, "If you are an acquaintance, dare I beg you, sir, to give me the pleasure? If a stranger, dare I beg you, sir, though I have not the honor of knowing your rank, name, and family, to do me the favor?" But Ivan Nikiforovitch puts his box straight into your hand and merely adds, "Do me the favor." Neither Ivan Ivanovitch nor Ivan Nikiforovitch loves fleas. And therefore, neither Ivan Ivanovitch nor Ivan Nikiforovitch will, on no account, admit a Jew with his wares, without purchasing of him remedies against these insects. After having first rated him well for belonging to the Hebrew faith. But in spite of numerous dissimilarities, Ivan Ivanovitch and Ivan Nikiforovitch are both very fine fellows. Chapter 2. From which may be seen whence arose the discussion between Ivan Ivanovitch and Ivan Nikiforovitch. One morning, it was in July, Ivan Ivanovitch was lying on his balcony. The day was warm. The air was dry, and came in gusts. Ivan Ivanovitch had been to town, to the mowers, and at the farm, and had succeeded in asking all the moujiks and women whom he met all manner of questions. He was fearfully tired and had laid down to rest. As he lay there, he looked at the storehouse, the courtyard, the sheds, the chickens running about, and thought to himself, "Heavens! What a well-to-do man I am! What is there that I have not? Birds, buildings, granaries, everything I take a fancy to, genuine distilled vodka, pears and plums in the orchard. Poppies, cabbages, peas in the garden, what is there that I have not? I should like to know what there is that I have not." As he put this question to himself, Ivan Ivanovitch reflected. And meantime his eyes, in their search after fresh objects, crossed the fence into Ivan Nikiforovitch's yard and involuntarily took note of a curious sight. A fat woman was bringing out clothes, which had been packed away, and spreading them out on the line to air. Presently an old uniform with worn trimmings was swinging its sleeves in the air and embracing a brocade gown. From behind it peeped a court coat, with buttons stamped with coats of arms, and moth-eaten collar. And white kerseymere pantaloons with spots, which had once upon a time clothed Ivan Nikiforovitch's legs, and might now possibly fit his fingers. Behind them were speedily hung some more in the shape of the letter pi. Then came a blue Cossack jacket, which Ivan Nikiforovitch had made 20 years before, when he was preparing to enter the militia, and allowed his mustache to grow. And one after another appeared a sword, projecting into the air like a spit, and the skirts of a grass-green kaftan-like garment, with copper buttons the size of a 5-kopeck piece, unfolded themselves. From among the folds peeped a vest bound with gold, with a wide opening in front. The vest was soon concealed by an old petticoat belonging to his dead grandmother, with pockets which would have held a watermelon. All these things piled together formed a very interesting spectacle for Ivan Ivanovitch. While the sun's rays, falling upon a blue or green sleeve, a red binding, or a scrap of gold brocade, or playing in the point of a sword, formed an unusual sight. Similar to the representations of the Nativity given at farmhouses by wandering bands. Particularly that part where the throng of people, pressing close together, gaze at King Herod in his golden crown or at Anthony leading his goat. Presently the old woman crawled, grunting, from the storeroom, dragging after her an old-fashioned saddle with broken stirrups, worn leather holsters, and saddlecloth, once red, with gilt embroidery and copper discs. Here's a stupid woman, thought Ivan Ivanovitch. She'll be dragging Ivan Nikiforovitch out and airing him next. Ivan Ivanovitch was not so far wrong in his surmise. 5 minutes later, Ivan Nikiforovitch's nankeen trousers appeared, and took nearly half the yard to themselves. After that she fetched out a hat and a gun. What's the meaning of this? Thought Ivan Ivanovitch. I never knew Ivan Nikiforovitch had a gun. What does he want with it? Whether he shoots, or not, he keeps a gun. Of what use is it to him? But it's a splendid thing. I have long wanted just such a one. I should like that gun very much. I like to amuse myself with a gun. Hello, there, woman, shouted Ivan Ivanovitch, beckoning to her. The old woman approached the fence. What's that you have there, my good woman? A gun, as you see. What sort of a gun? Who knows what sort of a gun? If it were mine, perhaps I should know what it is made of, but it is my master's, therefore I know nothing of it. Ivan Ivanovitch rose, and began to examine the gun on all sides, and forgot to reprove the old woman for hanging it and the sword out to air. It must be iron, went on the old woman. Iron. Why iron? Said Ivan Ivanovitch. Has your master had it long? Yes, long, perhaps. It's a nice gun, continued Ivan Ivanovitch. I will ask him for it. What can he want with it? I'll make an exchange with him for it. Is your master at home, my good woman? Yes. What is he doing? Lying down? Yes, lying down. Very well, I will come to him. Ivan Ivanovitch dressed himself, took his well-seasoned stick for the benefit of the dogs, for, in Mirgorod, there are more dogs than people to be met in the street, and went out. Although Ivan Nikiforovitch's house was next door to Ivan Ivanovitch's, so that you could have got from one to the other by climbing the fence, yet Ivan Ivanovitch went by way of the street. From the street it was necessary to turn into an alley which was so narrow that if two one-horse carts chanced to meet they could not get out, and were forced to remain there until the drivers, seizing the hind wheels, dragged them back in opposite directions into the street, whilst pedestrians drew aside like flowers growing by the fence on either hand. Ivan Ivanovitch's wagon shed adjoined this alley on one side, and on the other were Ivan Nikiforovitch's granary, gate, and pigeon house. Ivan Ivanovitch went up to the gate and rattled the latch. Within arose the barking of dogs, but the motley-haired pack ran back, wagging their tails when they saw the well-known face. Ivan Ivanovitch traversed the courtyard, in which were collected Indian doves, fed by Ivan Nikiforovitch's own hand, melon rinds, vegetables, broken wheels, barrel hoops. And a small boy wallowing with dirty blouse, a picture such as painters love. The shadows of the fluttering clothes covered nearly the whole of the yard and lent it a degree of coolness. The woman greeted him with a bend of her head and stood, gaping, in one spot. The front of the house was adorned with a small porch, with its roof supported on two oak pillars, a welcome protection from the sun, which at that season in Little Russia loves not to jest, and bathes the pedestrian from head to foot in perspiration. It may be judged how powerful Ivan Ivanovitch's desire to obtain the coveted article was when he made up his mind, at such an hour, to depart from his usual custom, which was to walk abroad only in the evening. The room which Ivan Ivanovitch entered was quite dark, for the shutters were closed, and the ray of sunlight passing through a hole made in one of them took on the colors of the rainbow, and, striking the opposite wall, sketched upon it a party-colored picture of the outlines of roofs, trees, and the clothes suspended in the yard, only upside down. This gave the room a peculiar half-light. God assist you, said Ivan Ivanovitch. Ah! How do you do, Ivan Ivanovitch, replied a voice from the corner of the room. Then only did Ivan Ivanovitch perceive Ivan Nikiforovitch lying upon a rug which was spread on the floor. Excuse me for appearing before you in a state of nature. Not at all. You have been asleep, Ivan Nikiforovitch? I have been asleep. Have you been asleep, Ivan Ivanovitch? I have. And now you have risen? Now I have risen. Christ be with you, Ivan Nikiforovitch. How can you sleep until this time? I have just come from the farm. There's very fine barley on the road, charming. And the hay is tall and soft and golden. Gorpina, shouted Ivan Nikiforovitch, fetch Ivan Ivanovitch some vodka, and some pastry and sour cream. Fine weather we're having today. Don't praise it, Ivan Ivanovitch. Devil take it. You can't get away from the heat. Now, why need you mention the devil? Ah, Ivan Nikiforovitch. You will recall my words when it's too late. You will suffer in the next world for such godless words. How have I offended you, Ivan Ivanovitch? I have not attacked your father nor your mother. I don't know how I have insulted you. Enough, enough, Ivan Nikiforovitch. By heavens, Ivan Ivanovitch, I did not insult you. It's strange that the quails haven't come yet to the whistle. Think what you please, but I have not insulted you in any way. I don't know why they don't come, said Ivan Ivanovitch, as if he did not hear Ivan Nikiforovitch. It is more than time for them already, but they seem to need more time for some reason. You say that the barley is good? Splendid barley, splendid. A silence ensued. So you are having your clothes aired, Ivan Nikiforovitch, said Ivan Ivanovitch at length. Yes, those cursed women have ruined some beautiful clothes, almost new they were too. Now I'm having them aired, the cloth is fine and good. They only need turning to make them fit to wear again. One thing among them pleased me extremely, Ivan Nikiforovitch. What was that? Tell me, please, what use do you make of the gun that has been put to air with the clothes? Here Ivan Ivanovitch offered his snuff. May I ask you to do me the favor? By no means. Take it yourself, I will use my own. Thereupon Ivan Nikiforovitch felt about him, and got hold of his snuff-box. That stupid woman. So she hung the gun out to air. That Jew at Sorochinsky makes good snuff. I don't know what he puts in it, but it is so very fragrant. It is a little like tansy. Here, take a little and chew it, isn't it like tansy? Ivan Nikiforovitch, I want to talk about that gun, what are you going to do with it? You don't need it. Why don't I need it? I might want to go shooting. God be with you, Ivan Nikiforovitch. When will you go shooting? At the millennium, perhaps? So far as I know, or anyone can recollect, you never killed even a duck, yes, and you are not built to go shooting. You have a dignified bearing and figure. How are you to drag yourself about the marshes, especially when your garment, which it is not polite to mention in conversation by name, is being aired at this very moment? No. You require rest, repose. Ivan Ivanovitch, as has been hinted at above, employed uncommonly picturesque language when it was necessary to persuade anyone. How he talked! Heavens, how he could talk! Yes, and you require polite actions. See here, give it to me. The idea. The gun is valuable, you can't find such guns anywhere nowadays. I bought it of a Turk when I joined the militia. And now, to give it away all of a sudden. Impossible. It is an indispensable article. Indispensable for what? For what? What if robbers should attack the house? Indispensable indeed. Glory to God. I know that a gun stands in my storehouse. A fine gun that. Why, Ivan Nikiforovitch, the lock is ruined. What do you mean by ruined? It can be set right. All that needs to be done is to rub it with hemp oil, so that it may not rust. I see in your words, Ivan Nikiforovitch, anything but a friendly disposition towards me. You will do nothing for me in token of friendship. How can you say, Ivan Ivanovitch, that I show you no friendship? You ought to be ashamed of yourself. Your oxen pasture on my steps and I have never interfered with them. When you go to Poltava, you always ask for my wagon, and what then? Have I ever refused? Your children climb over the fence into my yard and play with my dogs. I never say anything, let them play, so long as they touch nothing, let them play. If you won't give it to me, then let us make some exchange. What will you give me for it? Thereupon Ivan Nikiforovitch raised himself on his elbow, and looked at Ivan Ivanovitch. I will give you my dark brown sow, the one I have fed in the sty. A magnificent sow, you'll see, she'll bring you a litter of pigs next year. I do not see, Ivan Ivanovitch, how you can talk so. What could I do with your sow? Make a funeral dinner for the devil? Again. You can't get along without the devil. It's a sin. By heaven, it's a sin, Ivan Nikiforovitch. What do you mean, Ivan Ivanovitch, by offering the deuce knows what kind of a sow for my gun? Why is she the deuce knows what, Ivan Nikiforovitch? Why? You can judge for yourself perfectly well, here's the gun, a known thing, but the deuce knows what that sow is like. If it had not been you who said it, Ivan Ivanovitch, I might have put an insulting construction on it. What defect have you observed in the sow? For what do you take me, for a sow? Sit down, sit down. I won't, no matter about your gun, let it rot and rust where it stands in the corner of the storeroom. I don't want to say anything more about it. After this a pause ensued. They say, began Ivan Ivanovitch, that 3 kings have declared war against our Tsar. Yes, Peter Fyodorovitch told me so. What sort of war is this, and why is it? I cannot say exactly, Ivan Nikiforovitch, what the cause is. I suppose the kings want us to adopt the Turkish faith. Fools! They would have it, said Ivan Nikiforovitch, raising his head. So, you see, our Tsar has declared war on them in consequence. No, says he, do you adopt the faith of Christ? Oh, our people will beat them, Ivan Ivanovitch. They will. So you won't exchange the gun, Ivan Nikiforovitch? It's a strange thing to me, Ivan Ivanovitch, that you, who seem to be a man distinguished for sense, should talk such nonsense. What a fool I should be. Sit down, sit down. God be with it. Let it burst. I won't mention it again. At this moment lunch was brought in. Ivan Ivanovitch drank a glass and ate a pie with sour cream. Listen, Ivan Nikiforovitch, I will give you, besides the sow, 2 sacks of oats. You did not sow any oats. You'll have to buy some this year in any case. By heaven, Ivan Ivanovitch, I must tell you you are very foolish. Who ever heard of swapping a gun for 2 sacks of oats? Never fear, you don't offer your coat. But you forget, Ivan Nikiforovitch, that I am to give you the sow too. What? 2 sacks of oats and a sow for a gun? Why, is it too little? For a gun? Of course, for a gun. 2 sacks for a gun. 2 sacks, not empty, but filled with oats, and you've forgotten the sow. Kiss your sow. And if you don't like that, then go to the evil one. Oh, get angry now, do. See here, they'll stick your tongue full of red-hot needles in the other world for such godless words. After a conversation with you, one has to wash one's face and hands and fumigate one's self. Excuse me, Ivan Ivanovitch, my gun is a choice thing, a most curious thing. And besides, it is a very agreeable decoration in a room. You go on like a fool about that gun of yours, Ivan Nikiforovitch, said Ivan Ivanovitch with vexation. For he was beginning to be really angry. And you, Ivan Ivanovitch, are a regular goose. If Ivan Nikiforovitch had not uttered that word they would not have quarreled, but would have parted friends as usual, but now things took quite another turn. Ivan Ivanovitch flew into a rage. What was that you said, Ivan Nikiforovitch? He said, raising his voice. I said you were like a goose, Ivan Ivanovitch. How dare you, sir, forgetful of decency and the respect due to a man's rank and family, insult him with such a disgraceful name? What is there disgraceful about it? And why are you flourishing your hands so, Ivan Ivanovitch? How dared you, I repeat, in disregard of all decency, call me a goose? I spit on your head, Ivan Ivanovitch. What are you screeching about? Ivan Ivanovitch could no longer control himself. His lips quivered, his mouth lost its usual V shape, and became like the letter O. He glared so that he was terrible to look at. This very rarely happened with Ivan Ivanovitch. It was necessary that he should be extremely angry at first. Then, I declare to you, exclaimed Ivan Ivanovitch, that I will no longer know you. A great pity. By heaven, I shall never weep on that account, retorted Ivan Nikiforovitch. He lied, by heaven, he lied. For it was very annoying to him. I will never put my foot inside your house again. Oh ho, ho! Said Ivan Nikiforovitch, vexed, yet not knowing himself what to do, and rising to his feet, contrary to his custom. Hey, there, woman, boy. Thereupon there appeared at the door the same fat woman and the small boy, now enveloped in a long and wide coat. Take Ivan Ivanovitch by the arms and lead him to the door. What? A nobleman? Shouted Ivan Ivanovitch with a feeling of vexation and dignity. Just do it if you dare. Come on. I'll annihilate you and your stupid master. The crows won't be able to find your bones. Ivan Ivanovitch spoke with uncommon force when his spirit was up. The group presented a striking picture, Ivan Nikiforovitch standing in the middle of the room. The woman with her mouth wide open and a senseless, terrified look on her face, and Ivan Ivanovitch with uplifted hand, as the Roman tribunes are depicted. This was a magnificent spectacle, and yet there was but one spectator, the boy in the ample coat, who stood quite quietly and picked his nose with his finger. Finally Ivan Ivanovitch took his hat. You have behaved well, Ivan Nikiforovitch, extremely well. I shall remember it. Go, Ivan Ivanovitch, go. And see that you don't come in my way. If you do, I'll beat your ugly face to a jelly, Ivan Ivanovitch. Take that, Ivan Nikiforovitch. Retorted Ivan Ivanovitch, making an insulting gesture, and banged the door, which squeaked and flew open again behind him. Ivan Nikiforovitch appeared at it and wanted to add something more. But Ivan Ivanovitch did not glance back and hastened from the yard. Chapter 3. What took place after Ivan Ivanovitch's quarrel with Ivan Nikiforovitch. And thus two respectable men, the pride and honor of Mirgorod, had quarreled, and about what? About a bit of nonsense, a goose. They would not see each other, broke off all connection, though hitherto they had been known as the most inseparable friends. Every day Ivan Ivanovitch and Ivan Nikiforovitch had sent to inquire about each other's health. And often conversed together from their balconies and said such charming things as did the heart good to listen to. On Sundays, Ivan Ivanovitch, in his lambskin pelisse, and Ivan Nikiforovitch, in his cinnamon-colored nankeen spencer, used to set out for church almost arm in arm. And if Ivan Ivanovitch, who had remarkably sharp eyes, was the first to catch sight of a puddle or any dirt in the street, which sometimes happened in Mirgorod, he always said to Ivan Nikiforovitch, "Look out! Don't put your foot there, it's dirty." Ivan Nikiforovitch, on his side, exhibited the same touching tokens of friendship. And whenever he chanced to be standing, always held out his hand to Ivan Ivanovitch with his snuff-box, saying, "Do me the favor." And what fine managers both were, and these two friends! When I heard of it, it struck me like a flash of lightning. For a long time I would not believe it. Ivan Ivanovitch quarreling with Ivan Nikiforovitch. Such worthy people. What is to be depended upon, then, in this world? When Ivan Ivanovitch reached home, he remained for some time in a state of strong excitement. He usually went, first of all, to the stable to see whether his mare was eating her hay, for he had a bay mare with a white star on her forehead, and a very pretty little mare she was too. then to feed the turkeys and the little pigs with his own hand, and then to his room, where he either made wooden dishes, for he could make various vessels of wood very tastefully, quite as well as any turner, or read a book printed by Lubia, Guria, and Popov. Ivan Ivanovitch could never remember the name, because the serving maid had long before torn off the top part of the title page while amusing the children, or rested on the balcony. But now he did not betake himself to any of his ordinary occupations. Instead, on encountering Gapka, he at once began to scold her for loitering about without any occupation, though she was carrying groats to the kitchen. Flung a stick at a cock which came upon the balcony for his customary treat, and when the dirty little boy, in his little torn blouse, ran up to him and shouted, "Papa, Papa, give me a honey cake," he threatened him and stamped at him so fiercely that the frightened child fled, God knows whither. But at last he bethought himself, and began to busy himself about his everyday duties. He dined late, and it was almost night when he lay down to rest on the balcony. A good beet soup with pigeons, which Gapka had cooked for him, quite drove from his mind the occurrences of the morning. Again Ivan Ivanovitch began to gaze at his belongings with satisfaction. At length his eye rested on the neighboring yard, and he said to himself, "I have not been to Ivan Nikiforovitch's today, I'll go there now." So saying, Ivan Ivanovitch took his stick and his hat, and directed his steps to the street, but scarcely had he passed through the gate than he recollected the quarrel, spit, and turned back. Almost the same thing happened at Ivan Nikiforovitch's house. Ivan Ivanovitch saw the woman put her foot on the fence, with the intention of climbing over into his yard, when suddenly Ivan Nikiforovitch's voice was heard crying, "Come back. It won't do." But Ivan Ivanovitch found it very tiresome. It is quite possible that these worthy men would have made their peace next day if a certain occurrence in Ivan Nikiforovitch's house had not destroyed all hopes and poured oil upon the fire of enmity which was ready to die out. On the evening of that very day, Agafya Fedosyevna arrived at Ivan Nikiforovitch's. Agafya Fedosyevna was not Ivan Nikiforovitch's relative, nor his sister-in-law, nor even his fellow godparent. There seemed to be no reason why she should come to him, and he was not particularly glad of her company. Still, she came, and lived on him for weeks at a time, and even longer. Then she took possession of the keys and took the management of the whole house into her own hands. This was extremely displeasing to Ivan Nikiforovitch. But he, to his amazement, obeyed her like a child, and although he occasionally attempted to dispute, yet Agafya Fedosyevna always got the better of him. I must confess that I do not understand why things are so arranged, that women should seize us by the nose as deftly as they do the handle of a teapot. Either their hands are so constructed or else our noses are good for nothing else. And notwithstanding the fact that Ivan Nikiforovitch's nose somewhat resembled a plum, she grasped that nose and led him about after her like a dog. He even, in her presence, involuntarily altered his ordinary manner of life. Agafya Fedosyevna wore a cap on her head, and a coffee-colored cloak with yellow flowers and had 3 warts on her nose. Her figure was like a cask, and it would have been as hard to tell where to look for her waist as for her to see her nose without a mirror. Her feet were small and shaped like 2 cushions. She talked scandal, ate boiled beet soup in the morning, and swore extremely. And amidst all these various occupations her countenance never for one instant changed its expression, which phenomenon, as a rule, women alone are capable of displaying. As soon as she arrived, everything went wrong. "Ivan Nikiforovitch, don't you make peace with him, nor ask his forgiveness, he wants to ruin you, that's the kind of man he is. You don't know him yet." That cursed woman whispered and whispered, and managed so that Ivan Nikiforovitch would not even hear Ivan Ivanovitch mentioned. Everything assumed another aspect. If his neighbor's dog ran into the yard, it was beaten within an inch of its life. The children, who climbed over the fence, were sent back with howls, their little shirts stripped up, and marks of a switch behind. Even the old woman, when Ivan Ivanovitch ventured to ask her about something, did something so insulting that Ivan Ivanovitch, being an extremely delicate man, only spit, and muttered, What a nasty woman! Even worse than her master. Finally, as a climax to all the insults, his hated neighbor built a goose shed right against his fence at the spot where they usually climbed over. As if with the express intention of redoubling the insult. This shed, so hateful to Ivan Ivanovitch, was constructed with diabolical swiftness, in one day. This aroused wrath and a desire for revenge in Ivan Ivanovitch. He showed no signs of bitterness, in spite of the fact that the shed encroached on his land, but his heart beat so violently that it was extremely difficult for him to preserve his calm appearance. He passed the day in this manner. Night came. Oh, if I were a painter, how magnificently I would depict the night's charms. I would describe how all Mirgorod sleeps. How steadily the myriads of stars gaze down upon it, how the apparent quiet is filled far and near with the barking of dogs. How the lovesick sacristan steals past them, and scales the fence with nightly fearlessness. How the white walls of the houses, bathed in the moonlight, grow whiter still, the overhanging trees darker. How the shadows of the trees fall blacker, the flowers and the silent grass become more fragrant, and the crickets, unharmonious cavaliers of the night, strike up their rattling song in friendly fashion on all sides. I would describe how, in one of the little, low-roofed, clay houses, the black-browed village maid, tossing on her lonely couch, dreams with heaving bosom of some hussar's spurs and mustache. And how the moonlight smiles upon her cheeks. I would describe how the black shadows of the bats flit along the white road before they alight upon the white chimneys of the cottages. But it would hardly be within my power to depict Ivan Ivanovitch as he crept out that night, saw in hand, or the various emotions written on his countenance. Quietly, most quietly, he crawled along and climbed upon the goose shed. Ivan Nikiforovitch's dogs knew nothing, as yet, of the quarrel between them. And so they permitted him, as an old friend, to enter the shed, which rested upon 4 oaken posts. Creeping up to the nearest post he applied his saw and began to cut. The noise produced by the saw caused him to glance about him every moment, but the recollection of the insult restored his courage. The first post was sawed through. Ivan Ivanovitch began upon the next. His eyes burned and he saw nothing for terror. All at once he uttered an exclamation and became petrified with fear. A ghost appeared to him. But he speedily recovered himself on perceiving that it was a goose, thrusting its neck out at him. Ivan Ivanovitch spit with vexation and proceeded with his work. The second post was sawed through. The building trembled. His heart beat so violently when he began on the third, that he had to stop several times. The post was more than half sawed through when the frail building quivered violently. Ivan Ivanovitch had barely time to spring back when it came down with a crash. Seizing his saw, he ran home in the greatest terror and flung himself upon his bed, without having sufficient courage to peep from the window at the consequences of his terrible deed. It seemed to him as though Ivan Nikiforovitch's entire household, the old woman, Ivan Nikiforovitch, the boy in the endless coat, all with sticks, and led by Agafya Fedosyevna, were coming to tear down and destroy his house. Ivan Ivanovitch passed the whole of the following day in a perfect fever. It seemed to him that his detested neighbor would set fire to his house at least in revenge for this. And so he gave orders to Gapka to keep a constant lookout, everywhere, and see whether dry straw were laid against it anywhere. Finally, in order to forestall Ivan Nikiforovitch, he determined to enter a complaint against him before the district judge of Mirgorod. In what it consisted can be learned from the following chapter. Chapter 4. What took place before the district judge of Mirgorod? A wonderful town is Mirgorod. How many buildings are there with straw, rush, and even wooden roofs? On the right is a street, on the left a street, and fine fences everywhere. Over them twine hop vines, upon them hang pots. From behind them the sunflowers show their sun-like heads, poppies blush, fat pumpkins peep, all is luxury itself. The fence is invariably garnished with articles which render it still more picturesque, woman's widespread undergarments of checked woolen stuff, shirts, or trousers. There is no such thing as theft or rascality in Mirgorod, so everybody hangs upon his fence whatever strikes his fancy. If you go on to the square, you will surely stop and admire the view. Such a wonderful pool is there. The finest you ever saw. It occupies nearly the whole of the square. A truly magnificent pool. The houses and cottages, which at a distance might be mistaken for hayricks, stand around it, lost in admiration of its beauty. But I agree with those who think that there is no better house than that of the district judge. Whether it is of oak or birch is nothing to the point, but it has, my dear sirs, 8 windows. 8 windows in a row, looking directly on the square and upon that watery expanse which I have just mentioned, and which the chief of police calls a lake. It alone is painted the color of granite. All the other houses in Mirgorod are merely whitewashed. Its roof is of wood, and would have been even painted red, had not the government clerks eaten the oil which had been prepared for that purpose, as it happened during a fast. And so the roof remained unpainted. Towards the square projects a porch, which the chickens frequently visit, because that porch is nearly always strewn with grain or something edible, not intentionally, but through the carelessness of visitors. The house is divided into 2 parts, one of which is the courtroom, the other the jail. In the half which contains the courtroom are 2 neat, whitewashed rooms, the front one for clients, the other having a table adorned with ink spots, and with a looking-glass upon it, and 4 oak chairs with tall backs. Whilst along the wall stand iron-bound chests, in which are preserved bundles of papers relating to district lawsuits. Upon one of the chests stood at that time a pair of boots, polished with wax. The court had been opened since morning. The judge, a rather stout man, though thinner than Ivan Nikiforovitch, with a good-natured face, a greasy dressing gown, a pipe, and a cup of tea, was conversing with the clerk of the court. The judge's lips were directly under his nose, so that he could snuff his upper lip as much as he liked. It served him instead of a snuff-box, for the snuff intended for his nose almost always lodged upon it. So the judge was talking with the assistant. A barefooted girl stood holding a tray with cups at one side of them. At the end of the table, the secretary was reading the decision in some case, but in such a mournful and monotonous voice that the condemned man himself would have fallen asleep while listening to it. The judge, no doubt, would have been the first to do so had he not entered into an engrossing conversation while it was going on. I expressly tried to find out, said the judge, sipping his already cold tea from the cup, how they managed to sing so well. I had a splendid thrush 2 years ago. Well, all of a sudden he was completely done for, and began to sing, God knows what. He got worse and worse and worse and worse as time went on. He began to rattle and get hoarse, just good for nothing. And this is how it happened: a little lump, not so big as a pea, had come under his throat. It was only necessary to prick that little swelling with a needle. Zakhar Prokofyevitch taught me that, and, if you like, I'll just tell you how it was. I went to him. Shall I read another? Demyan Demyanovitch, broke in the secretary, who had not been reading for several minutes. Have you finished already? Only think how quickly. And I did not hear a word of it. Where is it? Give it me and I'll sign it. What else have you there? The case of Cossack Bakitok for stealing a cow. Very good, read it. Yes, so I went to him. I can even tell you in detail how he entertained me. There was vodka, and dried sturgeon, excellent. Yes, not our sturgeon. There the judge smacked his tongue and smiled, upon which his nose took a sniff at its usual snuff-box, such as our Mirgorod shops sell us. I ate no herrings, for, as you know, they give me heartburn, but I tasted the caviar, very fine caviar, too. There's no doubt it, excellent. Then I drank some peach brandy, real gentian. There was saffron brandy also, but, as you know, I never take that. You see, it was all very good. In the first place, to whet your appetite, as they say, and then to satisfy it, ah. Speak of an angel, exclaimed the judge, all at once, catching sight of Ivan Ivanovitch as he entered. "God be with us." "I wish you a good morning," said Ivan Ivanovitch, bowing all round with his usual politeness. How well he understood the art of fascinating everybody in his manner. I never beheld such refinement. He knew his own worth quite well, and therefore looked for universal respect as his due. The judge himself handed Ivan Ivanovitch a chair. And his nose inhaled all the snuff resting on his upper lip, which, with him, was always a sign of great pleasure. "What will you take, Ivan Ivanovitch?" he inquired. "Will you have a cup of tea?" "No, much obliged," replied Ivan Ivanovitch, as he bowed and seated himself. "Do me the favor, one little cup," repeated the judge. "No, thank you." "Much obliged for your hospitality," replied Ivan Ivanovitch, and rose, bowed, and sat down again. "Just one little cup," repeated the judge. "No, do not trouble yourself, Demyan Demyanovitch." Whereupon Ivan Ivanovitch again rose, bowed, and sat down. "A little cup." "Very well, then, just a little cup," said Ivan Ivanovitch, and reached out his hand to the tray. Heavens! What a height of refinement there was in that man! It is impossible to describe what a pleasant impression such manners produce. "Will you not have another cup?" "I thank you sincerely," answered Ivan Ivanovitch, turning his cup upside down upon the tray and bowing. "Do me the favor, Ivan Ivanovitch." "I cannot, much obliged." Thereupon Ivan Ivanovitch bowed and sat down. "Ivan Ivanovitch, for the sake of our friendship, just one little cup." "No, I am extremely indebted for your hospitality." So saying, Ivan Ivanovitch bowed and seated himself. "Only a cup, one little cup." Ivan Ivanovitch put his hand out to the tray and took a cup. "Oh, the deuce! How can a man contrive to support his dignity?" "Demyan Demyanovitch," said Ivan Ivanovitch, swallowing the last drain, "I have pressing business with you. I want to enter a complaint." Then Ivan Ivanovitch set down his cup, and drew from his pocket a sheet of stamped paper, written over. "A complaint against my enemy, my declared enemy." "And who is that?" "Ivan Nikiforovitch Dovgachkin." At these words, the judge nearly fell off his chair. "What do you say?" he exclaimed, clasping his hands. "Ivan Ivanovitch, is this you? You see yourself that it is I. The Lord and all the saints be with you." "What? You? Ivan Ivanovitch? You have fallen out with Ivan Nikiforovitch. Is it your mouth which says that? Repeat it. Is not someone hid behind you who is speaking instead of you? What is there incredible about it? I can't endure the sight of him. He has done me a deadly injury, he has insulted my honor. Holy Trinity! How am I to believe my mother now? Why, every day, when I quarrel with my sister, the old woman says, 'Children, you live together like dogs.' If you would only take pattern by Ivan Ivanovitch and Ivan Nikiforovitch, they are friends indeed. Such friends! Such worthy people! There you are with your friend. Tell me what this is about. How is it? It is a delicate business, Demyan Demyanovitch, it is impossible to relate it in words, be pleased rather to read my plaint. Here, take it by this side, it is more convenient. Read it, Taras Tikhonovitch, said the judge, turning to the secretary. Taras Tikhonovitch took the plaint. And blowing his nose, as all district judges' secretaries blow their noses, with the assistance of 2 fingers. He began to read. From the nobleman and landed proprietor of the Mirgorod district, Ivan Pererepenko, son of Ivan, a plaint, concerning which the following points are to be noted. 1. Ivan Dovgachkin, son of Nikifor, nobleman, known to all the world for his godless acts, which inspire disgust, and in lawlessness exceed all bounds, on the 7th day of July of this year 1810. Inflicted upon me a deadly insult, touching my personal honor, and likewise tending to the humiliation and confusion of my rank and family. The said nobleman, of repulsive aspect, has also a pugnacious disposition, and is full to overflowing with blasphemy and quarrelsome words. Here the reader paused for an instant to blow his nose again, but the judge folded his hands in approbation and murmured to himself, "What a ready pen! Lord! How this man does write!" Ivan Ivanovitch requested that the reading might proceed, and Taras Tikhonevitch went on. The said Ivan Dovgotchkin, son of Nikifor, when I went to him with a friendly proposition, called me publicly by an epithet insulting and injurious to my honor, namely, a goose, whereas it is known to the whole district of Mirgorod, that I never was named after that disgusting creature, and have no intention of ever being named after it. The proof of my noble extraction is that, in the baptismal register to be found in the Church of the Three Bishops, the day of my birth, and likewise the fact of my baptism, are inscribed. But a goose, as is well known to everyone who has any knowledge of science, cannot be inscribed in the baptismal register, for a goose is not a man but a fowl. Which, likewise, is sufficiently well known even to persons who have not been to college. But the said evil-minded nobleman, being privy to all these facts, affronted me with the aforesaid foul word, for no other purpose than to offer a deadly insult to my rank and station. 2. And the same impolite and indecent nobleman, moreover, attempted injury to my property, inherited by me from my father, a member of the clerical profession, Ivan Pererepenko, son of Onesif, of blessed memory, inasmuch that he, contrary to all law, transported directly opposite my porch a goose shed, which was done with no other intention than to emphasize the insult offered me. For the said shed had, up to that time, stood in a very suitable situation, and was still sufficiently strong. But the loathsome intention of the aforesaid nobleman consisted simply in this, viz. in making me a witness of unpleasant occurrences, for it is well known that no man goes into a shed, much less into a goose shed, for polite purposes. In the execution of his lawless deed, the 2 front posts trespassed on my land, received by me during the lifetime of my father, Ivan Pererepenko, son of Onesif, of blessed memory. Beginning at the granary, thence in a straight line to the spot where the women washed the pots. 3. The above-described nobleman, whose very name and surname inspire thorough disgust, cherishes in his mind a malicious design to burn me in my own house, which the infallible signs, hereinafter mentioned, fully demonstrate. In the first place, the said wicked nobleman has begun to emerge frequently from his apartments, which he never did formerly on account of his laziness and the disgusting corpulence of his body. In the second place, in his servants' apartments, adjoining the fence, surrounding my own land, received by me from my father of blessed memory, Ivan Pererepenko, son of Onesif. A light burns every day, and for a remarkably long period of time, which is also a clear proof of the fact. For hitherto, owing to his repulsive niggardliness, not only the tallow candle but also the grease lamp has been extinguished. And therefore I pray that the said nobleman, Ivan Dovgotchkin, son of Nikifor, being plainly guilty of incendiarism, of insult to my rank, name, and family, and of illegal appropriation of my property, and, worse than all else, of malicious and deliberate addition to my surname, of the nickname of Goose, be condemned by the court, to fine, satisfaction, costs, and damages, and, being chained, be removed to the town jail, and that judgment be rendered upon this, my plaint, immediately and without delay. Written and composed by Ivan Pererepenko, son of Ivan, nobleman, and landed proprietor of Mirgorod. After the reading of the plaint was concluded, the judge approached Ivanovitch, took him by the button, and began to talk to him after this fashion. "What are you doing, Ivan Ivanovitch? Fear God. Throw away that plaint, let it go. May Satan carry it off. Better take Ivan Nikiforovitch by the hand and kiss him, by some Sancharinsky or Nikopolsky liquor, make a punch, and call me in. We will drink it up together and forget all unpleasantness." "No, Demian Demyanovitch. It's not that sort of an affair," said Ivan Ivanovitch, with the dignity which always became him so well. "It is not an affair which can be arranged by a friendly agreement. Farewell." Good day to you, too, gentlemen, he continued with the same dignity, turning to them all. I hope that my plaint will lead to proper action being taken, and out he went, leaving all present in a state of stupefaction. The judge sat down without uttering a word. The secretary took a pinch of snuff, the clerks upset some broken fragments of bottles which served for inkstands. And the judge himself, in absence of mind, spread out a puddle of ink upon the table with his finger. What do you say to this, Dorofei Trofimovich? Said the judge, turning to the assistant after a pause. I've nothing to say, replied the clerk. What things do happen, continued the judge. He had not finished saying this before the door creaked and the front half of Ivan Nikiforovich presented itself in the courtroom, the rest of him remaining in the anteroom. The appearance of Ivan Nikiforovich, and in court too, seemed so extraordinary that the judge screamed, the secretary stopped reading. One clerk, in his frieze imitation of a dress coat, took his pen in his lips, and the other swallowed a fly. Even the constable on duty and the watchman, a discharged soldier who up to that moment had stood by the door scratching about his dirty tunic, with chevrons on its arm, dropped his jaw and trod on someone's foot. What chance brings you here? How is your health, Ivan Nikiforovich? But Ivan Nikiforovich was neither dead nor alive. For he was stuck fast in the door, and could not take a step either forwards or backwards. In vain did the judge shout into the anteroom that someone there should push Ivan Nikiforovich forward into the courtroom. In the anteroom there was only one old woman with a petition, who, in spite of all the efforts of her bony hands, could accomplish nothing. Then one of the clerks, with thick lips, a thick nose, eyes which looked askance and intoxicated, broad shoulders, and ragged elbows, approached the front half of Ivan Nikiforovich, crossed his hands for him as though he had been a child, and winked at the old soldier, who braced his knee against Ivan Nikiforovich's belly, so, in spite of the latter's piteous moans, he was squeezed out into the anteroom. Then they pulled the bolts, and opened the other half of the door. Meanwhile the clerk and his assistant, breathing hard with their friendly exertions, exhaled such a strong odor that the courtroom seemed temporarily turned into a drinking room. Are you hurt, Ivan Nikiforovich? I will tell my mother to send you a decoction of brandy, with which you need but to rub your back and stomach and all your pains will disappear. But Ivan Nikiforovich dropped into a chair, and could utter no word beyond prolonged oaths. Finally, in a faint and barely audible voice from fatigue, he exclaimed, Wouldn't you like some? And drawing his snuff-box from his pocket, added, Help yourself, if you please. Very glad to see you, replied the judge. But I cannot conceive what made you put yourself to so much trouble, and favor us with so unexpected an honor. A plaint. Ivan Nikiforovich managed to ejaculate. A plaint? What plaint? A complaint. Here his asthma entailed a prolonged pause. Oh. A complaint against that rascal, Ivan Ivanovich Pererepenko. And you too. Such particular friends. A complaint against such a benevolent man? He's Satan himself, ejaculated Ivan Nikiforovich abruptly. The judge crossed himself. Take my plaint, and read it. There is nothing to be done. Read it, Taras Tikhonovich, said the judge, turning to the secretary with an expression of displeasure, which caused his nose to sniff at his upper lip, which generally occurred only as a sign of great enjoyment. This independence on the part of his nose caused the judge still greater vexation. He pulled out his handkerchief, and rubbed off all the snuff from his upper lip in order to punish it for its daring. The secretary, having gone through the usual performance, which he always indulged in before he began to read, that is to say, blowing his nose without the aid of a pocket handkerchief, began in his ordinary voice, in the following manner. Ivan Dovgotchkin, son of Nikifor, nobleman of the Mirgorod district, presents a plaint, and begs to call attention to the following points. 1. Through his hateful malice and plainly manifested ill will, the person calling himself a nobleman, Ivan Pererepenko, son of Ivan, perpetrates against me every manner of injury, damage, and like spiteful deeds, which inspire me with terror. Yesterday afternoon, like a brigand and thief, with axes, saws, chisels, and various locksmith's tools, he came by night into my yard and into my own goose shed located within it. And with his own hand, and in outrageous manner, destroyed it. For which very illegal and burglarious deed on my side I gave no manner of cause. 2. The same nobleman Pererepenko has designs upon my life. And on the 7th of last month, cherishing this design in secret, he came to me, and began, in a friendly and insidious manner, to ask of me a gun which was in my chamber, and offered me for it. With the miserliness peculiar to him, many worthless objects, such as a brown sow and 2 sacks of oats. Divining at that time his criminal intentions, I endeavored in every way to dissuade him from it, but the said rascal and scoundrel, Ivan Pererepenko, son of Ivan, abused me like a muzhik. And since that time has cherished against me an irreconcilable enmity. His sister was well known to everyone as a loose character, and went off with a regiment of chasseurs which was stationed at Mirgorod 5 years ago, but she inscribed her husband as a peasant. His father and mother too were not law-abiding people, and both were inconceivable drunkards. The aforementioned nobleman and robber, Pererepenko, in his beastly and blameworthy actions, goes beyond all his family, and under the guise of piety does the most immoral things. He does not observe the fasts, for on the eve of St. Philip's this atheist bought a sheep, and next day ordered his mistress, Gapka, to kill it, alleging that he needed tallow for lamps and candles at once. Therefore I pray that the said nobleman, a manifest robber, church thief, and rascal, convicted of plundering and stealing, may be put in irons, and confined in the jail or the government prison. And there, under supervision, deprived of his rank and nobility, well flogged, and banished to forced labor in Siberia, and that he may be commanded to pay damages and costs. And that judgment may be rendered on this my petition. To this plaint, Ivan Dovgotchkin, son of Nikifor, noble of the Mirgorod district, has set his hand. As soon as the secretary had finished reading, Ivan Nikiforovitch seized his hat and bowed, with the intention of departing. "Where are you going, Ivan Nikiforovitch?" the judge called after him. "Sit down a little while. Have some tea." "Orishko, why are you standing there, you stupid girl?" winking at the clerks. "Go, bring tea." But Ivan Nikiforovitch, in terror at having got so far from home, and at having undergone such a fearful quarantine, made haste to crawl through the door, saying, "Don't trouble yourself. It is with pleasure that I," and closed it after him, leaving all present stupefied. There was nothing to be done. Both plaints were entered. And the affair promised to assume a sufficiently serious aspect, and an unforeseen occurrence lent an added interest to it. As the judge was leaving the court in company with the clerk and secretary, and the employees were thrusting into sacks the fowls, eggs, loaves, pies, cracknels, and other odds and ends brought by the plaintiffs, just at that moment a brown sow rushed into the room and snatched, to the amazement of the spectators, neither a pie nor a crust of bread but Ivan Nikiforovitch's plaint, which lay at the end of the table with its leaves hanging over. Having seized the document, Mistress Sow ran off so briskly that not one of the clerks or officials could catch her, in spite of the rulers and ink bottles they hurled after her. This extraordinary occurrence produced a terrible muddle, for there had not even been a copy taken of the plaint. The judge, that is to say, his secretary and the assistant debated for a long time upon such an unheard-of affair. Finally it was decided to write a report of the matter to the governor, as the investigation of the matter pertained more to the department of the city police. Report No. 389 was dispatched to him that same day, and also upon that day there came to light a sufficiently curious explanation, which the reader may learn from the following chapter. Chapter 5. In which are detailed the deliberations of two important personages of Mirgorod. As soon as Ivan Ivanovitch had arranged his domestic affairs and stepped out upon the balcony, according to his custom, to lie down, he saw, to his indescribable amazement, something red at the gate. This was the red facings of the chief of police's coat, which were polished equally with his collar, and resembled varnished leather on the edges. Ivan Ivanovitch thought to himself, "It's not bad that Peter Fyodorovitch has come to talk it over with me." But he was very much surprised to see that the chief was walking remarkably fast and flourishing his hands, which was very rarely the case with him. There were 8 buttons on the chief of police's uniform, the 9th, torn off in some manner during the procession at the consecration of the church 2 years before. The police had not been able to find up to this time, although the chief, on the occasion of the daily reports made to him by the sergeants, always asked, "Has that button been found?" These 8 buttons were strewn about him as women sow beans, one to the right and one to the left. His left foot had been struck by a ball in the last campaign, and so he limped and threw it out so far to one side as to almost counteract the efforts of the right foot. The more briskly the chief of police worked his walking apparatus, the less progress he made in advance. So while he was getting to the balcony, Ivan Ivanovitch had plenty of time to lose himself in surmises as to why the chief was flourishing his hands so vigorously. This interested him the more, as the matter seemed one of unusual importance, for the chief had on a new dagger. "Good morning, Peter Fyodorovitch," cried Ivan Ivanovitch, who was, as has already been stated, exceedingly curious, and could not restrain his impatience as the chief of police began to ascend to the balcony. Yet never raised his eyes, and kept grumbling at his foot, which could not be persuaded to mount the step at the first attempt. "I wish my good friend and benefactor, Ivan Ivanovitch, a good day," replied the chief. "Pray sit down. I see that you are weary, as your lame foot hinders." "My foot!" screamed the chief, bestowing upon Ivan Ivanovitch a glance such as a giant might cast upon a pygmy, a pedant upon a dancing master, and he stretched out his foot and stamped upon the floor with it. This boldness cost him dear, for his whole body wavered and his nose struck the railing. But the brave preserver of order, with the purpose of making light of it, righted himself immediately, and began to feel in his pocket as if to get his snuff-box. "I must report to you, my dear friend and benefactor, Ivan Ivanovitch, that never in all my days have I made such a march. Yes, seriously. For instance, during the campaign of 1807, I will tell to you how I crawled through the enclosure to see a pretty little German." Here the chief closed one eye and executed a diabolically sly smile. "Where have you been today?" asked Ivan Ivanovitch, wishing to cut the chief short and bring him more speedily to the object of his visit. He would have very much liked to inquire what the chief meant to tell him, but his extensive knowledge of the world showed him the impropriety of such a question. And so he had to keep himself well in hand and await a solution, his heart, meanwhile, beating with unusual force. Excuse me. I was going to tell you, where was I?" answered the chief of police. "In the first place, I report that the weather is fine today." At these last words, Ivan Ivanovitch nearly died. "But permit me," went on the chief. "I have come to you today about a very important affair." Here the chief's face and bearing assumed the same careworn aspect with which he had ascended to the balcony. Ivan Ivanovitch breathed again, and shook as if in a fever, omitting not, as was his habit, to put a question. "What is the important matter? Is it important? Pray judge for yourself." "In the first place I venture to report to you, dear friend and benefactor, Ivan Ivanovitch, that I beg you to observe that, for my own part, I should have nothing to say. But the rules of government require it, that you have transgressed the rules of propriety." "What do you mean, Peter Fyodorovitch? I don't understand at all." "Pardon me, Ivan Ivanovitch. How can it be that you do not understand? Your own beast has destroyed an important government document, and you can still say, after that you do not understand." "What beast?" "Your own brown sow, with your permission, be it said." "How can I be responsible? Why did the doorkeeper of the court open the door?" "But, Ivan Ivanovitch, your own brown sow. You must be responsible. I am extremely obliged to you for comparing me to a sow. But I did not say that, Ivan Ivanovitch. By heaven! I did not say so. Pray judge from your own clear conscience. It is known to you without doubt, that in accordance with the views of the government, unclean animals are forbidden to roam about the town, particularly in the principal streets. Admit, now, that it is prohibited. God knows what you are talking about. A mighty important business that a sow got into the street. Permit me to inform you, Ivan Ivanovitch, permit me, that this is utterly inadvisable. What is to be done? The authorities command, we must obey. I don't deny that sometimes chickens and geese run about the street, and even about the square, pray observe, chickens and geese. But only last year, I gave orders that pigs and goats were not to be admitted to the public squares, which regulations I directed to be read aloud at the time before all the people. No, Peter Fyodorovitch, I see nothing here except that you are doing your best to insult me. But you cannot say that, my dearest friend and benefactor, that I have tried to insult you. Bethink yourself, I never said a word to you last year when you built a roof a whole foot higher than is allowed by law. On the contrary, I pretended not to have observed it. Believe me, my dearest friend, even now, I would, so to speak, but my duty, in a word, my duty demands that I should have an eye to cleanliness. Just judge for yourself, when suddenly in the principal street. Fine principal streets yours are. Every woman goes there and throws down any rubbish she chooses. Permit me to inform you, Ivan Ivanovitch, that it is you who are insulting me. That does sometimes happen, but, as a rule, only besides fences, sheds, or storehouses. But that a filthy sow should intrude herself in the main street, in the square, now is a matter. What sort of a matter? Peter Fyodorovitch. Surely a sow is one of God's creatures. Agreed. Everybody knows that you are a learned man, that you are acquainted with sciences and various other subjects. I never studied the sciences, I began to learn to write in my 13th year. Of course you know that I was a soldier in the ranks. Said Ivan Ivanovitch. Yes, continued the chief of police, in 1801 I was in the 42nd Regiment of Chasseurs, lieutenant in the 4th Company. The commander of our company was, if I may be permitted to mention it, Captain Ermiev. Thereupon the chief of police thrust his fingers into the snuff-box which Ivan Ivanovitch was holding open, and stirred up the snuff. Ivan Ivanovitch answered, But my duty, went on the chief of police, is to obey the commands of the authorities. Do you know, Ivan Ivanovitch, that a person who purloins a government document in the courtroom incurs capital punishment equally with other criminals? I know it. And, if you like, I can give you lessons. It is so decreed with regard to people, as if you, for instance, were to steal a document, but a sow is an animal, one of God's creatures. Certainly. But the law reads, those guilty of theft, I beg of you to listen most attentively, those guilty. Here is indicated neither race nor sex nor rank, of course an animal can be guilty. You may say what you please, but the animal, until the sentence is pronounced by the court, should be committed to the charge of the police as a transgressor of the law. No, Peter Fyodorovitch, retorted Ivan Ivanovitch coolly, that shall not be. As you like, only I must carry out the orders of the authorities. What are you threatening me with? Probably you want to send that one-armed soldier after her. I shall order the woman who tends the door to drive him off with the poker, he'll get his last arm broken. I dare not dispute with you. In case you will not commit the sow to the charge of the police, then do what you please with her, kill her for Christmas, if you like, and make hams of her, or eat her as she is. Only I should like to ask you, in case you make sausages, to send me a couple, such as your Gapka makes so well, of blood and lard. My Agrafena Trofimovna is extremely fond of them. I will send you a couple of sausages if you permit. I shall be extremely obliged to you, dear friend and benefactor. Now permit me to say one word more. I am commissioned by the judge, as well as by all our acquaintances, so to speak, to effect a reconciliation between you and your friend, Ivan Nikiforovitch. What? With that brute? I to be reconciled to that clown? Never. It shall not be, it shall not be. Ivan Ivanovitch was in a remarkably determined frame of mind. As you like, replied the chief of police, treating both nostrils to snuff. I will not venture to advise you. But permit me to mention, here you live at enmity, and if you make peace. But Ivan Ivanovitch began to talk about catching quail. As he usually did when he wanted to put an end to a conversation. So the chief of police was obliged to retire without having achieved any success whatever. Chapter 6. From which the reader can easily discover what is contained in it. In spite of all the judge's efforts to keep the matter secret. All Mirgorod knew by the next day that Ivan Ivanovitch's sow had stolen Ivan Nikiforovitch's petition. The chief of police himself, in a moment of forgetfulness, was the first to betray himself. When Ivan Nikiforovitch was informed of it he said nothing, he merely inquired, was it the brown one? But Agafya Fedosyevna, who was present, began again to urge on Ivan Nikiforovitch. What's the matter with you, Ivan Nikiforovitch? People will laugh at you as at a fool if you let it pass. How can you remain a nobleman after that? You will be worse than the old woman who sells the honey cakes with hemp seed oil you are so fond of. And the mischief-maker persuaded him. She hunted up somewhere a middle-aged man with dark complexion, spots all over his face, and a dark blue surtout patched on the elbows, a regular official scribbler. He blacked his boots with tar, wore 3 pens behind his ear, and a glass veil tied to his buttonhole with a string instead of an ink bottle, ate as many as 9 pies at once. And put the 10th in his pocket, and wrote so many slanders of all sorts on a single sheet of stamped paper that no reader could get through all at one time without interspersing coughs and sneezes. This man labored, toiled, and wrote, and finally concocted the following document. To the district judge of Mirgorod, from the noble, Ivan Dovgotchkin, son of Nikifor. In pursuance of my plaint which was presented by me, Ivan Dovgotchkin, son of Nikifor, against the nobleman, Ivan Pererepenko, son of Ivan. To which the judge of the Mirgorod district court has exhibited indifference. And the shameless, high-handed deed of the brown sow being kept secret, and coming to my ears from outside parties. And the said neglect, plainly malicious, lies incontestably at the judge's door. For the sow is a stupid animal, and therefore unfitted for the theft of papers. From which it plainly appears that the said frequently mentioned sow was not otherwise than instigated to the same by the opponent, Ivan Pererepenko, son of Ivan, calling himself a nobleman. And already convicted of theft, conspiracy against life, and desecration of a church. But the said Mirgorod judge, with the partisanship peculiar to him, gave his private consent to this individual. For without such consent the said sow could by no possible means have been admitted to carry off the document. For the judge of the district court of Mirgorod is well provided with servants, it was only necessary to summon a soldier, who is always on duty in the reception room, and who, although he has but one eye and one somewhat damaged arm, has powers quite adequate to driving out a sow, and to beating it with a stick. From which is credibly evident the criminal neglect of the said Mirgorod judge and the incontestable sharing of the Jew-like spoils therefrom resulting from these mutual conspirators. And the aforesaid robber and nobleman, Ivan Pererepenko, son of Ivan, having disgraced himself, finished his turning on his lathe. Wherefore, I, the noble Ivan Dovgotchkin, son of Nikifor, declare to the said district judge in proper form that if the said brown sow, or the man Pererepenko, be not summoned to the court, and judgment in accordance with justice and my advantage pronounced upon her, then I, Ivan Dovgotchkin, son of Nikifor, shall present a plaint, with observance of all due formalities, against the said district judge for his illegal partisanship to the superior courts. Ivan Dovgotchkin, son of Nikifor, noble of the Mirgorod district. This petition produced its effect. The judge was a man of timid disposition, as all good people generally are. He betook himself to the secretary. But the secretary emitted from his lips a thick hm, and exhibited on his countenance that indifferent and diabolically equivocal expression which Satan alone assumes when he sees his victim hastening to his feet. One resource remained to him, to reconcile the two friends. But how to set about it, when all attempts up to that time had been so unsuccessful? Nevertheless, it was decided to make another effort. But Ivan Ivanovitch declared outright that he would not hear of it, and even flew into a violent passion, whilst Ivan Nikiforovitch, in lieu of an answer, turned his back and would not utter a word. Then the case went on with the unusual promptness upon which courts usually pride themselves. Documents were dated, labeled, numbered, sewed together, registered all in one day, and the matter laid on the shelf, where it continued to lie, for 1, 2, or 3 years. Many brides were married, a new street was laid out in Mirgorod, one of the judge's double teeth fell out and 2 of his eye teeth, more children than ever ran about Ivan Ivanovitch's yard. Ivan Nikiforovitch, as a reproof to Ivan Ivanovitch, constructed a new goose shed, although a little farther back than the first, and built himself completely off from his neighbor. So that these worthy people hardly ever beheld each other's faces. But still the case lay in the cabinet, which had become marbled with inkpots. In the meantime a very important event for all Mirgorod had taken place. The chief of police had given a reception. Whence shall I obtain the brush and colors to depict this varied gathering and magnificent feast? Take your watch, open it, and look what is going on inside. A fearful confusion, is it not? Now, imagine almost the same, if not a greater, number of wheels standing in the chief of police's courtyard. How many carriages and wagons were there? One was wide behind and narrow in front. Another narrow behind and wide in front. One was a carriage and a wagon combined, another neither a carriage nor a wagon. One resembled a huge hayrick or a fat merchant's wife. Another a dilapidated Jew or a skeleton not quite freed from the skin. One was a perfect pipe with long stem in profile. Another, resembling nothing whatever, suggested some strange, shapeless, fantastic object. In the midst of this chaos of wheels rose coaches with windows like those of a room. The drivers, in grey Cossack coats, gabardines, and white hareskin coats, sheepskin hats and caps of various patterns, and with pipes in their hands, drove the unharnessed horses through the yard. What a reception the chief of police gave! Permit me to run through the list of those who were there: Taras Tarasovitch, Evpla Kinfovitch, Akakiy Akakievitch, Ivan Ivanovitch, not that Ivan Ivanovitch but another, Gaba Bavrilanovitch. Our Ivan Ivanovitch, Elefary Elefarievitch, Makar Nazarovitch, Toma Grigorovitch. I can say no more, my powers fail me, my hand stops writing. And how many ladies were there? Dark and fair, tall and short, some fat like Ivan Nikiforovitch, and some so thin that it seemed as though each one might hide herself in the scabbard of the chief's sword. What headdresses! What costumes! Red, yellow, coffee color, green, blue, new, turned, remade dresses, ribbons, reticules. Farewell, poor eyes. You will never be good for anything any more after such a spectacle. And how long the table was drawn out! And how all talked! And what a noise they made! What is a mill with its driving wheel, stones, beams, hammers, wheels, in comparison with this? I cannot tell you exactly what they talked about, but presumably of many agreeable and useful things, such as the weather, dogs, wheat, caps, and dice. At length Ivan Ivanovitch, not our Ivan Ivanovitch, but the other, who had but one eye, said, "It strikes me as strange that my right eye." This one-eyed Ivan Ivanovitch always spoke sarcastically about himself, does not see Ivan Nikiforovitch, Господин Dovgachkin. He would not come, said the chief of police. Why not? It's 2 years now, glory to God. Since they quarrelled, that is, Ivan Ivanovitch and Ivan Nikiforovitch. And where one goes, the other will not go. You don't say so. Thereupon one-eyed Ivan Ivanovitch raised his eye and clasped his hands. "Well, if people with good eyes cannot live in peace, how am I to live amicably, with my bad one?" At these words they all laughed at the tops of their voices. Everyone liked one-eyed Ivan Ivanovitch, because he cracked jokes in that style. A tall, thin man in a frieze coat, with a plaster on his nose, who up to this time had sat in the corner, and never once altered the expression of his face, even when a fly lighted on his nose, rose from his seat, and approached nearer to the crowd which surrounded one-eyed Ivan Ivanovitch. "Listen," said Ivan Ivanovitch, when he perceived that quite a throng had collected about him, "suppose we make peace between our friends. Ivan Ivanovitch is talking with the women and girls. Let us send quietly for Ivan Nikiforovitch and bring them together." Ivan Ivanovitch's proposal was unanimously agreed to. And it was decided to send at once to Ivan Nikiforovitch's house, and beg him, at any rate, to come to the chief of police's for dinner. But the difficult question as to who was to be entrusted with this weighty commission rendered all thoughtful. They debated long as to who was the most expert in diplomatic matters. At length it was unanimously agreed to depute Anton Prokofievitch to do this business. But it is necessary, first of all, to make the reader somewhat acquainted with this noteworthy person. Anton Prokofievitch was a truly good man, in the fullest meaning of the term. If anyone in Mirgorod gave him a neckerchief or underclothes, he returned thanks. If anyone gave him a fillip on the nose, he returned thanks too. If he was asked, "Why, Anton Prokofievitch, do you wear a light brown coat with blue sleeves?" he generally replied, "Ah, you haven't one like it. Wait a bit, it will soon fade and will be alike all over." And, in point of fact, the blue cloth, from the effects of the sun, began to turn cinnamon color, and became of the same tint as the rest of the coat. But the strange part of it was that Anton Prokofievitch had a habit of wearing woolen clothing in summer and nankeen in winter. Anton Prokofievitch had no house of his own. He used to have one on the outskirts of the town, but he sold it, and with the purchase money bought a team of brown horses and a little carriage in which he drove about to stay with the squires. But as the horses were a deal of trouble and money was required for oats, Anton Prokofievitch bartered them for a violin and a housemaid, with 25 paper rubles to boot. Afterwards Anton Prokofievitch sold the violin, and exchanged the girl for a morocco and gold tobacco pouch. Now he has such a tobacco pouch as no one else has. As a result of this luxury, he can no longer go about among the country houses, but has to remain in the town and pass the night at different houses. Especially of those gentlemen who take pleasure in tapping him on the nose. Anton Prokofievitch is very fond of good eating, and plays a good game at cards. Obeying orders always was his forte, so, taking his hat and cane, he set out at once on his errand. But, as he walked along, he began to ponder in what manner he should contrive to induce Ivan Nikiforovitch to come to the assembly. The unbending character of the latter, who was otherwise a worthy man, rendered the undertaking almost hopeless. How, indeed, was he to persuade him to come, when even rising from his bed cost him so great an effort? But supposing that he did rise, how could he get him to come, where, as he doubtless knew, his irreconcilable enemy already was? The more Anton Prokofievitch reflected, the more difficulties he perceived. The day was sultry, the sun beat down, the perspiration poured from him in streams. Anton Prokofievitch was a tolerably sharp man in many respects, though they did tap him on the nose. In bartering, however, he was not fortunate. He knew very well when to play the fool, and sometimes contrived to turn things to his own profit amid circumstances and surroundings from which a wise man could rarely escape without loss. His ingenious mind had contrived a means of persuading Ivan Nikiforovitch, and he was proceeding bravely to face everything when an unexpected occurrence somewhat disturbed his equanimity. There is no harm, at this point, in admitting to the reader that, among other things, Anton Prokofievitch was the owner of a pair of trousers of such singular properties that whenever he put them on the dogs always bit his calves. Unfortunately, he had donned this particular pair of trousers, and he had hardly given himself up to meditation before a fearful barking on all sides saluted his ears. Anton Prokofievitch raised such a yell, no one could scream louder than he, that not only did the well-known woman and the occupant of the endless coat rush out to meet him, but even the small boys from Ivan Ivanovitch's yard. But although the dog succeeded in tasting only one of his calves, this sensibility diminished his courage, and he entered the porch with a certain amount of timidity. Chapter 7. How a reconciliation was sought to be effected and a lawsuit ensued. "Ah! How do you do? Why do you irritate the dogs?" said Ivan Nikiforovitch, on perceiving Anton Prokofievitch. For no one spoke otherwise than jestingly with Anton Prokofievitch. "Hang them! Who's been irritating them?" retorted Anton Prokofievitch. "You have." "By heavens, no. You are invited to dinner by Peter Fyodorovitch." "He invited you in a more pressing manner than I can tell you." "Why," says he, "does Ivan Nikiforovitch shun me like an enemy? He never comes round to have a chat, or make a call." Ivan Nikiforovitch stroked his beard. "If," says he, "Ivan Nikiforovitch does not come now, I shall not know what to think. Surely, he must have some design against me. Pray, Anton Prokofievitch, persuade Ivan Nikiforovitch. Come, Ivan Nikiforovitch, let us go. A very choice company is already met there." Ivan Nikiforovitch began to look at a cock, which was perched on the roof, crowing with all its might. "If you only knew, Ivan Nikiforovitch," pursued the zealous ambassador, "what fresh sturgeon and caviar Peter Fyodorovitch has had sent to him." Whereupon Ivan Nikiforovitch turned his head and began to listen attentively. This encouraged the messenger. "Come quickly, Toma Grigorovitch is there too. Why don't you come?" he added, seeing that Ivan Nikiforovitch still lay in the same position. "Shall we go, or not?" "I won't." "This I won't," startled Anton Prokofievitch. He had fancied that his alluring representations had quite moved this very worthy man, but instead, he heard that decisive "I won't." "Why won't you?" he asked, with a vexation which he very rarely exhibited, even when they put burning paper on his head, a trick which the judge and the chief of police were particularly fond of indulging in. Ivan Nikiforovitch took a pinch of snuff. "Just as you like, Ivan Nikiforovitch. I do not know what detains you." "Why don't I go?" said Ivan Nikiforovitch at length. "Because that brigand will be there." This was his ordinary way of alluding to Ivan Ivanovitch. "Just God! And is it long?" "He will not be there, he will not be there." "May the lightning kill me on the spot," returned Anton Prokofievitch, who was ready to perjure himself 10 times in an hour. "Come along, Ivan Nikiforovitch." "You lie, Anton Prokofievitch. He is there." By heaven, he's not. May I never stir from this place if he's there. Now, just think for yourself, what object have I in lying? May my hands and feet wither, what, don't you believe me now? May I perish right here in your presence? Don't you believe me yet? Ivan Nikiforovitch was entirely reassured by these asseverations, and ordered his valet, in the boundless coat, to fetch his trousers and nankeen spencer. To describe how Ivan Nikiforovitch put on his trousers, how they wound his neckerchief about his neck, and finally dragged on his spencer, which burst under the left sleeve, would be quite superfluous. Suffice it to say, that during the whole of the time he preserved a becoming calmness of demeanor, and answered not a word to Anton Prokofievitch's proposition to exchange something for his Turkish tobacco pouch. Meanwhile, the assembly awaited with impatience the decisive moment when Ivan Nikiforovitch should make his appearance and at length comply with the general desire that these worthy people should be reconciled to each other. Many were almost convinced that Ivan Nikiforovitch would not come. Even the chief of police offered to bet with one-eyed Ivan Ivanovitch that he would not come, and only desisted when one-eyed Ivan Ivanovitch demanded that he should wager his lame foot against his own bad eye, at which the chief of police was greatly offended. and the company enjoyed a quiet laugh. No one had yet sat down to the table, although it was long past 2 o'clock, an hour before which in Mirgorod, even on ceremonial occasions, everyone had already dined. No sooner did Anton Prokofievitch show himself in the doorway, than he was instantly surrounded. Anton Prokofievitch, in answer to all inquiries, shouted the all-decisive words, "He will not come." No sooner had he uttered them than a hailstorm of reproaches, scoldings, and, possibly, even Phillips were about to descend upon his head for the ill success of his mission. When all at once the door opened, and Ivan Nikiforovitch entered. If Satan himself or a corpse had appeared, it would not have caused such consternation amongst the company as Ivan Nikiforovitch's unexpected arrival created. But Anton Prokofievitch only went off into a fit of laughter, and held his sides with delight at having played such a joke upon the company. At all events, it was almost past the belief of all that Ivan Nikiforovitch could, in so brief a space of time, have attired himself like a respectable gentleman. Ivan Ivanovitch was not there at the moment, he had stepped out somewhere. Recovering from their amazement, the guests expressed an interest in Ivan Nikiforovitch's health, and their pleasure at his increase in breadth. Ivan Nikiforovitch kissed everyone, and said, "Very much obliged." Meantime, the fragrance of the beet soup was wafted through the apartment, and tickled the nostrils of the hungry guests very agreeably. All rushed headlong to table. The line of ladies, loquacious and silent, thin and stout, swept on, and the long table soon glittered with all the hues of the rainbow. I will not describe the courses, I will make no mention of the curd dumplings with sour cream, nor of the dish of pig's fry that was served with the soup, nor of the turkey with plums and raisins. Nor of the dish which greatly resembled in appearance a boot soaked in kvass, nor of the sauce, which is the swan's song of the old-fashioned cook. Nor of that other dish which was brought in all enveloped in the flames of spirit, and amused as well as frightened the ladies extremely. I will say nothing of these dishes, because I like to eat them better than to spend many words in discussing them. Ivan Ivanovitch was exceedingly pleased with the fish dressed with horseradish. He devoted himself especially to this useful and nourishing preparation. Picking out all the fine bones from the fish, he laid them on his plate. And happening to glance across the table, heavenly creator, but this was strange. Opposite him sat Ivan Nikiforovitch. At the very same instant Ivan Nikiforovitch glanced up also. "No, I can do no more. Give me a fresh pen with a fine point for this picture. Mine is flabby." Their faces seemed to turn to stone whilst still retaining their defiant expression. Each beheld a long familiar face, to which it should have seemed the most natural of things to step up, involuntarily, as to an unexpected friend, and offer a snuff-box, with the words, "Do me the favor," or "Dare I beg you to do me the favor?" Instead of this, that face was terrible as a forerunner of evil. The perspiration poured in streams from Ivan Ivanovitch and Ivan Nikiforovitch. All the guests at the table grew dumb with attention, and never once took their eyes off the former friends. The ladies, who had been busy up to that time on a sufficiently interesting discussion as to the preparation of capons, suddenly cut their conversation short. All was silence. It was a picture worthy of the brush of a great artist. At length Ivan Ivanovitch pulled out his handkerchief and began to blow his nose. Whilst Ivan Nikiforovitch glanced about and his eye rested on the open door. The chief of police at once perceived this movement, and ordered the door to be fastened. Then both of the friends began to eat, and never once glanced at each other again. As soon as dinner was over, the two former friends both rose from their seats, and began to look for their hats, with a view to departure. Then the chief beckoned. And Ivan Ivanovitch, not our Ivan Ivanovitch, but the other with the one eye, got behind Ivan Nikiforovitch, and the chief stepped behind Ivan Ivanovitch, and the two began to drag them backwards. In order to bring them together, and not release them till they had shaken hands with each other. Ivan Ivanovitch, the one-eyed, pushed Ivan Nikiforovitch, with tolerable success, towards the spot where stood Ivan Ivanovitch. But the chief of police directed his course too much to one side, because he could not steer himself with his refractory leg, which obeyed no orders whatever on this occasion, and, as if with malice and aforethought, swung itself uncommonly far, and in quite the contrary direction, possibly from the fact that there had been an unusual amount of fruit wine after dinner. So that Ivan Ivanovitch fell over a lady in a red gown, who had thrust herself into the very midst, out of curiosity. Such an omen foreboded no good. Nevertheless, the judge, in order to set things to rights, took the chief of police's place, and, sweeping all the snuff from his upper lip with his nose, pushed Ivan Ivanovitch in the opposite direction. In Mirgorod this is the usual manner of effecting a reconciliation. It somewhat resembles a game of ball. As soon as the judge pushed Ivan Ivanovitch, with the one eye exerted all his strength, and pushed Ivan Nikiforovitch, from whom the perspiration streamed like rainwater from a roof. In spite of the fact that the friends resisted to the best of their ability, they were nevertheless brought together, for the two chief movers received reinforcements from the ranks of their guests. Then they were closely surrounded on all sides, not to be released until they had decided to give one another their hands. God be with you, Ivan Nikiforovitch and Ivan Ivanovitch. Declare upon your honor now, that what you quarreled about were mere trifles, were they not? Are you not ashamed of yourselves before people and before God? I do not know, said Ivan Nikiforovitch, panting with fatigue, though it is to be observed that he was not at all disinclined to a reconciliation. I do not know what I did to Ivan Ivanovitch. But why did he destroy my coup and plot against my life? I am innocent of any evil designs, said Ivan Ivanovitch, never looking at Ivan Nikiforovitch. I swear before God and before you, honorable nobleman, I did nothing to my enemy. Why does he calumniate me and insult my rank and family? How have I insulted you, Ivan Ivanovitch? Said Ivan Nikiforovitch. One moment more of explanation, and the long enmity would have been extinguished. Ivan Nikiforovitch was already feeling in his pocket for his snuff-box, and was about to say, "Do me the favor." "Is it not an insult," answered Ivan Ivanovitch, without raising his eyes, "when you, my dear sir, insulted my honor and my family with a word which it is improper to repeat here? Permit me to observe, in a friendly manner, Ivan Ivanovitch," here Ivan Nikiforovitch touched Ivan Ivanovitch's button with his finger, which clearly indicated the disposition of his mind, "that you took offense, the deuce only knows at what, because I called you a goose." It occurred to Ivan Nikiforovitch that he had made a mistake in uttering that word. But it was too late, the word was said. Everything went to the winds. On the utterance of this word without witnesses, Ivan Ivanovitch lost control of himself and flew into such a passion as God preserve us from beholding any man in. What was to be expected now? I put it to you, dear readers, what was to be expected now, when the fatal word was uttered in an assemblage of persons among whom were ladies, in whose presence Ivan Ivanovitch liked to be particularly polite? If Ivan Nikiforovitch had set to work in any other manner, if he had only said bird and not goose, it might still have been arranged, but all was at an end. He gave one look at Ivan Nikiforovitch, but such a look. If that look had possessed active power, then it would have turned Ivan Nikiforovitch into dust. The guests understood the look and hastened to separate them. And this man, the very model of gentleness, who never let a single poor woman go by without interrogating her, rushed out in a fearful rage. Such violent storms do passions produce. For a whole month nothing was heard of Ivan Ivanovitch. He shut himself up at home. His ancestral chest was opened, and from it were taken silver rubles, his grandfather's old silver rubles. And these rubles passed into the ink-stained hands of legal advisers. The case was sent up to the higher court. And when Ivan Ivanovitch received the joyful news that it would be decided on the morrow, then only did he look out upon the world and resolve to emerge from his house. Alas! From that time forth the council gave notice day by day that the case would be finished on the morrow, for the space of 10 years. 5 years ago, I passed through the town of Mirgorod. I came at a bad time. It was autumn, with its damp, melancholy weather, mud and mists. An unnatural verdure, the result of incessant rains, covered with a watery network the fields and meadows, to which it is as well suited as youthful pranks to an old man, or roses to an old woman. The weather made a deep impression on me at the time. When it was dull, I was dull, but in spite of this, when I came to pass through Mirgorod, my heart beat violently. God, what reminiscences! I had not seen Mirgorod for 20 years. Here had lived, in touching friendship, two inseparable friends. And how many prominent people had died! Judge Demian Demyanovich was already gone. Ivan Ivanovich, with the one eye, had long ceased to live. I entered the main street. All about stood poles with bundles of straw on top. Some alterations were in progress. Several dwellings had been removed. The remnants of board and wattled fences projected sadly here and there. It was a festival day. I ordered my basket chaise to stop in front of the church, and entered softly that no one might turn round. To tell the truth, there was no need of this. The church was almost empty, there were very few people. It was evident that even the most pious feared the mud. The candles seemed strangely unpleasant in that gloomy, or rather sickly, light. The dim vestibule was melancholy. The long windows, with their circular panes, were bedewed with tears of rain. I retired into the vestibule, and addressing a respectable old man, with grayish hair, said, "May I inquire if Ivan Nikiforovitch is still living?" At that moment the lamp before the holy picture burned up more brightly and the light fell directly upon the face of my companion. What was my surprise, on looking more closely, to behold features with which I was acquainted. It was Ivan Nikiforovitch himself. But how he had changed! "Are you well, Ivan Nikiforovitch? How old you have grown!" "Yes, I have grown old. I have just come from Poltava today," answered Ivan Nikiforovitch. "You don't say so. You have been to Poltava in such bad weather?" What was to be done? That lawsuit. At this I sighed involuntarily. Ivan Nikiforovitch observed my sigh, and said, "Do not be troubled, I have reliable information that the case will be decided next week, and in my favor." I shrugged my shoulders, and went to seek news of Ivan Ivanovitch. "Ivan Ivanovitch is here," someone said to me, in the choir. I saw a gaunt form. Was that Ivan Ivanovitch? His face was covered with wrinkles, his hair was perfectly white, but the police was the same as ever. After the first greetings were over, Ivan Ivanovitch, turning to me with a joyful smile which always became his funnel-shaped face, said, "Have you been told the good news?" "What news?" I inquired. "My case is to be decided tomorrow without fail. The court has announced it decisively." I sighed more deeply than before, made haste to take my leave, for I was bound on very important business, and seated myself in my kibitka. The lean nags known in Mirgorod as post-horses started, producing with their hoofs, which were buried in a grey mass of mud, a sound very displeasing to the ear. The rain poured in torrents upon the Jew seated on the box, covered with a rug. The dampness penetrated through and through me. The gloomy barrier with a sentry box, in which an old soldier was repairing his weapons, was passed slowly. Again the same fields, in some places black where they had been dug up, in others of a greenish hue, wet daws and crows, monotonous rain, a tearful sky, without one gleam of light. It is gloomy in this world, gentlemen. The Mysterious Portrait. Chapter 1. Nowhere did so many people pause as before the little picture shop in the Shchukinui Dvor. This little shop contained, indeed, the most varied collection of curiosities. The pictures were chiefly oil paintings covered with dark varnish, in frames of dingy yellow. Winter scenes with white trees, very red sunsets, like raging conflagrations, a Flemish boor, more like a turkey cock in cuffs than a human being, were the prevailing subjects. To these must be added a few engravings, such as a portrait of Khosrev Mirza in a sheepskin cap, and some generals with three-cornered hats and hooked noses. Moreover, the doors of such shops are usually festooned with bundles of those publications, printed on large sheets of bark, and then colored by hand, which bear witness to the native talent of the Russian. On one was the Tsarevna Militrisa Kurbativna, on another the city of Jerusalem. There are usually but few purchasers of these productions, but gazers are many. Some truant lackey probably yawns in front of them, holding in his hand the dishes containing dinner from the cook-shop for his master, who will not get his soup very hot. Before them, too, will most likely be standing a soldier wrapped in his cloak, a dealer from the old clothes mart, with a couple of penknives for sale, and a huckstress, with a basketful of shoes. Each expresses admiration in his own way. The moujiks generally touch them with their fingers, the dealers gaze seriously at them. Serving boys and apprentices laugh, and tease each other with the colored caricatures. Old lackeys in frieze cloaks look at them merely for the sake of yawning away their time somewhere. And the hucksters, young Russian women, halt by instinct to hear what people are gossiping about, and to see what they are looking at. At the time our story opens, the young painter, Chartkov, paused involuntarily as he passed the shop. His old cloak and plain attire showed him to be a man who was devoted to his art with self-denying zeal, and who had no time to trouble himself about his clothes. He halted in front of the little shop, and at first enjoyed an inward laugh over the monstrosities in the shape of pictures. At length he sank unconsciously into a reverie, and began to ponder as to what sort of people wanted these productions. It did not seem remarkable to him that the Russian populace should gaze with rapture upon Yaroslavl Lazarevich, on the glutton, and the carouser, on Thoma and Erema. The delineations of these subjects were easily intelligible to the masses. But where were their purchases for those streaky, dirty oil paintings? Who needed those Flemish boors, those red and blue landscapes, which put forth some claims to a higher stage of art, but which really expressed the depths of its degradation? They did not appear the works of a self-taught child. In that case, in spite of the caricature of drawing, a sharp distinction would have manifested itself. But here were visible only simple dullness, steady-going incapacity, which stood, through self-will, in the ranks of art, while its true place was among the lowest trades. The same colors, the same manner, the same practiced hand, belonging rather to a manufacturing automaton than to a man. He stood before the dirty pictures for some time, his thoughts at length wandering to other matters. Meanwhile the proprietor of the shop, a little grey man, in a frieze cloak, with a beard which had not been shaved since Sunday, had been urging him to buy for some time, naming prices, without even knowing what pleased him or what he wanted. "Here, I'll take a silver piece for these peasants and this little landscape." What painting! It fairly dazzles one, only just received from the factory, the varnish isn't dry yet. Or here is a winter scene, take the winter scene, 15 rubles, the frame alone is worth it. What a winter scene! Here the merchant gave a slight fillip to the canvas, as if to demonstrate all the merits of the winter scene. "Pray have them put up and sent to your house." "Where do you live?" "Here, boy, give me some string." "Hold, not so fast," said the painter, coming to himself and perceiving that the brisk dealer was beginning in earnest to pack some pictures up. He was rather ashamed not to take anything after standing so long in front of the shop, so saying, "Here, stop. I will see if there is anything I want here." He stooped and began to pick up from the floor, where they were thrown in a heap, some worn, dusty old paintings. There were old family portraits, whose descendants, probably could not be found on earth, with torn canvas and frames minus their gilding, in short, trash. But the painter began his search, thinking to himself, perhaps I may come across something. He had heard stories about pictures of the great masters having been found among the rubbish in cheap print sellers' shops. The dealer, perceiving what he was about, ceased his importunities, and took up his post again at the door, hailing the passers-by with, "Hither, friends, here are pictures, step in, just received from the makers." He shouted his fill, and generally in vain, had a long talk with a rag merchant, standing opposite, at the door of his shop. And finally, recollecting that he had a customer in his shop, turned his back on the public and went inside. "Well, friend, have you chosen anything?" said he. But the painter had already been standing motionless for some time before a portrait in a large and originally magnificent frame, upon which, however, hardly a trace of gilding now remained. It represented an old man, with a thin, bronzed face and high cheekbones, the features seemingly depicted in a moment of convulsive agitation. He wore a flowing Asiatic costume. Dusty and defaced as the portrait was, Chartkov saw, when he had succeeded in removing the dirt from the face, traces of the work of a great artist. The portrait appeared to be unfinished, but the power of the handling was striking. The eyes were the most remarkable picture of all. It seemed as though the full power of the artist's brush had been lavished upon them. They fairly gazed out of the portrait, destroying its harmony with their strange liveliness. When he carried the portrait to the door, the eyes gleamed even more penetratingly. They produced nearly the same impression on the public. A woman standing behind him exclaimed, he is looking," and jumped back. Chartkov experienced an unpleasant feeling, inexplicable even to himself, and placed the portrait on the floor. "Well, will you take the portrait?" said the dealer. "How much is it?" said the painter. "Why chaffer over it? Give me 75 kopecks. "No." "Well, how much will you give?" 20 kopecks, said the painter, preparing to go. "What a price! Why, you couldn't buy the frame for that. Perhaps you will decide to purchase tomorrow." Sir, turn back. Add 10 kopecks. Take it. Give me 20 kopecks. To tell the truth, you are my only customer today, and that's the only reason. Thus Chartkov quite unexpectedly became the purchaser of the old portrait, and at the same time reflected, why have I bought it? What is it to me? But there was nothing to be done. He pulled a 20 kopeck piece from his pocket, gave it to the merchant, took the portrait under his arm, and carried it home. On the way thither, he remembered that the 20 kopeck piece he had given for it was his last. His thoughts at once became gloomy. Vexation and careless indifference took possession of him at one and the same moment. The red light of sunset still lingered in one half the sky. The houses facing that way still gleamed with its warm light, and meanwhile the cold blue light of the moon grew brighter. Light, half-transparent shadows fell in bands upon the ground. The painter began by degrees to glance up at the sky, flushed with a transparent light, and at the same moment from his mouth fell the words, "What a delicate tone! What a nuisance! Deuce take it!" Readjusting the portrait, which kept slipping from under his arm, he quickened his pace. Weary and bathed in perspiration, he dragged himself to Vasilievsky Ostrov. With difficulty and much panting he made his way up the stairs flooded with soapsuds, and adorned with the tracks of dogs and cats. To his knock there was no answer, there was no one at home. He leaned against the window, and disposed himself to wait patiently, until at last there resounded behind him the footsteps of a boy in a blue blouse, his servant, model, and color grinder. This boy was called Nikita, and spent all his time in the streets when his master was not at home. Nikita tried for a long time to get the key into the lock, which was quite invisible, by reason of the darkness. Finally the door was opened. Chartkov entered his anteroom, which was intolerably cold, as painters' rooms always are, which fact, however, they do not notice. Without giving Nikita his coat, he went on into his studio, a large room, but low, fitted up with all sorts of artistic rubbish, plaster hands, canvases, sketches begun and discarded, and draperies thrown over chairs. Feeling very tired, he took off his cloak, placed the portrait abstractedly between two small canvases, and threw himself on the narrow divan. Having stretched himself out, he finally called for a light. "There are no candles," said Nikita. "What, none? And there were none last night," said Nikita. The artist recollected that, in fact, there had been no candles the previous evening, and became silent. He let Nikita take his coat off, and put on his old worn dressing gown. "There has been a gentleman here," said Nikita. "Yes, He came for money, I know, said the painter, waving his hand. He was not alone, said Nikita. Who else was with him? I don't know, some police officer or other. But why a police officer? I don't know why, but he says because your rent is not paid. Well, what will come of it? I don't know what will come of it, he said. If he won't pay, why, let him leave the rooms. They are both coming again tomorrow. Let them come, said Chartkov, with indifference. And a gloomy mood took full possession of him. Young Chartkov was an artist of talent, which promised great things. His work gave evidence of observation, thought, and a strong inclination to approach nearer to nature. Look here, my friend, his professor said to him more than once, you have talent, it will be a shame if you waste it, but you are impatient. You have but to be attracted by anything, to fall in love with it, you become engrossed with it, and all else goes for nothing, and you won't even look at it. See to it that you do not become a fashionable artist. At present your coloring begins to assert itself too loudly, and your drawing is at times quite weak. You are already striving after the fashionable style, because it strikes the eye at once. Have a care. Society already begins to have its attraction for you. I have seen you with a shiny hat, a foppish neckerchief. It is seductive to paint fashionable little pictures and portraits for money. But talent is ruined, not developed, by that means. Be patient, think out every piece of work, discard your foppishness, let others amass money, your own will not fail you. The professor was partly right. Our artist sometimes wanted to enjoy himself, to play the fop, in short, to give vent to his youthful impulses in some way or other. But he could control himself withal. At times he would forget everything, when he had once taken his brush in his hand, and could not tear himself from it except as from a delightful dream. His taste perceptibly developed. He did not as yet understand all the depths of Raphael, but he was attracted by Guido's broad and rapid handling, he paused before Titian's portraits, he delighted in the Flemish masters. The dark veil enshrouding the ancient pictures had not yet wholly passed away from before them. But he already saw something in them, though in private he did not agree with the professor that the secrets of the old masters are irremediably lost to us. It seemed to him that the 19th century had improved upon them considerably, that the delineation of nature was more clear, more vivid, more close. It sometimes vexed him when he saw how a strange artist, French or German, sometimes not even a painter by profession, but only a skillful dauber, produced, by the celerity of his brush and the vividness of his coloring, a universal commotion, and amassed in a twinkling a funded capital. This did not occur to him when fully occupied with his own work, for then he forgot food and drink and all the world. But when dire want arrived, when he had no money wherewith to buy brushes and colors, when his implacable landlord came 10 times a day to demand the rent for his rooms, then did the luck of the wealthy artists recur to his hungry imagination. Then did the thought which so often traverses Russian minds, to give up altogether, and go downhill, utterly to the bad, traverse his. And now he was almost in this frame of mind. Yes, it is all very well, to be patient, he exclaimed, with vexation, but there is an end to patience at last. Be patient. But what money have I to buy a dinner with tomorrow? No one will lend me any. If I did bring myself to sell all my pictures and sketches, they would not give me 20 kopecks for the whole of them. They are useful. I feel that not one of them has been undertaken in vain, I have learned something from each one. Yes, but of what use is it? Studies, sketches, all will be studies, trial sketches to the end. And who will buy, not even knowing me by name? Who wants drawings from the antique, or the life class, or my unfinished love of a Psyche, or the interior of my room, or the portrait of Nikita, though it is better, to tell the truth, than the portraits by any of the fashionable artists? Why do I worry, and toil like a learner over the alphabet, when I might shine as brightly as the rest, and have money, too, like them? Thus speaking, the artist suddenly shuddered, and turned pale. A convulsively distorted face gazed at him, peeping forth from the surrounding canvas. Two terrible eyes were fixed straight upon him, on the mouth was written a menacing command of silence. Alarmed, he tried to scream and summon Nikita, who already was snoring in the anteroom, but he suddenly paused and laughed. The sensation of fear died away in a moment. It was the portrait he had bought, and which he had quite forgotten. The light of the moon illuminating the chamber had fallen upon it, and lent it a strange likeness to life. He began to examine it. He moistened a sponge with water, passed it over the picture several times, washed off nearly all the accumulated and encrusted dust and dirt, hung it on the wall before him, wondering yet more at the remarkable workmanship. The whole face had gained new life, and the eyes gazed at him so that he shuddered, and, springing back, he exclaimed in a voice of surprise, "It looks with human eyes." Then suddenly there occurred to him a story he had heard long before from his professor, of a certain portrait by the renowned Leonardo da Vinci, upon which the great master labored several years, and still regarded as incomplete, but which, according to Vasari, was nevertheless deemed by all the most complete and finished product of his art. The most finished thing about it was the eyes, which amazed his contemporaries, the very smallest, barely visible veins in them being reproduced on the canvas. But in the portrait now before him there was something singular. It was no longer art, it even destroyed the harmony of the portrait, they were living, human eyes. It seemed as though they had been cut from a living man and inserted. Here was none of that high enjoyment which takes possession of the soul at the sight of an artist's production, no matter how terrible the subject he may have chosen. Again he approached the portrait, in order to observe those wondrous eyes, and perceived, with terror, that they were gazing at him. This was no copy from nature. It was life, the strange life which might have lighted up the face of a dead man, risen from the grave. Whether it was the effect of the moonlight, which brought with it fantastic thoughts, and transformed things into strange likenesses, opposed to those of matter-of-fact day, or from some other cause. But it suddenly became terrible to him, he knew not why, to sit alone in the room. He drew back from the portrait, turned aside, and tried not to look at it, but his eye involuntarily, of its own accord, kept glancing sideways towards it. Finally, he became afraid to walk about the room. It seemed as though someone were on the point of stepping up behind him, and every time he turned, he glanced timidly back. He had never been a coward, but his imagination and nerves were sensitive, and that evening he could not explain his involuntary fear. He seated himself in one corner, but even then it seemed to him that someone was peeping over his shoulder into his face. Even Nikita's snores, resounding from the anteroom, did not chase away his fear. At length he rose from the seat, without raising his eyes, went behind a screen, and lay down on his bed. Through the cracks of the screen he saw his room lit up by the moon, and the portrait hanging stiffly on the wall. The eyes were fixed upon him in a yet more terrible and significant manner, and it seemed as if they would not look at anything but himself. Overpowered with a feeling of oppression, he decided to rise from his bed, seized a sheet, and, approaching the portrait, covered it up completely. Having done this, he lay done more at ease on his bed, and began to meditate upon the poverty and pitiful lot of the artist, and the thorny path lying before him in the world. But meanwhile his eye glanced involuntarily through the joint of the screen at the portrait muffled in the sheet. The light of the moon heightened the whiteness of the sheet, and it seemed to him as though those terrible eyes shone through the cloth. With terror he fixed his eyes more steadfastly on the spot, as if wishing to convince himself that it was all nonsense. But at length he saw clearly. There was no longer a sheet, the portrait was quite uncovered, and was gazing beyond everything around it, straight at him, gazing as it seemed fairly into his heart. His heart grew cold. He watched anxiously, the old man moved, and suddenly, supporting himself on the frame with both arms, raised himself by his hands, and, putting forth both feet, leapt out of the frame. Through the crack of the screen, the empty frame alone was now visible. Footsteps resounded through the room, and approached nearer and nearer to the screen. The poor artist's heart began beating fast. He expected every moment, his breath failing for fear, that the old man would look round the screen at him. And lo! He did look from behind the screen, with the very same bronzed face, and with his big eyes roving about. Chartkov tried to scream, and felt that his voice was gone. He tried to move. His limbs refused their office. With open mouth, and failing breath, he gazed at the tall phantom, draped in some kind of a flowing Asiatic robe, and waited for what it would do. The old man sat down almost on his very feet, and then pulled out something from among the folds of his wide garment. It was a purse. The old man untied it, took it by the end, and shook it. Heavy rolls of coin fell out with a dull thud upon the floor. Each was wrapped in blue paper, and on each was marked, 1,000 ducats. The old man protruded his long, bony hand from his wide sleeves, and began to undo the rolls. The gold glittered. Great as was the artist's unreasoning fear, he concentrated all his attention upon the gold, gazing motionless, as it made its appearance in the bony hands, gleamed, rang lightly or dully, and was wrapped up again. Then he perceived one packet which had rolled farther than the rest, to the very leg of his bedstead, near his pillow. He grasped it almost convulsively, and glanced in fear at the old man to see whether he noticed it. But the old man appeared very much occupied. He collected all his rolls, replaced them in the purse, and went outside the screen without looking at him. Chartkov's heart beat wildly as he heard the rustle of the retreating footsteps sounding through the room. He clasped the roll of coin more closely in his hand, quivering in every limb. Suddenly he heard the footsteps approaching the screen again. Apparently the old man had recollected that one roll was missing. Lo! Again he looked round the screen at him. The artist in despair grasped the roll with all his strength, tried with all his power to make a movement, shrieked, and awoke. He was bathed in a cold perspiration. His heart beat as hard as it was possible for it to beat, his chest was oppressed, as though his last breath was about to issue from it. Was it a dream? He said, seizing his head with both hands. But the terrible reality of the apparition did not resemble a dream. As he woke, he saw the old man step into the frame, the skirts of the flowing garment even fluttered, and his hand felt plainly that a moment before it had held something heavy. The moonlight lit up the room, bringing out from the dark corners here a canvas, there the model of a hand, a drapery thrown over a chair, trousers and dirty boots. Then he perceived that he was not lying in his bed, but standing upright in front of the portrait. How he had come there, he could not in the least comprehend. Still more surprised was he to find the portrait uncovered, and with actually no sheet over it. Motionless with terror, he gazed at it, and perceived that the living, human eyes were fastened upon him. A cold perspiration broke out upon his forehead. He wanted to move away, but felt that his feet had in some way become rooted to the earth. And he felt that this was not a dream. The old man's features moved, and his lips began to project towards him, as though he wanted to suck him in. With a yell of despair he jumped back, and awoke. Was it a dream? With his heart throbbing to bursting, he felt about him with both hands. Yes, he was lying in bed, and in precisely the position in which he had fallen asleep. Before him stood the screen. The moonlight flooded the room. Through the crack of the screen, the portrait was visible, covered with the sheet, as it should be, just as he had covered it. And so that, too, was a dream? But his clenched fist still felt as though something had been held in it. The throbbing of his heart was violent, almost terrible, the weight upon his breast intolerable. He fixed his eyes upon the crack, and stared steadfastly at the sheet. And lo! He saw plainly the sheet begin to open, as though hands were pushing from underneath, and trying to throw it off. Lord God, what is it? He shrieked, crossing himself in despair, and awoke. And was this, too, a dream? He sprang from his bed, half mad, and could not comprehend what had happened to him. Was it the oppression of a nightmare, the raving of fever, or an actual apparition? Striving to calm, as far as possible, his mental tumult, and stay the wildly rushing blood, which beat with straining pulses in every vein, he went to the window and opened it. The cool breeze revived him. The moonlight lay on the roofs and the white walls of the houses, though small clouds passed frequently across the sky. All was still. From time to time there struck the ear the distant rumble of a carriage. He put his head out of the window, and gazed for some time. Already the signs of approaching dawn were spreading over the sky. At last he felt drowsy, shut to the window, stepped back, lay down in bed, and quickly fell, like one exhausted, into a deep sleep. He awoke late, and with the disagreeable feeling of a man who has been half suffocated with coal gas. His head ached painfully. The room was dim, an unpleasant moisture pervaded the air, and penetrated the cracks of his windows. Dissatisfied and depressed as a wet cock, he seated himself on his dilapidated divan, not knowing what to do, what to set about, and at length remembered the whole of his dream. As he recalled it, the dream presented itself to his mind as so oppressively real that he even began to wonder whether it were a dream, whether there were not something more here. Whether it were not really an apparition. Removing the sheet, he looked at the terrible portrait by the light of day. The eyes were really striking in their liveliness, but he found nothing particularly terrible about them, though an indescribably unpleasant feeling lingered in his mind. Nevertheless, he could not quite convince himself that it was a dream. It struck him that there must have been some terrible fragment of reality in the vision. It seemed as though there were something in the old man's very glance and expression which said that he had been with him that night. His hand still felt the weight which had so recently lain in it. As if someone had but just snatched it from him. It seemed to him that, if he had only grasped the roll more firmly, it would have remained in his hand, even after his awakening. My God, if I only had a portion of that money! He said, breathing heavily, and in his fancy, all the rolls of coin, with their fascinating inscription, 1,000 ducats, began to pour out of the purse. The rolls opened, the gold glittered, and was wrapped up again. And he sat motionless, with his eyes fixed on the empty air, as if he were incapable of tearing himself from such a sight, like a child who sits before a plate of sweets, and beholds, with watering mouth, other people devouring them. At last there came a knock on the door, which recalled him unpleasantly to himself. The landlord entered with the constable of the district, whose presence is even more disagreeable to poor people than is the presence of a beggar to the rich. The landlord of the little house in which Chartkov lived resembled the other individuals who own houses anywhere in the Vasilievsky Ostrov, on the St. Petersburg side, or in the distant regions of Kolomna, individuals whose character is as difficult to define as the color of a threadbare surtout. In his youth he had been a captain and a braggart, a master in the art of flogging, skillful, foppish, and stupid. But in his old age he combined all these various qualities into a kind of dim indefiniteness. He was a widower, already on the retired list, no longer boasted, nor was dandified, nor quarrelled, but only cared to drink tea and talk all sorts of nonsense over it. He walked about his room, and arranged the ends of the tallow candles, called punctually at the end of each month upon his lodgers for money. Went out into the street, with the key in his hand, to look at the roof of his house, and sometimes chased the porter out of his den, where he had hidden himself to sleep. In short, he was a man on the retired list, who, after the turmoils and wildness of his life, had only his old-fashioned habits left. Please to see for yourself, Varuk Kuzmich, said the landlord, turning to the officer, and throwing out his hands, this man does not pay his rent, he does not pay. How can I when I have no money? Wait, and I will pay. I can't wait, my good fellow, said the landlord angrily, making a gesture with the key which he held in his hand. Lieutenant Colonel Potagonkin has lived with me 7 years already. Anna Petrovna Buchmisterov rents the coach house and stable, with the exception of 2 stalls, and has 3 household servants. That is the kind of lodgers I have. I say to you frankly, that this is not an establishment where people do not pay their rent. Pay your money at once, please, or else clear out. Yes, if you rented the rooms, please to pay, said the constable, with a slight shake of the head, as he laid his finger on one of the buttons of his uniform. Well, what am I to pay with? That's the question. I haven't a groschen just at present. In that case, satisfy the claims of Ivan Ivanovitch with the fruits of your profession, said the officer. Perhaps he will consent to take pictures. No, thank you, my good fellow, no pictures. Pictures of holy subjects, such as one could hang upon the walls, would be well enough, or some general with a star, or Prince Kutuzov's portrait. But this fellow has painted that muzhik in his blouse, his servant who grinds his colors. The idea of painting his portrait, the hog. I'll thrash him well, he took all the nails out of my bolts, the scoundrel. Just see what subjects. Here he has drawn his room. It would have been well enough had he taken a clean, well-furnished room, but he has gone and drawn this one, with all the dirt and rubbish he has collected. Just see how he has defaced my room. Look for yourself. Yes, and my lodgers have been with me 7 years, the lieutenant colonel, Anna Petrovna Buchmisterov. No, I tell you, there is no worse lodger than a painter, he lives like a pig, God have mercy. The poor artist had to listen patiently to all this. Meanwhile the officer had occupied himself with examining the pictures and studies, and showed that his mind was more advanced than the landlord's. And that he was not insensible to artistic impressions. "Heh," said he, tapping one canvas, on which was depicted a naked woman, "this subject is lively. But why so much black under her nose? Did she take snuff?" "Shadow," answered Chartkov gruffly, without looking at him. "But it might have been put in some other place, it is too conspicuous under the nose," observed the officer. "And whose likeness is this?" he continued, approaching the old man's portrait. "It is too terrible. Was he really so dreadful? Ah! Why, he actually looks at one. What a thundercloud! From whom did you paint it?" "Ah! It is from a," said Chartkov, but did not finish his sentence. He heard a crack. It seems that the officer had pressed too hard on the frame of the portrait, thanks to the weight of his constable's hands. The small boards at the side caved in, one fell on the floor, and with it fell, with a heavy crash, a roll of blue paper. The inscription caught Chartkov's eye, 1,000 ducats. Like a madman, he sprang to pick it up, grasped the roll, and gripped it convulsively in his hand, which sank with the weight. "Wasn't there a sound of money?" inquired the officer, hearing the noise of something falling on the floor, and not catching sight of it, owing to the rapidity with which Chartkov had hastened to pick it up. "What business is it of yours what is in my room?" "It's my business because you ought to pay your rent to the landlord at once, because you have money, and won't pay, that's why it's my business." "Well, I will pay him today." "Well, and why wouldn't you pay before, instead of giving trouble to your landlord, and bothering the police to boot?" "Because I did not want to touch this money. I will pay him in full this evening, and leave the rooms tomorrow. I will not stay with such a landlord." "Well, Ivan Ivanovitch, he will pay you," said the constable, turning to the landlord. "But in case you are not satisfied in every respect this evening, then you must excuse me, Mr. Painter." So saying, he put on his three-cornered hat, and went into the anteroom, followed by the landlord hanging his head, and apparently engaged in meditation. "Thank God, Satan has carried them off," said Chartkov, as he heard the outer door of the anteroom close. He looked out into the anteroom, sent Nikita off on some errand, in order to be quite alone, fastened the door behind him, and, returning to his room, began with wildly beating heart to undo the roll. In it were ducats, all new, and bright as fire. Almost beside himself, he sat down beside the pile of gold, still asking himself, is not this all a dream? There were just 1,000 in the roll, the exterior of which was precisely like what he had seen in his dream. He turned them over, and looked at them for some minutes. His imagination recalled up all the tales he had heard of hidden hoards, cabinets with secret drawers, left by ancestors for their spendthrift descendants. With firm belief in the extravagance of their life. He pondered this, did not some grandfather, in the present instance, leave a gift for his grandchild, shut up in the frame of a family portrait? Filled with romantic fancies, he began to think whether this had not some secret connection with his fate? Whether the existence of the portrait was not bound up with his own, and whether his acquisition of it was not due to a kind of predestination? He began to examine the frame with curiosity. On one side a cavity was hollowed out, but concealed so skillfully and neatly by a little board, that, if the massive hand of the constable had not effected a breach, the ducats might have remained hidden to the end of time. On examining the portrait, he marveled again at the exquisite workmanship, the extraordinary treatment of the eyes. They no longer appeared terrible to him. But, nevertheless, each time he looked at them a disagreeable feeling involuntarily lingered in his mind. No, he said to himself, no matter whose grandfather you were, I'll put a glass over you, and get you a gilt frame. Then he laid his hand on the golden pile before him, and his heart beat faster at the touch. What shall I do with them, he said, fixing his eyes on them. Now I am independent for at least 3 years, I can shut myself up in my room and work. I have money for colors now, for food and lodging, no one will annoy and disturb me now. I will buy myself a first-class lay figure, I will order a plaster torso, and some model feet, I will have a Venus. I will buy engravings of the best pictures. And if I work 3 years to satisfy myself, without haste or with the idea of selling, I shall surpass all, and may become a distinguished artist. Thus he spoke in solitude, with his good judgment prompting him, but louder and more distinct sounded another voice within him. As he glanced once more at the gold, it was not thus that his 22 years and fiery youth reasoned. Now everything was within his power on which he had hitherto gazed with envious eyes, had viewed from afar with longing. How his heart beat when he thought of it! To wear a fashionable coat, to feast after long abstinence, to hire handsome apartments, to go at once to the theatre, to the confectioner's, to other places. And seizing his money, he was in the street in a moment. First of all he went to the tailor, was clothed anew from head to foot, and began to look at himself like a child. He purchased perfumes and pomades, hired the first elegant suite of apartments with mirrors and plate-glass windows which he came across in the Nevsky Prospect, without haggling about the price. Bought, on the impulse of the moment, a costly eyeglass, bought, also on the impulse, a number of neckties of every description, many more than he needed, had his hair curled at the hairdresser's. Rode through the city twice without any object whatever, ate an immense quantity of sweetmeats at the confectioner's, and went to the French restaurant, of which he had heard rumors as indistinct as though they had concerned the Empire of China. There he dined, casting proud glances at the other visitors, and continually arranging his curls in the glass. There he drank a bottle of champagne, which had been known to him hitherto only by hearsay. The wine rather affected his head. And he emerged into the street, lively, pugnacious, and ready to raise the devil, according to the Russian expression. He strutted along the pavement, leveling his eyeglass at everybody. On the bridge he caught sight of his former professor, and slipped past him neatly, as if he did not see him, so that the astounded professor stood stock-still on the bridge for a long time, with a face suggestive of a note of interrogation. All his goods and chattels, everything he owned, easels, canvas, pictures, were transported that same evening to his elegant quarters. He arranged the best of them in conspicuous places, threw the worst into a corner, and promenaded up and down the handsome rooms, glancing constantly in the mirrors. An unconquerable desire to take the bull by the horns, and show himself to the world at once, had arisen in his mind. He already heard the shouts, "Chartkov! Chartkov! Chartkov paints! What talent Chartkov has!" He paced the room in a state of rapture. The next day he took 10 ducats, and went to the editor of a popular journal asking his charitable assistance. He was joyfully received by the journalist, who called him on the spot, "Most respected sir," squeezed both his hands, and made minute inquiries as to his name, birthplace, residence. The next day there appeared in the journal, below a notice of some newly invented tallow candles. An article with the following heading: Chartkov's immense talent. We hasten to delight the cultivated inhabitants of the capital with a discovery which we may call splendid in every respect. All are agreed that there are among us many very handsome faces, but hitherto there has been no means of committing them to canvas for transmission to posterity. This want has now been supplied. An artist has been found who unites in himself all desirable qualities. The beauty can now feel assured that she will be depicted with all the grace of her charms, airy, fascinating, butterfly-like, flitting among the flowers of spring. The stately father of a family can see himself surrounded by his family. Merchant, warrior, citizen, statesman, hasten one and all, wherever you may be. The artist's magnificent establishment, Nevsky Prospect, such and such a number, is hung with portraits from his brush, worthy of Van Dyck or Titian. We do not know which to admire most, their truth and likeness to the originals, or the wonderful brilliancy and freshness of the coloring. Hail to you, artist! You have drawn a lucky number in the lottery. Long live Andrei Petrovich! The journalist evidently liked familiarity. Glorify yourself and us. We know how to prize you. Universal popularity, and with it wealth, will be your meed, though some of our brother journalists may rise against you. The artist read this article with secret satisfaction, his face beamed. He was mentioned in print, it was a novelty to him, he read the lines over several times. The comparison with Van Dyck and Titian flattered him extremely. The praise, "Long live Andrei Petrovich," also pleased him greatly. To be spoken of by his Christian name and patronymic in print was an honor hitherto totally unknown to him. He began to pace the chamber briskly, now he sat down in an armchair, now he sprang up, and seated himself on the sofa, planning each moment how he would receive visitors, male and female. He went to his canvas and made a rapid sweep of the brush, endeavoring to impart a graceful movement to his hand. The next day, the bell at his door rang. He hastened to open it. A lady entered, accompanied by a girl of 18, her daughter, and followed by a lackey in a furred livery coat. "You are the painter Chartkov?" The artist bowed. "A great deal is written about you, your portraits, it is said, are the height of perfection." So saying, the lady raised her glass to her eyes and glanced rapidly over the walls, upon which nothing was hanging. "But where are your portraits?" "They have been taken away," replied the artist, somewhat confusedly. "I have but just moved into these apartments, so they are still on the road, they have not arrived." "You have been in Italy?" asked the lady, leveling her glass at him, as she found nothing else to point it at. "No, I have not been there, but I wish to go, and I have deferred it for a while." "Here is an armchair, madam, you are fatigued?" "Thank you, I have been sitting a long time in the carriage." "Ah, at last I behold your work," said the lady, running to the opposite wall, and bringing her glass to bear upon his studies, sketches, views and portraits which were standing there on the floor. "It is charming. Lise, come here. Rooms in the style of Teniers. Do you see? Disorder, a table with a bust upon it, a hand, a palette, dust, see how the dust is painted. It is charming. And here on this canvas is a woman washing her face. What a pretty face. Ah! A little muzhik. So you do not devote yourself exclusively to portraits? Oh! That is mere rubbish. I was trying experiments, studies. Tell me your opinion of the portrait painters of the present day. Is it not true that there are none now like Titian? There is not that strength of color, what a pity that I cannot express myself in Russian." The lady was fond of paintings, and had gone through all the galleries in Italy with her eyeglass. "But Monsieur Knoll, ah, how well he paints! What remarkable work! I think his faces have been more expression than Titian's." "You do not know Monsieur Knoll?" "Who is Knoll?" inquired the artist. "Monsieur Knoll. Ah, what talent! He painted her portrait when she was only 12 years old. You must certainly come to see us. Lise, you shall show him your album. You know, we came expressly that you might begin her portrait immediately. What? I am ready this very moment. And in a trice he pulled forward an easel with a canvas already prepared, grasped his palette, and fixed his eyes on the daughter's pretty little face. If he had been acquainted with human nature, he might have read in it the dawning of a childish passion for balls. The dawning of sorrow and misery at the length of time before dinner and after dinner, the heavy traces of uninterested application to various arts, insisted upon by her mother for the elevation of her mind. But the artist saw only the tender little face, a seductive subject for his brush, the body almost as transparent as porcelain, the delicate white neck, and the aristocratically slender form. And he prepared beforehand to triumph, to display the delicacy of his brush, which had hitherto had to deal only with the harsh features of coarse models, and severe antiques and copies of classic masters. He already saw in fancy how this delicate little face would turn out. Do you know, said the lady with a positively touching expression of countenance, I should like her to be painted simply attired, and seated among green shadows, like meadows, with a flock or a grove in the distance, so that it could not be seen that she goes to balls or fashionable entertainments. Our balls, I must confess, murder the intellect, deaden all remnants of feeling. Simplicity. Would there were more simplicity. Alas, it was stamped on the faces of mother and daughter that they had so overdanced themselves at balls that they had become almost wax figures. Chartkov set to work, posed his model, reflected a bit, fixed upon the idea, waved his brush in the air, settling the points mentally, and then began and finished the sketching within an hour. Satisfied with it, he began to paint. The task fascinated him. He forgot everything, forgot the very existence of the aristocratic ladies, began even to display some artistic tricks, uttering various odd sounds and humming to himself now and then as artists do when immersed heart and soul in their work. Without the slightest ceremony, he made the sitter lift her head, which finally began to express utter weariness. Enough for the first time, said the lady. A little more, said the artist, forgetting himself. No, it is time to stop. Lise, 3 o'clock, said the lady, taking out a tiny watch which hung by a gold chain from her girdle. How late it is. Only a minute, said Chartkov innocently, with the pleading voice of a child. But the lady appeared to be not at all inclined to yield to his artistic demands on this occasion. She promised, however, to sit longer the next time. It is vexatious, all the same, thought Chartkov to himself, I had just got my hand in. And he remembered no one had interrupted him or stopped him when he was at work in his studio on Vasilievsky Ostrov. Nikita sat motionless in one place. You might even paint him as long as you pleased, he even went to sleep in the attitude prescribed him. Feeling dissatisfied, he laid his brush and palette on a chair, and paused in irritation before the picture. The woman of the world's compliments awoke him from his reverie. He flew to the door to show them out. On the stairs he received an invitation to dine with them the following week, and returned with a cheerful face to his apartments. The aristocratic lady had completely charmed him. Up to that time he had looked upon such beings as unapproachable, born solely to ride in magnificent carriages, with liveried footmen and stylish coachmen, and to cast indifferent glances on the poor man traveling on foot in a cheap cloak. And now, all of a sudden, one of these very beings had entered his room, he was painting her portrait, was invited to dinner at an aristocratic house. An unusual feeling of pleasure took possession of him, he was completely intoxicated, and rewarded himself with a splendid dinner, an evening at the theatre, and a drive through the city in a carriage, without any necessity whatever. But meanwhile his ordinary work did not fall in with his mood at all. He did nothing but wait for the moment and the bell should ring. At last the aristocratic lady arrived with her pale daughter. He seated them, drew forward the canvas with skill, and some efforts of fashionable airs, and began to paint. The sunny day and bright light aided him not a little. He saw in his dainty sitter much which, caught and committed to canvas, would give great value to the portrait. He perceived that he might accomplish something good if he could reproduce, with accuracy, all that nature then offered to his eyes. His heart began to beat faster as he felt that he was expressing something which others had not even seen as yet. His work engrossed him completely, he was wholly taken up with it, and again forgot the aristocratic origin of the sitter. With heaving breast he saw the delicate features and the almost transparent body of the fair maiden grow beneath his hand. He had caught every shade, the slight sallowness, the almost imperceptible blue tinge under the eyes, and was already preparing to put in the tiny mole on the brow, when he suddenly heard the mother's voice behind him. "Ah! Why do you paint that? It is not necessary, and you have made it here, in several places, rather yellow, and here, quite so, like dark spots." The artist undertook to explain that the spots and yellow tinge would turn out well, that they brought out the delicate and pleasing tones of the face. He was informed that they did not bring out tones, and would not turn out well at all. It was explained to him that just today Lise did not feel quite well. That she never was sallow, and that her face was distinguished for its fresh coloring. Sadly he began to erase what his brush had put upon the canvas. Many a nearly imperceptible feature disappeared, and with it vanished too a portion of the resemblance. He began indifferently to impart to the picture that commonplace coloring which can be painted mechanically, and which lends to a face, even when taken from nature. The sort of cold ideality observable on school programs. But the lady was satisfied when the objectionable tone was quite banished. She merely expressed surprise that the work lasted so long, and added that she had heard that he finished a portrait completely in 2 sittings. The artist could not think of any answer to this. The ladies rose, and prepared to depart. He laid aside his brush, escorted them to the door, and then stood disconsolate for a long while in one spot before the portrait. He gazed stupidly at it. And meanwhile there floated before his mind's eye those delicate features, those shades, and airy tints which he had copied, and which his brush had annihilated. Engrossed with them, he put the portrait on one side and hunted up a head of Psyche which he had some time before thrown on canvas in a sketchy manner. It was a pretty little face, well painted, but entirely ideal, and having cold, regular features not lit up by life. For lack of occupation, he now began to tone it up, imparting to it all he had taken note of in his aristocratic sitter. Those features, shadows, tints, which he had noted, made their appearance here in the purified form in which they appear when the painter, after closely observing nature, subordinates himself to her, and produces a creation equal to her own. Psyche began to live, and the scarcely dawning thought began, little by little, to clothe itself in a visible form. The type of face of the fashionable young lady was unconsciously transferred to Psyche. Yet nevertheless she had an expression of her own which gave the picture claims to be considered in truth an original creation. Chartkov gave himself up entirely to his work. For several days he was engrossed by it alone, and the ladies surprised him at it on their arrival. He had not time to remove the picture from the easel. Both ladies uttered a cry of amazement, and clasped their hands. "Lise, Lise! Ah, how like! Superb, superb! What a happy thought, too, to drape her in a Greek costume! Ah, what a surprise!" The artist could not see his way to disabuse the ladies of their error. Shamefacedly, with drooping head, he murmured, "This is Psyche." "In the character of Psyche?" "Charming," said the mother, smiling, upon which the daughter smiled too. "Confess, Lise, it pleases you to be painted in the character of Psyche better than any other way? What a sweet idea! But what treatment! It is Correggio himself. I must say that, although I had read and heard about you, I did not know you had so much talent. You positively must paint me too." Evidently the lady wanted to be portrayed as some kind of Psyche too. "What am I to do with them?" thought the artist. "If they will have it so, why, let Psyche pass for what they choose, and added aloud, pray sit a little, I will touch it up here and there. Ah! I am afraid you will, it is such a capital likeness now. But the artist understood that the difficulty was with respect to the sallowness, and so he reassured them by saying that he only wished to give more brilliancy and expression to the eyes. In truth, he was ashamed, and wanted to impart a little more likeness to the original, lest anyone should accuse him of actual barefaced flattery. And the features of the pale young girl at length appeared more closely in Psyche's countenance. Enough, said the mother, beginning to fear that the likeness might become too decided. The artist was remunerated in every way, with smiles, money, compliments, cordial pressures of the hand, invitations to dinner, in short, he received 1,000 flattering rewards. The portrait created a furore in the city. The lady exhibited it to her friends, and all admired the skill with which the artist had preserved the likeness, and at the same time conferred more beauty on the original. The last remark, of course, was prompted by a slight tinge of envy. The artist was suddenly overwhelmed with work. It seemed as if the whole city wanted to be painted by him. The doorbell rang incessantly. From one point of view, this might be considered advantageous, as presenting to him endless practice in variety and number of faces. But, unfortunately, they were all people who were hard to get along with, either busy, hurried people, or else belonging to the fashionable world, and consequently more occupied than anyone else. And therefore impatient to the last degree. In all quarters, the demand was merely that the likeness should be good and quickly executed. The artist perceived that it was a simple impossibility to finish his work. That it was necessary to exchange power of treatment for lightness and rapidity, to catch only the general expression, and not waste labor on delicate details. Moreover, nearly all of his sitters made stipulations on various points. The ladies required that mind and character should be represented in their portraits. That all angles should be rounded, all unevenness smoothed away, and even removed entirely if possible. In short, that their faces should be such as to cause everyone to stare at them with admiration, if not fall in love with them outright. When they sat to him, they sometimes assumed expressions which greatly amazed the artist. One tried to express melancholy, another, meditation. A third wanted to make her mouth appear small on any terms, and puckered it up to such an extent that it finally looked like a spot about as big as a pinhead. And in spite of all this, they demanded of him good likenesses and unconstrained naturalness. The men were no better. One insisted on being painted with an energetic, muscular turn to his head. Another, with upturned, inspired eyes. A lieutenant of the guard demanded that Mars should be visible in his eyes. An official in the civil service drew himself up to his full height in order to have his uprightness expressed in his face. And that his hand might rest on a book bearing the words in plain characters, he always stood up for the right. At first such demands threw the artist into a cold perspiration. Finally he acquired the knack of it, and never troubled himself at all about it. He understood at a word how each wanted himself portrayed. If a man wanted Mars in his face, he put in Mars. He gave a Byronic turn and attitude to those who aimed at Byron. If the ladies wanted to be Corinne, Undine, or Aspasia, he agreed with great readiness, and threw in a sufficient measure of good looks from his own imagination, which does no harm, and for the sake of which an artist is even forgiven a lack of resemblance. He soon began to wonder himself at the rapidity and dash of his brush. And of course those who sat to him were in ecstasies, and proclaimed him a genius. Chartkov became a fashionable artist in every sense of the word. He began to dine out, to escort ladies to picture galleries, to dress foppishly, and to assert audibly that an artist should belong to society, that he must uphold his profession. That artists mostly dress like showmakers, do not know how to behave themselves, do not maintain the highest tone, and are lacking in all polish. At home, in his studio, he carried cleanliness and spotlessness to the last extreme, set up 2 superb footmen, took fashionable pupils, dressed several times a day, curled his hair, practiced various manners of receiving his callers, and busied himself in adorning his person in every conceivable way, in order to produce a pleasing impression on the ladies. In short, it would soon have been impossible for anyone to have recognized in him the modest artist who had formerly toiled unknown in his miserable quarters in the Vasilievsky Ostrov. He now expressed himself decidedly concerning artists and art, declared that too much credit had been given to the old masters. That even Raphael did not always paint well. And that fame attached to many of his works simply by force of tradition, that Michelangelo was a braggart because he could boast only a knowledge of anatomy. That there was no grace about him, and that real brilliancy and power of treatment and coloring were to be looked for in the present century. And there, naturally, the question touched him personally. "I do not understand," said he, "how others toil and work with difficulty. A man who labors for months over a picture is a dauber, and no artist in my opinion. I don't believe he has any talent. Genius works boldly, rapidly. Here is this portrait which I painted in 2 days, this head in 1 day, this in a few hours, this in little more than an hour. No, I confess I do not recognize as art that which adds line to line, that is a handicraft, not art." In this manner did he lecture his visitors. And the visitors admired the strength and boldness of his works, uttered exclamations on hearing how fast they had been produced, and said to each other, "This is talent, real talent. See how he speaks, how his eyes gleam. There is something really extraordinary in his face." It flattered the artist to hear such reports about himself. When printed praise appeared in the papers, he rejoiced like a child, although this praise was purchased with his money. He carried the printed slips about with him everywhere, and showed them to friends and acquaintances as if by accident. His fame increased, his works and orders multiplied. Already the same portraits over and over again wearied him, by the same attitudes and turns, which he had learned by heart. He painted them now without any great interest in his work, brushing in some sort of a head, and giving them to his pupils to finish. At first he had sought to devise a new attitude each time. Now this had grown wearisome to him. His brain was tired with planning and thinking. It was out of his power, his fashionable life bore him far away from labor and thought. His work grew cold and colorless, and he betook himself with indifference to the reproduction of monotonous, well-worn forms. The eternally spick-and-span uniforms, and the so-to-speak buttoned-up faces of the government officials, soldiers, and statesmen, did not offer a wide field for his brush. It forgot how to render superb draperies and powerful emotion and passion. Of grouping, dramatic effect and its lofty connections, there was nothing. In face of him was only a uniform, a corsage, a dress coat, and before which the artist feels cold and all imagination vanishes. Even his own peculiar merits were no longer visible in his works, yet they continued to enjoy renown. Although genuine connoisseurs and artists merely shrugged their shoulders when they saw his latest productions. But some who had known Chartkov in his earlier days could not understand how the talent of which he had given such clear indications in the outset could so have vanished. And strove in vain to divine by what means genius could be extinguished in a man just when he had attained to the full development of his powers. But the intoxicated artist did not hear these criticisms. He began to attain to the age of dignity, both in mind and years, to grow stout, and increase visibly in flesh. He often read in the papers such phrases as, "Our most respected Andrei Petrovitch, our worthy Andrei Petrovitch." He began to receive offers of distinguished posts in the service, invitations to examinations and committees. He began, as is usually the case in maturer years, to advocate Raphael and the old masters, not because he had become thoroughly convinced of their transcendent merits, but in order to snub the younger artists. His life was already approaching the period when everything which suggests impulse contracts within a man, when a powerful chord appeals more feebly to the spirit. When the touch of beauty no longer converts virgin strength into fire and flame, but when all the burnt-out sentiments become more vulnerable to the sound of gold. Hearken more attentively to its seductive music, and little by little permit themselves to be completely lulled to sleep by it. Fame can give no pleasure to him who has stolen it, not won it, so all his feelings and impulses turned towards wealth. Gold was his passion, his ideal, his fear, his delight, his aim. The bundles of banknotes increased in his coffers, and, like all to whose lot falls this fearful gift, he began to grow inaccessible to every sentiment except the love of gold. But something occurred which gave him a powerful shock, and disturbed the whole tenor of his life. One day he found upon his table a note, in which the Academy of Painting begged him, as a worthy member of its body, to come and give his opinion upon a new work which had been sent from Italy by a Russian artist who was perfecting himself there. The painter was one of his former comrades, who had been possessed with a passion for art from his earliest years, had given himself up to it with his whole soul. Estranged himself from his friends and relatives, and had hastened to that wonderful Rome, at whose very name the artist's heart beats wildly and hotly. There he buried himself in his work from which he permitted nothing to entice him. He visited the galleries unweariedly, he stood for hours at a time before the works of the great masters, seizing and studying their marvelous methods. He never finished anything without revising his impressions several times before these great teachers, and reading in their works silent but eloquent counsels. He gave each impartially his due, appropriating from all only that which was most beautiful, and finally became the pupil of the divine Raphael alone, as a great poet, after reading many works. At last made Homer's Iliad his only breviary, having discovered that it contains all one wants, and that there is nothing which is not expressed in it in perfection. And so he brought away from his school the grand conception of creation, the mighty beauty of thought, the high charm of that heavenly brush. When Chartkov entered the room, he found a crowd of visitors already collected before the picture. The most profound silence, such as rarely settles upon a throng of critics, reigned over all. He hastened to assume the significant expression of a connoisseur, and approached the picture, but, O God! What did he behold? Pure, faultless, beautiful as a bride, stood the picture before him. The critics regarded this new hitherto unknown work with a feeling of involuntary wonder. All seemed united in it, the art of Raphael, reflected in the lofty grace of the grouping. The art of Correggio, breathing from the finished perfection of the workmanship. But more striking than all else was the evident creative power in the artist's mind. The very minutest object in the picture revealed it. He had caught that melting roundness of outline which is visible in nature only to the artist-creator, and which comes out as angles with a copyist. It was plainly visible how the artist, having imbibed it all from the external world, had first stored it in his mind, and then drawn it thence, as from a spiritual source, into one harmonious, triumphant song. And it was evident, even to the uninitiated, how vast a gulf there was fixed between creation and a mere copy from nature. Involuntary tears stood ready to fall in the eyes of those who surrounded the picture. It seemed as though all joined in a silent hymn to the divine work. Motionless, with open mouth, Chartkov stood before the picture. At length, when by degrees the visitors and critics began to murmur and comment upon the merits of the work, and turning to him, begged him to express an opinion, he came to himself once more. He tried to assume an indifferent, everyday expression, strove to utter some such commonplace remark as, yes, to tell the truth, it is impossible to deny the artist's talent. There is something in it, but the speech died upon his lips, tears and sobs burst forth uncontrollably, and he rushed from the room like one beside himself. In a moment he stood in his magnificent studio. All his being, all his life, had been aroused in one instant, as if youth had returned to him, as if the dying sparks of his talent had blazed forth afresh. The bandage suddenly fell from his eyes. Heavens! To think of having mercilessly wasted the best years of his youth, of having extinguished, trodden out perhaps, that spark of fire which, cherished in his breast, might perhaps have been developed into magnificence and beauty, and have extorted too, its meed of tears and admiration. It seemed as though those impulses which he had known in other days reawoke suddenly in his soul. He seized a brush and approached his canvas. One thought possessed him wholly, one desire consumed him, he strove to depict a fallen angel. This idea was most in harmony with his frame of mind. The perspiration started out upon his face with his efforts, but, alas! His figures, attitudes, groups, thoughts, arranged themselves stiffly, disconnectedly. His hand and his imagination had been too long confined to one groove. And the fruitless effort to escape from the bonds and fetters which he had imposed upon himself, showed itself in irregularities and errors. He had despised the long, wearisome ladder to knowledge, and the first fundamental law of the future great man, hard work. He gave vent to his vexation. He ordered all his later productions to be taken out of his studio, all the fashionable, lifeless pictures, all the portraits of hussars, ladies, and councillors of state. He shut himself up alone in his room, would order no food, and devoted himself entirely to his work. He sat toiling like a scholar. But how pitifully wretched was all which proceeded from his hand! He was stopped at every step by his ignorance of the very first principles. Simple ignorance of the mechanical part of his art chilled all inspiration and formed an impassable barrier to his imagination. His brush returned involuntarily to hackneyed forms, hands folded themselves in a set attitude, heads dared not make any unusual turn. The very garments turned out commonplace, and would not drape themselves to any unaccustomed posture of the body. And he felt and saw this all himself. But had I really any talent? He said at length, did not I deceive myself? Uttering these words, he turned to the early works which he had painted so purely, so unselfishly, in former days, in his wretched cabin yonder in lonely Vasilievsky Ostrov. He began attentively to examine them all, and all the misery of his former life came back to him. Yes, he cried despairingly, I had talent, the signs and traces of it are everywhere visible. He paused suddenly, and shivered all over. His eyes encountered other eyes fixed immovably upon him. It was that remarkable portrait which he had bought in the Shchikinuy Dvor. All this time it had been covered up, concealed by other pictures, and had utterly gone out of his mind. Now, as if by design, when all the fashionable portraits and paintings had been removed from the studio, it looked forth, together with the productions of his early youth. As he recalled all the strange events connected with it, as he remembered that this singular portrait had been, in a manner, the cause of his errors. That the hoard of money which he had obtained in such peculiar fashion had given birth in his mind to all the wild caprices which had destroyed his talent, madness was on the point of taking possession of him. At once he ordered the hateful portrait to be removed. But his mental excitement was not thereby diminished. His whole being was shaken to its foundation. And he suffered that fearful torture which is sometimes exhibited when a feeble talent strives to display itself on a scale too great for it and cannot do so. A horrible envy took possession of him, an envy which bordered on madness. The gall flew to his heart when he beheld a work which bore the stamp of talent. He gnashed his teeth, and devoured it with the glare of a basilisk. He conceived the most devilish plan which ever entered into the mind of man, and he hastened with the strength of madness to carry it into execution. He began to purchase the best that art produced of every kind. Having bought a picture at a great price, he transported it to his room, flung himself upon it with the ferocity of a tiger, cut it, tore it, chopped it into bits, and stamped upon it with a grin of delight. The vast wealth he had amassed enabled him to gratify this devilish desire. He opened his bags of gold and unlocked his coffers. No monster of ignorance ever destroyed so many superb productions of art as did this raging avenger. At any auction where he made his appearance, everyone despaired at once of obtaining any work of art. It seemed as if an angry heaven had sent this fearful scourge into the world expressly to destroy all harmony. Scorn of the world was expressed in his countenance. His tongue uttered nothing save biting and censorious words. He swooped down like a harpy into the street, and his acquaintances, catching sight of him in the distance, sought to turn aside and avoid a meeting with him, saying that it poisoned all the rest of the day. Fortunately for the world and art, such a life could not last long. His passions were too overpowering for his feeble strength. Attacks of madness began to recur more frequently, and ended at last in the most frightful illness. A violent fever, combined with galloping consumption, seized upon him with such violence, that in 3 days there remained only a shadow of his former self. To this was added indications of hopeless insanity. Sometimes several men were unable to hold him. The long-forgotten, living eyes of the portrait began to torment him, and then his madness became dreadful. All the people who surrounded his bed seemed to him horrible portraits. The portrait doubled and quadrupled itself, all the walls seemed hung with portraits, which fastened their living eyes upon him, portraits glared at him from the ceiling, from the floor. The room widened and lengthened endlessly, in order to make room for more of the motionless eyes. The doctor who had undertaken to attend him, having learned something of his strange history, strove with all his might to fathom the secret connection between the visions of his fancy and the occurrences of his life, but without the slightest success. The sick man understood nothing, felt nothing, save his own tortures, and gave utterance only to frightful yells and unintelligible gibberish. At last his life ended in a final attack of unutterable suffering. Nothing could be found of all his great wealth. But when they beheld the mutilated fragments of grand works of art, the value of which exceeded $1 million, they understood the terrible use which had been made of it. Chapter 2. A throng of carriages and other vehicles stood at the entrance of a house in which an auction was going on of the effects of one of those wealthy art lovers who have innocently passed for Mecenases, and in a simple-minded fashion expended, to that end, the millions amassed by their thrifty fathers, and frequently even by their own early labors. The long saloon was filled with the most motley throng of visitors, collected like birds of prey swooping down upon an unburied corpse. There was a whole squadron of Russian shopkeepers from the Gostinui Dvor, and from the Old Clothes Mart, in blue coats of foreign make. Their faces and expressions were a little more natural here, and did not display that fictitious desire to be subservient which is so marked in the Russian shopkeeper when he stands before a customer in his shop. Here they stood upon no ceremony, although the saloons were full of those very aristocrats before whom, in any other place, they would have been ready to sweep, with reverence, the dust brought in by their feet. They were quite at their ease, handling pictures and books without ceremony, when desirous of ascertaining the value of the goods, and boldly upsetting bargains mentally secured in advance by noble connoisseurs. There were many of those infallible attendants of auctions who make it a point to go to one every day as regularly as to take their breakfast. Aristocratic connoisseurs who look upon it as their duty not to miss any opportunity of adding to their collections, and who have no other occupation between 12 o'clock and 1. And noble gentlemen, with garments very threadbare, who make their daily appearance without any selfish object in view, but merely to see how it all goes off. A quantity of pictures were lying about in disorder, with them were mingled furniture, and books with the cipher of the former owner, who never was moved by any laudable desire to glance into them. Chinese vases, marble slabs for tables, old and new furniture with curving lines, with griffins, sphinxes, and lions' paws, gilded and ungilded, chandeliers, sconces. All were heaped together in a perfect chaos of art. The auction appeared to be at its height. The surging throng was competing for a portrait which could not but arrest the attention of all who possessed any knowledge of art. The skilled hand of an artist was plainly visible in it. The portrait, which had apparently been several times restored and renovated, represented the dark features of an Asiatic in flowing garments, and with a strange and remarkable expression of countenance. But what struck the buyers more than anything else was the peculiar liveliness of the eyes. The more they were looked at, the more did they seem to penetrate into the gazer's heart. This peculiarity, this strange illusion achieved by the artist, attracted the attention of nearly all. Many who had been bidding gradually withdrew, for the price offered had risen to an incredible sum. There remained only 2 well-known aristocrats, amateurs of painting, who were unwilling to forego such an acquisition. They grew warm, and would probably have run the bidding up to an impossible sum, had not one of the onlookers suddenly exclaimed, "Permit me to interrupt your competition for a while, perhaps." more than any other, have a right to this portrait." These words at once drew the attention of all to him. He was a tall man of 35, with long black curls. His pleasant face, full of a certain bright nonchalance, indicated a mind free from all wearisome, worldly excitement. His garments had no pretense to fashion, all about him indicated the artist. He was, in fact, the painter, a man personally well known to many of those present. "However strange my words may seem to you," he continued, perceiving that the general attention was directed to him, "if you will listen to a short story, you may possibly see that I was right in uttering them. Everything assures me that this is the portrait which I am looking for." A natural curiosity illuminated the faces of nearly all present. And even the auctioneer paused as he was opening his mouth, and with hammer uplifted in the air, prepared to listen. At the beginning of the story, many glanced involuntarily towards the portrait. But later on, all bent their attention solely on the narrator, as his tale grew gradually more absorbing. "You know that portion of the city which is called Kolomna," he began. "There everything is unlike anything else in St. Petersburg. Retired officials remove thither to live, widows. People not very well off, who have acquaintances in the Senate, and therefore condemn themselves to this for nearly the whole of their lives. And, in short, that whole list of people who can be described by the words ash-colored, people whose garments, faces, hair, eyes, have a sort of ashy surface. Like a day when there is in the sky neither cloud nor sun. Among them may be retired actors, retired titular councillors, retired sons of Mars, with ruined eyes and swollen lips. Life in Kolomna is terribly dull, rarely does a carriage appear, except, perhaps, one containing an actor, which disturbs the universal stillness by its rumble, noise, and jingling. You can get lodgings for 5 rubles a month, coffee in the morning included. Widows with pensions are the most aristocratic families there. They conduct themselves well, sweep their rooms often, chatter with their friends about the dearness of beef and cabbage, and frequently have a young daughter, a taciturn, quiet, sometimes pretty creature, an ugly dog, and wall clocks which strike in a melancholy fashion. Then come the actors whose salaries do not permit them to desert Kolomna, an independent folk, living, like all artists, for pleasure. They sit in their dressing gowns, cleaning their pistols, gluing together all sorts of things out of cardboard, playing draughts and cards with any friend who chances to drop in. And so pass away the morning, doing pretty nearly the same in the evening, with the addition of punch now and then. After these great people and aristocracy of Kolomna, come the rank and file. It is as difficult to put a name to them as to remember the multitude of insects which breed in stale vinegar. There are old women who get drunk, who make a living by incomprehensible means, like ants, dragging old clothes and rags from the Kalinkin bridge to the old clothes mart, in order to sell them for 15 kopecks, in short, the very dregs of mankind, whose conditions no beneficent, political economist has devised any means of ameliorating. I have mentioned them in order to point out how often such people find themselves under the necessity of seeking immediate temporary assistance and having recourse to borrowing. Hence there settles among them a peculiar race of moneylenders who lend small sums on security at an enormous percentage. Among these usurers was a certain, but I must not omit to mention that the occurrence which I have undertaken to relate occurred the last century, in the reign of our late Empress Catherine II. So, among the usurers, at that epoch, was a certain person, an extraordinary being in every respect, who had settled in that quarter of the city long before. He went about in flowing Asiatic garb. His dark complexion indicated a southern origin, but to what particular nation he belonged, India, Greece, or Persia, no one could say with certainty. Of tall, almost colossal stature, with dark, thin, ardent face, heavy overhanging brows, and an indescribably strange color in his large eyes of unwonted fire. He differed sharply and strongly from all the ash-colored denizens of the capital. His very dwelling was unlike the other little wooden houses. It was of stone, in the style of those formerly much affected by Genoese merchants, with irregular windows of various sizes, secured with iron shutters and bars. This usurer differed from other usurers also in that he could furnish any required sum, from that desired by the poor old beggar woman to that demanded by the extravagant grandee of the court. The most gorgeous equipages often halted in front of his house, and from their windows sometimes peeped forth the head of an elegant high-born lady. Rumor, as usual, reported that his iron coffers were full of untold gold, treasures, diamonds, and all sorts of pledges, but that, nevertheless, he was not the slave of that avarice which is characteristic of other usurers. He lent money willingly, and on very favorable terms of payment apparently, but, by some curious method of reckoning, made them mount to an incredible percentage. So said rumor, at any rate. But what was strangest of all was the peculiar fate of those who received money from him. They all ended their lives in some unhappy way. Whether this was simply the popular superstition, or the result of reports circulated with an object, is not known. But several instances which happened within a brief space of time before the eyes of everyone were vivid and striking. Among the aristocracy of that day, one who speedily drew attention to himself was a young man of one of the best families who had made a figure in his early years in court circles. A warm admirer of everything true and noble, zealous in his love for art, and giving promise of becoming a Maecenas. He was soon deservedly distinguished by the Empress, who conferred upon him an important post. Fully proportioned to his deserts, a post in which he could accomplish much for science and the general welfare. The youthful dignitary surrounded himself with artists, poets, and learned men. He wished to give work to all, to encourage all. He undertook, at his own expense, a number of useful publications. Gave numerous orders to artists, offered prizes for the encouragement of different arts, spent a great deal of money, and finally ruined himself. But, full of noble impulses, he did not wish to relinquish his work, sought to raise a loan, and finally betook himself to the well-known usurer. Having borrowed a considerable sum from him, the man in a short time changed completely. He became a persecutor and oppressor of budding talent and intellect. He saw the bad side in everything produced, and every word he uttered was false. Then, unfortunately, came the French Revolution. This furnished him with an excuse for every kind of suspicion. He began to discover a revolutionary tendency in everything, to concoct terrible and unjust accusations, which made scores of people unhappy. Of course, such conduct could not fail in time to reach the throne. The kind-hearted Empress was shocked. And, full of the noble spirit which adorns crowned heads, she uttered words still engraven on many hearts. The Empress remarked that not under a monarchical government were high and noble impulses persecuted, not there were the creations of intellect, poetry, and art contemned and oppressed. On the other hand, monarchs alone were their protectors. Shakespeare and Molière flourished under their magnanimous protection, while Dante could not find a corner in his republican birthplace. She said that true geniuses arise at the epoch of brilliancy and power in emperors and empires, but not in the time of monstrous political apparitions and republican terrorism, which, up to that time, had never given to the world a single poet. That poet-artists should be marked out for favor, since peace and divine quiet alone compose their minds, not excitement and tumult. That learned men, poets, and all producers of art are the pearls and diamonds in the imperial crown, by them is the epoch of the great ruler adorned, and from them it receives yet greater brilliancy. As the Empress uttered these words she was divinely beautiful for the moment, and I remember old men who could not speak of the occurrence without tears. All were interested in the affair. It must be remarked, to the honor of our national pride, that in the Russian's heart there always beats a fine feeling that he must adopt the part of the persecuted. The dignitary who had betrayed his trust was punished in an exemplary manner and degraded from his post. But he read a more dreadful punishment in the faces of his fellow countrymen, universal scorn. It is impossible to describe what he suffered, and he died in a terrible attack of raving madness. Another striking example also occurred. Among the beautiful women in which our northern capital assuredly is not poor, one decidedly surpassed the rest. Her loveliness was a combination of our northern charms with those of the south, a gem such as rarely makes its appearance on earth. My father said that he had never beheld anything like it in the whole course of his life. Everything seemed to be united in her: wealth, intellect, and wit. She had throngs of admirers, the most distinguished of them being Prince R. The most noble-minded of all young men, the finest in face, and an ideal of romance in his magnanimous and knightly sentiments. Prince R. was passionately in love, and was requited by a like ardent passion. But the match seemed unequal to the parents. The prince's family estates had not been in his possession for a long time, his family was out of favor, and the sad state of his affairs was well known to all. Of a sudden the prince quitted the capital, as if for the purpose of arranging his affairs, and after a short interval reappeared, surrounded with luxury and splendor. Brilliant balls and parties made him known at court. The lady's father began to relent, and the wedding took place. Whence this change in circumstances, this unheard-of wealth, came, no one could fully explain. But it was whispered that he had entered into a compact with the mysterious usurer, and had borrowed money of him. However that may have been, the wedding was a source of interest to the whole city, and the bride and bridegroom were objects of general envy. Everyone knew of their warm and faithful love, the long persecution they had had to endure from every quarter, the great personal worth of both. Ardent women at once sketched out the heavenly bliss which the young couple would enjoy. But it turned out very differently. In the course of a year a frightful change came over the husband. His character, up to that time so noble, became poisoned with jealous suspicions, irritability, and inexhaustible caprices. He became a tyrant to his wife, a thing which no one could have foreseen, and indulged in the most inhuman deeds, and even in blows. In a year's time no one would have recognized the woman who, such a little while before, had dazzled and drawn about her throngs of submissive adorers. Finally, no longer able to endure her lot, she proposed a divorce. Her husband flew into a rage at the very suggestion. In the first outburst of passion, he chased her about the room with a knife, and would doubtless have murdered her then and there, if they had not seized him and prevented him. In a fit of madness and despair he turned the knife against himself, and ended his life amid the most horrible sufferings. Besides these two instances which occurred before the eyes of all the world, stories circulated of many more among the lower classes, nearly all of which had tragic endings. Here an honest sober man became a drunkard, there a shopkeeper's clerk robbed his master. Again, a driver who had conducted himself properly for a number of years cut his passenger's throat for a groschen. It was impossible that such occurrences, related, not without embellishments, should not inspire a sort of involuntary horror amongst the sedate inhabitants of Kolomna. No one entertained any doubt as to the presence of an evil power in the usurer. They said that he imposed conditions which made the hair rise on one's head, and which the miserable wretch never afterward dared reveal to any other being. That his money possessed a strange power of attraction, that it grew hot of itself, and that it bore strange marks. And it is worthy of remark, that all the colony of Kolomna, all these poor old women, small officials, petty artists, and insignificant people whom we have just recapitulated, agreed that it was better to endure anything, and to suffer the extreme of misery, rather than to have recourse to the terrible usurer. Old women were even found dying of hunger, who preferred to kill their bodies rather than lose their soul. Those who met him in the street experienced an involuntary sense of fear. Pedestrians took care to turn aside from his path, and gazed long after his tall, receding figure. In his face alone there was sufficient that was uncommon to cause anyone to ascribe to him a supernatural nature. The strong features, so deeply chiseled, the glowing bronze of his complexion, the incredible thickness of his brows, the intolerable, terrible eyes, everything seemed to indicate that the passions of other men were pale compared to those raging within him. My father stopped short every time he met him, and could not refrain each time from saying, "A devil, a perfect devil." But I must introduce you as speedily as possible to my father, the chief character of this story. My father was a remarkable man in many respects. He was an artist of rare ability, a self-taught artist, without teachers or schools, principles and rules, carried away only by the thirst for perfection, and treading a path indicated by his own instincts, for reasons unknown, perchance, even to himself. Through some lofty and secret instinct he perceived the presence of a soul in every object. And this secret instinct and personal conviction turned his brush to Christian subjects, grand and lofty to the last degree. His was a strong character, he was an honorable, upright, even rough man, covered with a sort of hard rind without, not entirely lacking in pride, and given to expressing himself both sharply and scornfully about people. He worked for very small results, that is to say, for just enough to support his family and obtain the materials he needed. He never, under any circumstances, refused to aid anyone, or to lend a helping hand to a poor artist, and he believed with the simple, reverent faith of his ancestors. At length, by his unintermitting labor and perseverance in the path he had marked out for himself, he began to win the approbation of those who honored his self-taught talent. They gave him constant orders for churches, and he never lacked employment. One of his paintings possessed a strong interest for him. I no longer recollect the exact subject, I only know that he needed to represent the spirit of darkness in it. He pondered long what form to give him, he wished to concentrate in his face all that weighs down and oppresses a man. In the midst of his meditations there suddenly occurred to his mind the image of the mysterious usurer, and he thought involuntarily, that's how I ought to paint the devil. Imagine his amazement when one day, as he was at work in his studio, he heard a knock at the door, and directly after there entered that same terrible usurer. "You are an artist?" he said to my father abruptly. "I am," answered my father in surprise, waiting for what should come next. "Good. Paint my portrait. I may possibly die soon. I have no children. But I do not wish to die completely, I wish to live. Can you paint a portrait that shall appear as though it were alive?" My father reflected, what could be better? He offers himself for the devil in my picture. He promised. They agreed upon a time and price, and the next day my father took palette and brushes and went to the usurer's house. The lofty courtyard, dogs, iron doors and locks, arched windows, coffers, draped with strange covers, and, last of all, the remarkable owner himself, seated motionless before him. All produced a strange impression on him. The windows seemed intentionally so encumbered below that they admitted the light only from the top. "Devil take him, how well his face is lighted," he said to himself, and began to paint assiduously, as though afraid that the favorable light would disappear. "What power," he repeated to himself. "If I only accomplish half a likeness of him, as he is now, it will surpass all my other works. He will simply start from the canvas if I am only partly true to nature. What remarkable features!" He redoubled his energy, and began himself to notice how some of his sitter's traits were making their appearance on the canvas. But the more closely he approached resemblance, the more conscious he became of an aggressive, uneasy feeling which he could not explain to himself. Notwithstanding this, he set himself to copy with literal accuracy every trait and expression. First of all, however, he busied himself with the eyes. There was so much force in those eyes, that it seemed impossible to reproduce them exactly as they were in nature. But he resolved, at any price, to seek in them the most minute characteristics and shades, to penetrate their secret. As soon, however, as he approached them in resemblance, and began to redouble his exertions, there sprang up in his mind such a terrible feeling of repulsion, of inexplicable expression, that he was forced to lay aside his brush for a while and begin anew. At last he could bear it no longer, he felt as if these eyes were piercing into his soul, and causing intolerable emotion. On the second and third days this grew still stronger. It became horrible to him. He threw down his brush, and declared abruptly that he could paint the stranger no longer. You should have seen how the terrible usurer changed countenance at these words. He threw himself at his feet, and besought him to finish the portrait, saying that his fate and his existence depended on it, that he had already caught his prominent features. That if he could reproduce them accurately, his life would be preserved in his portrait in a supernatural manner, that by that means he would not die completely. That it was necessary for him to continue to exist in the world. My father was frightened by these words. They seemed to him strange and terrible to such a degree, that he threw down his brushes and palette and rushed headlong from the room. The thought of it troubled him all day and all night. But the next morning he received the portrait from the usurer, by a woman who was the only creature in his service, and who announced that her master did not want the portrait, and would pay nothing for it, and had sent it back. On the evening of the same day he learned that the usurer was dead, and that preparations were in progress to bury him according to the rites of his religion. All this seemed to him inexplicably strange. But from that day a marked change showed itself in his character. He was possessed by a troubled, uneasy feeling, of which he was unable to explain the cause, and he soon committed a deed which no one could have expected of him. For some time the works of one of his pupils had been attracting the attention of a small circle of connoisseurs and amateurs. My father had perceived his talent, and manifested a particular liking for him in consequence. Suddenly the general interest in him and talk about him became unendurable to my father, who grew envious of him. Finally, to complete his vexation, he learned that his pupil had been asked to paint a picture for a recently built and wealthy church. This enraged him. "No, I will not permit that fledgling to triumph," said he. "It is early, friend, to think of consigning old men to the gutters. I still have powers, God be praised. We'll soon see which will put down the other." And this straightforward, honorable man employed intrigues which he had hitherto abhorred. He finally contrived that there should be a competition for the picture which other artists were permitted to enter into. Then he shut himself up in his room, and grasped his brush with zeal. It seemed as if he were striving to summon all his strength up for this occasion. And, in fact, the result turned out to be one of his best works. No one doubted that he would bear off the palm. The pictures were placed on exhibition, and all the others seemed to his as night to day. But of a sudden, one of the members present, an ecclesiastical personage if I mistake not, made a remark which surprised everyone. "There is certainly much talent in this artist's picture," said he, "but no holiness in the faces. There is even, on the contrary, a demoniacal look in the eyes. As though some evil feeling had guided the artist's hand." All looked, and could not but acknowledge the truth of these words. My father rushed forward to his picture, as though to verify for himself this offensive remark, and perceived with horror that he had bestowed the usurer's eyes upon nearly all the figures. They had such a diabolical gaze that he involuntarily shuddered. The picture was rejected, and he was forced to hear, to his indescribable vexation, that the palm was awarded to his pupil. It is impossible to describe the state of rage in which he returned home. He almost killed my mother, he drove the children away, broke his brushes and easels, tore down the usurer's portrait from the wall, demanded a knife, and ordered a fire to be built in the chimney, intending to cut it in pieces and burn it. A friend, an artist, caught him in the act as he entered the room, a jolly fellow, always satisfied with himself, inflated by unattainable wishes, doing daily anything that came to hand, and taking still more gaily to his dinner and little carouses. "What are you doing? What are you preparing to burn?" he asked, and stepped up to the portrait. "Why, this is one of your very best works. It is the usurer who died a short time ago. Yes, it is a most perfect likeness. You did not stop until you had got into his very eyes. Never did eyes look as these do now." "Well, I'll see how they look in the fire," said my father, making a movement to fling the portrait into the grate. "Stop, for heaven's sake!" exclaimed his friend, restraining him. "Give it to me, rather, if it offends your eyes to such a degree." My father resisted, but yielded at length. And the jolly fellow, well pleased with his acquisition, carried the portrait home with him. When he was gone, my father felt more calm. The burden seemed to have disappeared from his soul in company with the portrait. He was surprised himself at his evil feelings, his envy, and the evident change in his character. Reviewing his acts, he became sad at heart, and not without inward sorrow did he exclaim, "No, it was God who punished me. My picture, in fact, was meant to ruin my brother man." A devilish feeling of envy guided my brush, and that devilish feeling must have made itself visible in it. He set out at once to seek his former pupil, embraced him warmly, begged his forgiveness, and endeavored as far as possible to excuse his own fault. His labors continued as before. But his face was more frequently thoughtful. He prayed more, grew more taciturn, and expressed himself less sharply about people. Even the rough exterior of his character was modified to some extent. But a certain occurrence soon disturbed him more than ever. He had seen nothing for a long time of the comrade who had begged the portrait of him. He had already decided to hunt him up, when the latter suddenly made his appearance in his room. After a few words and questions on both sides, he said, "Well, brother, it was not without cause that you wished to burn that portrait. Devil take it, there's something horrible about it. I don't believe in sorcerers, but, begging your pardon, there's an unclean spirit in it." "How so?" asked my father. "Well, from the very moment I hung it up in my room I felt such depression, just as if I wanted to murder someone. I never knew in my life what sleeplessness was. But I suffered not from sleeplessness alone, but from such dreams, I cannot tell whether they were dreams, or what. It was as if a demon were strangling one, and the old man appeared to me in my sleep. In short, I can't describe my state of mind. I had a sensation of fear, as if expecting something unpleasant. I felt as if I could not speak a cheerful or sincere word to anyone. It was just as if a spy were sitting over me. But from the very hour that I gave that portrait to my nephew, who asked for it, I felt as if a stone had been rolled from my shoulders, and became cheerful, as you see me now." "Well, brother, you painted the very devil." During this recital my father listened with unswerving attention, and finally inquired, "And your nephew now has the portrait?" "My nephew, indeed. He could not stand it," said the jolly fellow. "Do you know, the soul of that usurer has migrated into it. He jumps out of the frame, walks about the room. And what my nephew tells of him is simply incomprehensible. I should take him for a lunatic, if I had not undergone a part of it myself. He sold it to some collector of pictures. And he could not stand it either, and got rid of it to someone else." This story produced a deep impression on my father. He grew seriously pensive, fell into hypochondria, and finally became fully convinced that his brush had served as a tool of the devil. And that a portion of the usurer's vitality had actually passed into the portrait, and was now troubling people, inspiring diabolical excitement, beguiling painters from the true path, producing the fearful torments of envy, and so forth. 3 catastrophes which occurred afterwards, 3 sudden deaths of wife, daughter, and infant son, he regarded as a divine punishment on him, and firmly resolved to withdraw from the world. As soon as I was 9 years old, he placed me in an academy of painting, and, paying all his debts, retired to a lonely cloister, where he soon afterwards took the vows. There he amazed everyone by the strictness of his life, and his untiring observance of all the monastic rules. The prior of the monastery, hearing of his skill in painting, ordered him to paint the principal picture in the church. But the humble brother said plainly that he was unworthy to touch a brush, that his was contaminated. That with toil and great sacrifice must he first purify his spirit in order to render himself fit to undertake such a task. He increased the rigors of monastic life for himself as much as possible. At last, even they became insufficient, and he retired, with the approval of the prior, into the desert, in order to be quite alone. There he constructed himself a cell from branches of trees, ate only uncooked roots, dragged about a stone from place to place, stood in one spot with his hands lifted to heaven. From the rising until the going down of the sun, reciting prayers without cessation. In this manner did he for several years exhaust his body, invigorating it, at the same time, with the strength of fervent prayer. At length, one day he returned to the cloister, and said firmly to the prior, "Now I am ready. If God wills, I will finish my task." The subject he selected was the birth of Christ. A whole year he sat over it, without leaving his cell, barely sustaining himself with coarse food, and praying incessantly. At the end of the year the picture was ready. It was a really wonderful work. Neither prior nor brethren knew much about painting, but all were struck with the marvelous holiness of the figures. The expression of reverent humility and gentleness in the face of the Holy Mother, as she bent over the child, the deep intelligence in the eyes of the Holy Child, as though he saw something afar. The triumphant silence of the Magi, amazed by the divine miracle, as they bowed at his feet, and finally, the indescribable peace which emanated from the whole picture, all this was presented with such strength and beauty, that the impression it made was magical. All the brethren threw themselves on their knees before it. And the prior, deeply affected, exclaimed, "No, it is impossible for any artist, with the assistance only of earthly art, to produce such a picture. A holy, divine power has guided thy brush. And the blessing of heaven rested upon thy labor." By that time I had completed my education at the Academy, received the gold medal, and with it the joyful hope of a journey to Italy, the fairest dream of a 20-year-old artist. It only remained for me to take leave of my father, from whom I had been separated for 12 years. I confess that even his image had long faded from my memory. I had heard somewhat of his grim saintliness, and rather expected to meet a hermit of rough exterior, a stranger to everything in the world, except his cell and his prayers, worn out, tried up by eternal fasting and penance. But how great was my surprise when a handsome old man stood before me. No traces of exhaustion were visible on his countenance, it beamed with the light of a heavenly joy. His beard, white as snow, and his thin, almost transparent hair of the same silvery hue, fell picturesquely upon his breast, and upon the folds of his black gown. Even to the rope with which his poor monastic garb was girded. But most surprising to me of all was to hear from his mouth such words and thoughts about art as, I confess, I long shall bear in mind, and I sincerely wish that all my comrades would do the same. I expected you, my son, he said, when I approached for his blessing. The path awaits you in which your life is henceforth to flow. Your path is pure, desert it not. You have talent, talent is the most priceless of God's gifts, destroy it not. Search out, subject all things to your brush. But in all see that you find the hidden soul, and most of all, strive to attain to the grand secret of creation. Blessed is the elect one who masters that. There is for him no mean object in nature. In lowly themes the artist-creator is as great as in great ones, in the despicable there is nothing for him to despise, for it passes through the purifying fire of his mind. An intimation of God's heavenly paradise is contained for the artist in art, and by that alone is it higher than all else. But by as much as triumphant rest is grander than every earthly emotion, by so much is the lofty creation of art higher than everything else on earth. Sacrifice everything to it, and love it with passion, not with the passion breathing with earthly desire, but a peaceful, heavenly passion. It cannot plant discord in the spirit, but ascends, like a resounding prayer, eternally to God. But there are moments, dark moments, he paused, and I observed that his bright face darkened, as though some cloud crossed it for a moment. There is one incident of my life, he said. Up to this moment, I cannot understand what that terrible being was of whom I painted a likeness. It was certainly some diabolical apparition. I know that the world denies the existence of the devil, and therefore I will not speak of him. I will only say that I painted him with repugnance. I felt no liking for my work, even at the time. I tried to force myself, and, stifling every emotion in a hard-hearted way, to be true to nature. I have been informed that this portrait is passing from hand to hand, and sowing unpleasant impressions, inspiring artists with feelings of envy, of dark hatred towards their brethren, with malicious thirst for persecution and oppression. May the Almighty preserve you from such passions. There is nothing more terrible. He blessed and embraced me. Never in my life was I so grandly moved. Reverently, rather than with the feeling of a son, I leaned upon his breast, and kissed his scattered silver locks. Tears shone in his eyes. "Fulfill my one request, my son," said he, at the moment of parting. "You may chance to see the portrait I have mentioned somewhere. You will know it at once by the strange eyes, and their peculiar expression. Destroy it at any cost. Judge for yourselves whether I could refuse to promise, with an oath, to fulfill this request." In the space of 15 years I had never succeeded in meeting with anything which in any way corresponded to the description given me by my father, until now, all of a sudden. At an auction. The artist did not finish his sentence, but turned his eyes to the wall in order to glance once more at the portrait. The entire throng of auditors made the same movement, seeking the wonderful portrait with their eyes. But, to their extreme amazement, it was no longer on the wall. An indistinct murmur and exclamation ran through the crowd, and then was heard distinctly the word, "Stolen." Someone had succeeded in carrying it off, taking advantage of the fact that the attention of the spectators was distracted by the story. And those present long remained in a state of surprise, not knowing whether they had really seen those remarkable eyes, or whether it was simply a dream which had floated for an instant before their eyesight, strained with long gazing at old pictures. Memoirs of a Madman. October 3rd, a strange occurrence has taken place today. I got up fairly late, and when Mora brought me my clean boots, I asked her how late it was. When I heard it had long struck 10, I dressed as quickly as possible. To tell the truth, would rather not have gone to the office at all today, for I know beforehand that our department chief will look as sour as vinegar. For some time past he has been in the habit of saying to me, "Look here, my friend, there is something wrong with your head. You often rush about as though you were possessed. Then you make such confused abstracts of the documents that the devil himself cannot make them out. You write the title without any capital letters, and add neither the date nor the docket number. The long-legged scoundrel. He is certainly envious of me, because I sit in the director's workroom, and mend His Excellency's pens. In a word, I should not have gone to the office if I had not hoped to meet the accountant, and perhaps squeeze a little advance out of this skinflint. A terrible man, this accountant. As for his advancing one's salary once in a way, you might sooner expect the skies to fall. You may beg and beseech him, and be on the very verge of ruin, this grey devil won't budge an inch. At the same time, his own cook at home, as all the world knows, boxes his ears. I really don't see what good one gets by serving in our department. There are no plums there. In the fiscal and judicial offices it is quite different. There some ungainly fellow sits in a corner and writes. He has such a shabby coat and such an ugly mug that one would like to spit on both of them. But you should see what a splendid country house he has rented. He would not condescend to accept a gilt porcelain cup as a present. "You can give that to your family doctor," he would say. Nothing less than a pair of chestnut horses, a fine carriage, or a beaver fur coat worth 300 rubles would be good enough for him. And yet he seems so mild and quiet, and asks so amiably, "Please lend me your penknife, I wish to mend my pen." Nevertheless, he knows how to scarify a petitioner till he has hardly a whole stitch left on his body. In our office it must be admitted everything is done in a proper and gentlemanly way. There is more cleanness and elegance than one will ever find in government offices. The tables are mahogany, and everyone is addressed as "Sir." And truly, were it not for this official propriety, I should long ago have sent in my resignation. I put on my old cloak, and took my umbrella, as a light rain was falling. No one was to be seen on the streets except some women, who had flung their skirts over their heads. Here and there one saw a cabman or a shopman with his umbrella up. Of the higher classes one only saw an official here and there. One I saw at the street crossing, and thought to myself, "Ah, my friend, you are not going to the office, but after that young lady who walks in front of you. You are just like the officers who run after every petticoat they see. As I was thus following the train of my thoughts, I saw a carriage stop before a shop just as I was passing it. I recognized it at once. It was our director's carriage. He has nothing to do in the shop, I said to myself. It must be his daughter. I pressed myself close against the wall. A lackey opened the carriage door, and, as I had expected, she fluttered like a bird out of it. How proudly she looked right and left. How she drew her eyebrows together, and shot lightnings from her eyes. Good heavens! I am lost, hopelessly lost. But why must she come out in such abominable weather? And yet they say women are so mad on their finery. She did not recognize me. I had wrapped myself as closely as possible in my cloak. It was dirty and old-fashioned, and I would not have liked to have been seen by her wearing it. Now they wear cloaks with long collars, but mine has only a short double collar, and the cloth is of inferior quality. Her little dog could not get into the shop, and remained outside. I know this dog, its name is Meggie. Before I had been standing there a minute, I heard a voice call, "Good day, Meggie." Who the deuce was that? I looked round and saw two ladies hurrying by under an umbrella, one old, the other fairly young. They had already passed me when I heard the same voice say again, "For shame, Meggie." What was that? I saw Meggie sniffing at a dog which ran behind the ladies. The deuce! I thought to myself, I am not drunk. That happens pretty seldom. No, Fidel, you are wrong, I heard Meggie say quite distinctly. I was, bow, wow, I was, bow. Wow. Wow, very ill. What an extraordinary dog. I was, to tell the truth, quite amazed to hear it talk human language. But when I considered the matter well, I ceased to be astonished. In fact, such things have already happened in the world. It is said that in England a fish put its head out of water and said a word or two in such an extraordinary language that learned men have been puzzling over them for 3 years. And have not succeeded in interpreting them yet. I also read in the paper of 2 cows who entered a shop and asked for a pound of tea. Meanwhile what Meggie went on to say seemed to me still more remarkable. She added, "I wrote to you lately, Fidel, perhaps Polkan did not bring you the letter. Now I am willing to forfeit a whole month's salary if I ever heard of dogs writing before. This has certainly astonished me. For some little time past I hear and see things which no other man has heard and seen. I will, I thought, follow that dog in order to get to the bottom of the matter." Accordingly, I opened my umbrella and went after the 2 ladies. They went down Bean Street, turned through Citizen Street and Carpenter Street, and finally halted on the Cuckoo Bridge before a large house. I know this house, it is Sverkov's. What a monster he is! What sort of people live there? How many cooks, how many bagmen? There are brother officials of mine also there packed on each other like herrings. And I have a friend there, a fine player on the cornet. The ladies mounted to the 5th story. Very good, thought I. I will make a note of the number, in order to follow up the matter at the first opportunity. October 4th, today is Wednesday, and I was as usual in the office. I came early on purpose, sat down, and mended all the pens. Our director must be a very clever man. The whole room is full of bookcases. I read the titles of some of the books. They were very learned, beyond the comprehension of people of my class, and all in French and German. I look at his face, see how much dignity there is in his eyes. I never hear a single superfluous word from his mouth, except that when he hands over the documents, he asks, "What sort of weather is it?" No, he is not a man of our class, he is a real statesman. I have already noticed that I am a special favorite of his. If now his daughter also, ah! What folly, let me say no more about it. I have read the Northern Bee. What foolish people the French are. By heavens! I should like to tackle them all, and give them a thrashing. I have also read a fine description of a ball given by a landowner of Kursk. The landowners of Kursk write a fine style. Then I noticed that it was already 12:30, and the director had not yet left his bedroom. But about 1:30 something happened which no pen can describe. The door opened. I thought it was the director. I jumped up with my documents from the seat, and, then, she, herself, came into the room. Ye saints! How beautifully she was dressed! Her garments were whiter than a swan's plumage. Oh, how splendid! A sun, indeed, a real sun. She greeted me and asked, "Has not my father come yet?" Ah! What a voice! A canary bird. A real canary bird. "Your Excellency," I wanted to exclaim, "don't have me executed, but if it must be done, then kill me rather with your own angelic hand." But, God knows why, I could not bring it out, so I only said, "No, he has not come yet." She glanced at me, looked at the books, and let her handkerchief fall. Instantly I started up, but slipped on the infernal polished floor, and nearly broke my nose. Still I succeeded in picking up the handkerchief. Ye heavenly choirs, what a handkerchief! So tender and soft, of the finest cambric. It had the scent of a general's rank. She thanked me, and smiled so amiably that her sugar lips nearly melted. Then she left the room. After I had sat there about an hour, a flunkey came in and said, "You can go home, Mr. Ivanovitch, the director has already gone out." I cannot stand these lackeys. They hang about the vestibules, and scarcely vouchsafe to greet one with a nod. Yes, sometimes it is even worse. Once one of these rascals offered me his snuff-box without even getting up from his chair. Don't you know then, you country bumpkin, that I am an official and of aristocratic birth? This time, however, I took my hat and overcoat quietly. These people naturally never think of helping one on with it. I went home, lay a good while on the bed, and wrote some verses in my note. "'Tis an hour since I saw thee. And it seems a whole long year. If I loathe my own existence, how can I live on, my dear?" I think they are by Pushkin. In the evening I wrapped myself in my cloak, hastened to the director's house, and waited there a long time to see if she would come out and get into the carriage. I only wanted to see her once, but she did not come. November 6th, our chief clerk has gone mad. When I came to the office today he called me to his room and began as follows, "Look here, my friend, what wild ideas have got into your head?" "How? What?" "None at all," I answered. "Consider well. You are already past 40, it is quite time to be reasonable. What do you imagine? Do you think I don't know all your tricks? Are you trying to pay court to the director's daughter? Look at yourself and realize what you are. A nonentity, nothing else. I would not give a kopeck for you. Look well in the glass. How can you have such thoughts with such a caricature of a face? May the devil take him. Because his own face has a certain resemblance to a medicine bottle, because he has a curly bush of hair on his head, and sometimes combs it upwards, and sometimes plasters it down in all kinds of queer ways, he thinks that he can do everything. I know why he is angry with me. He is envious, perhaps he has noticed the tokens of favor which have been graciously shown me. But why should I bother about him? A counselor. What sort of important animal is that? He wears a gold chain with his watch, buys himself boots at 30 rubles a pair, may the deuce take him. Am I a tailor's son or some other obscure cabbage? I am a nobleman. I can also work my way up. I am just 42, an age when a man's real career generally begins. Wait a bit, my friend. I too may get to a superior's rank. Or perhaps, if God is gracious, even to a higher one. I shall make a name which will far outstrip yours. You think there are no able men except yourself? I only need to order a fashionable coat and wear a tie like yours, and you would be quite eclipsed. But I have no money, that is the worst part of it. November 8th, I was at the theater. The Russian house fool was performed. I laughed heartily. There was also a kind of musical comedy which contained amusing hits at barristers. The language was very broad. I wonder the censor passed it. In the comedy lines occur which accuse the merchants of cheating, their sons are said to lead immoral lives, and to behave very disrespectfully towards the nobility. The critics also are criticized, they are said only to be able to find fault, so that authors have to beg the public for protection. Our modern dramatists certainly write amusing things. I am very fond of the theater. If I have only a kopeck in my pocket, I always go there. Most of my fellow officials are uneducated boors, and never enter a theater unless one throws free tickets at their head. One actress sang divinely. I thought also of, but silence. November 9th, about 8 o'clock I went to the office. The chief clerk pretended not to notice my arrival. I for my part also behaved as though he were not in existence. I read through and collated documents. About 4 o'clock I left. I passed by the director's house, but no one was to be seen. After dinner I lay for a good while on the bed. November 11th. Today I sat in the director's room, mended 23 pens for him, and for her excellence, his daughter, 4 more. The director likes to see many pens lying on his table. What a head he must have. He continually wraps himself in silence, but I don't think the smallest trifle escapes his eye. I should like to know what he is generally thinking of, what is really going on in this brain. I should like to get acquainted with the whole manner of life of these gentlemen, and get a closer view of their cunning courtiers' arts, and all the activities of these circles. I have often thought of asking His Excellence about them, but, the deuce knows why, every time my tongue failed me and I could get nothing out but my meteorological report. I wish I could get a look into the spare room whose door I so often see open. And a second small room behind the spare room excites my curiosity. How splendidly it is fitted up. What a quantity of mirrors and choice china it contains. I should also like to cast a glance into those regions where Her Excellency, the daughter, wields the scepter. I should like to see how all the scent bottles and boxes are arranged in her boudoir, and the flowers which exhale so delicious a scent that one is half afraid to breathe. And her clothes lying about which are too ethereal to be called clothes, but silence. Today there came to me what seemed a heavenly inspiration. I remembered the conversation between the 2 dogs which I had overheard on the Nevsky Prospect. Very good, I thought, now I see my way clear. I must get hold of the correspondence which these 2 silly dogs have carried on with each other. In it I shall probably find many things explained. I had already once called Meggie to me and said to her, "Listen, Meggie. Now we are alone together, if you like, I will also shut the door so that no one can see us. Tell me now all that you know about your mistress." I swear to you that I will tell no one. But the cunning dog drew in its tail, ruffled up its hair, and went quite quietly out of the door, as though it had heard nothing. I had long been of the opinion that dogs are much cleverer than men. I also believed that they could talk, and that only a certain obstinacy kept them from doing so. They are especially watchful animals, and nothing escapes their observation. Now, cost what it may, I will go tomorrow to Sverkov's house in order to ask after Fidel, and if I have luck, to get hold of all the letters which Meggie has written to her. November 12th. Today about 2 o'clock in the afternoon I started in order, by some means or other, to see Fidel and question her. I cannot stand this smell of sauerkraut which assails one's olfactory nerves from all the shops in Citizen Street. There also exhales such an odor from under each house door, that one must hold one's nose and pass by quickly. There ascends also so much smoke and soot from the artisans' shops that it is almost impossible to get through it. When I had climbed up to the 6th story, and had rung the bell, a rather pretty girl with a freckled face came out. I recognized her as the companion of the old lady. She blushed a little and asked, "What do you want?" "I want to have a little conversation with your dog." She was a simple-minded girl, as I saw at once. The dog came running and barking loudly. I wanted to take hold of it, but the abominable beast nearly caught hold of my nose with its teeth. But in a corner of the room I saw its sleeping basket. Ah! That was what I wanted. I went to it, rummaged in the straw, and to my great satisfaction drew out a little packet of small pieces of paper. When the hideous little dog saw this, it first bit me in the calf of the leg, and then, as soon as it had become aware of my theft, it began to whimper and to fawn on me. But I said, "No, you little beast, goodbye," and hastened away. I believe the girl thought me mad, at any rate she was thoroughly alarmed. When I reached my room I wished to get to work at once, and read through the letters by daylight, since I do not see well by candlelight. But the wretched Mora had got the idea of sweeping the floor. These blockheads of Finnish women are always clean where there is no need to be. I then went for a little walk and began to think over what had happened. Now at last I could get to the bottom of all facts, ideas, and motives. These letters would explain everything. Dogs are clever fellows, they know all about politics, and I will certainly find in the letters all I want, especially the character of the director and all his relationships. And through these letters I will get information about her but silence. Towards evening I came home and lay for a good while on the bed. November 13th, now let us see. The letter is fairly legible but the handwriting is somewhat doggish. Dear Fidel, I cannot get accustomed to your ordinary name, as if they could not have found a better one for you. Fidel. How tasteless. How ordinary. But this is not the time to discuss it. I am very glad that we thought of corresponding with each other. The letter is quite correctly written. The punctuation and spelling are perfectly right. Even our head clerk does not write so simply and clearly, though he declares he has been at the university. Let us go on. I think that it is one of the most refined joys of this world to interchange thoughts, feelings, and impressions. This idea comes from some book which has been translated from German. I can't remember the title. I speak from experience, although I have not gone farther into the world than just before our front door. Does not my life pass happily and comfortably? My mistress, whom her father calls Sophie, is quite in love with me. But better be silent. Her father also often strokes me. I drink tea and coffee with cream. Yes, my dear, I must confess to you that I find no satisfaction in those large, gnawed-at bones which Polkan devours in the kitchen. Only the bones of wild fowl are good, and that only when the marrow has not been sucked out of them. They taste very nice with a little sauce, but there should be no green stuff in it. But I know nothing worse than the habit of giving dogs balls of bread kneaded up. Someone sits at table, kneads a bread ball with dirty fingers, calls you and sticks it in your mouth. Good manners forbid your refusing it, and you eat it, with disgust it is true, but you eat it. The deuce! What is this? What rubbish! As if she could find nothing more suitable to write about. I will see if there is anything more reasonable on the second page. I am quite willing to inform you of everything that goes on here. I have already mentioned the most important person in the house, whom Sophie calls Papa. He is a very strange man. Here we are at last. Yes, I knew it. They have a politician's penetrating eye for all things. Let us see what she says about Papa. A strange man. Generally he is silent. He only speaks seldom, but about a week ago he kept on repeating to himself, "Shall I get it or not?" In one hand he took a sheet of paper. The other he stretched out as though to receive something, and repeated, "Shall I get it or not?" Once he turned to me with the question, "What do you think, Meggie?" I did not understand in the least what he meant, sniffed at his boots, and went away. A week later he came home with his face beaming. That morning he was visited by several officers in uniform who congratulated him. At the dinner table he was in a better humor than I have ever seen him before. Ah. He is ambitious then. I must make a note of that. Pardon, my dear, I hasten to conclude, etc., etc. Tomorrow I will finish the letter. Now, good morning, here I am again at your service. Today my mistress Sophie. Ah. We will see what she says about Sophie. Let us go on. Was in an unusually excited state. She went to a ball, and I was glad that I could write to you in her absence. She likes going to balls, although she gets dreadfully irritated while dressing. I cannot understand, my dear, what is the pleasure in going to a ball. She comes home from the ball at 6 o'clock in the early morning, and to judge by her pale and emaciated face, she has had nothing to eat. I could, frankly speaking, not endure such an existence. If I could not get partridge with sauce, or the wing of a roast chicken, I don't know what I should do. Porridge with sauce is also tolerable, but I can get up no enthusiasm for carrots, turnips, and artichokes. The style is very unequal. One sees at once that it has not been written by a man. The beginning is quite intelligent, but at the end the canine nature breaks out. I will read another letter, it is rather long and there is no date. Ah, my dear, how delightful is the arrival of spring. My heart beats as though it expected something. There is a perpetual ringing in my ears, so that I often stand with my foot raised, for several minutes at a time, and listen towards the door. In confidence I will tell you that I have many admirers. I often sit on the windowsill and let them pass in review. Ah! If you knew what miscreations there are among them. One, a clumsy house dog, with stupidity written on his face, walks the street with an important air and imagines that he is an extremely important person. And that the eyes of all the world are fastened on him. I don't pay him the least attention, and pretend not to see him at all. And what a hideous bulldog has taken up his post opposite my window. If he stood on his hind legs, as the monster probably cannot, he would be taller by a head than my mistress's papa, who himself has a stately figure. This lout seems, moreover, to be very impudent. I growl at him, but he does not seem to mind that at all. If he at least would only wrinkle his forehead. Instead of that, he stretches out his tongue, droops his big ears, and stares in at the window, this rustic boor. But do you think, my dear, that my heart remains proof against all temptations? Alas, no. If you had only seen that gentlemanly dog who crept through the fence of the neighboring house. Treasure is his name. Ah, my dear, what a delightful snout he has. To the deuce with the stuff. What rubbish it is. How can one blacken paper with such absurdities? Give me a man. I want to see a man. I need some food to nourish and refresh my mind, and get this silliness instead. I will turn the page to see if there is anything better on the other side. Sophie sat at the table and sewed something. I looked out of the window and amused myself by watching the passers-by. Suddenly a flunkey entered and announced a visitor, Mr. Teplov. "Show him in," said Sophie, and began to embrace me. Ah! Meggie, do you know who that is? He is dark, and belongs to the royal household, and what eyes he has! Dark and brilliant as fire. Sophie hastened into her room. A minute later a young gentleman with black whiskers entered. He went to the mirror, smoothed his hair, and looked round the room. I turned away and sat down in my place. Sophie entered and returned his bow in a friendly manner. I pretended to observe nothing, and continued to look out of the window. But I leant my head a little on one side to hear what they were talking about. Ah, my dear! What silly things they discussed, how a lady executed the wrong figure in dancing. How a certain Bobov, with his expansive shirt frill, had looked like a stork and nearly fallen down, how a certain Lidina imagined she had blue eyes when they were really green, etc. I do not know, my dear, what special charm she finds in her Mr. Teplov, and why she is so delighted with him. It seems to me myself that there is something wrong here. It is impossible that this Teplov should bewitch her. We will see further. If this gentleman of the household pleases her, then she must also be pleased, according to my view, with that official who sits in her papa's writing room. Ah, my dear, if you know what a figure he is. A regular tortoise. What official does she mean? He has an extraordinary name. He always sits there and mends the pens. His hair looks like a truss of hay. Her papa always employs him instead of a servant. I believe this abominable little beast is referring to me. But what has my hair got to do with hay? Sophie can never keep from laughing when she sees him. You lie, cursed dog. What a scandalous tongue. As if I did not know that it is envy which prompts you, and that here there is treachery at work, yes, the treachery of the chief clerk. This man hates me implacably. He has plotted against me, he is always seeking to injure me. I'll look through one more letter, perhaps it will make the matter clearer. Fidel, my dear, pardon me that I have not written for so long. I was floating in a dream of delight. In truth, some author remarks, love is a second life. Besides, great changes are going on in the house. The young chamberlain is always here. Sophie is wildly in love with him. Her papa is quite contented. I heard from Gregor, who sweeps the floor, and is in the habit of talking to himself, that the marriage will soon be celebrated. Her papa will at any rate get his daughter married to a general, a colonel, or a chamberlain. Deuce take it. I can read no more. It is all about chamberlains and generals. I should like myself to be a general, not in order to sue for her hand and all that, no, not at all. I should like to be a general merely in order to see people wriggling, squirming, and hatching plots before me. And then I should like to tell them that they are both of them not worth spitting on. But it is vexatious. I tear the foolish dog's letters up in 1,000 pieces. December 3rd, it is not possible that the marriage should take place, it is only idle gossip. What does it signify if he is a chamberlain? That is only a dignity, not a substantial thing which one can see or handle. His chamberlain's office will not procure him a third eye in his forehead. Neither is his nose made of gold, it is just like mine or anyone else's nose. He does not eat and cough, but smells and sneezes with it. I should like to get to the bottom of the mystery, whence do all these distinctions come? Why am I only a titular counselor? Perhaps I am really a count or a general, and only appear to be a titular counselor. Perhaps I don't even know who and what I am. How many cases there are in history of a simple gentleman, or even a burgher or peasant, suddenly turning out to be a great lord or baron. Well, suppose that I appear suddenly in a general's uniform, on the right shoulder an epaulet, on the left an epaulet, and a blue sash across my breast. What sort of a tune would my beloved sing then? What would her papa, our director, say? Oh, he is ambitious. He is a Freemason, certainly a Freemason, however much he may conceal it, I have found it out. When he gives anyone his hand, he only reaches out 2 fingers. Well, could not I this minute be nominated a general or a superintendent? I should like to know why I am a titular counselor, why just that, and nothing more. December 5th, today I have been reading papers the whole morning. Very strange things are happening in Spain. I have not understood them all. It is said that the throne is vacant, the representatives of the people are in difficulties about finding an occupant, and riots are taking place. All this appears to me very strange. How can the throne be vacant? It is said that it will be occupied by a woman. A woman cannot sit on a throne. That is impossible. Only a king can sit on a throne. They say that there is no king there, but that is not possible. There cannot be a kingdom without a king. There must be a king, but he is hidden away somewhere. Perhaps he is actually on the spot, and only some domestic complications, or fears of the neighboring powers, France and other countries, compel him to remain in concealment. There might also be other reasons. December 8th, I was nearly going to the office, but various considerations kept me from doing so. I keep on thinking about these Spanish affairs. How is it possible that a woman should reign? It would not be allowed, especially by England. In the rest of Europe the political situation is also critical. The Emperor of Austria. These events, to tell the truth, have so shaken and shattered me, that I could really do nothing all day. Mora told me that I was very absent-minded at table. In fact, in my absent-mindedness I threw 2 plates on the ground so that they broke in pieces. After dinner I felt weak, and did not feel up to making abstracts of reports. I lay most of the time on my bed, and thought of the Spanish affairs. The year 2000, April 43rd, today is a day of splendid triumph. Spain has a king, he has been found, and I am he. I discovered it today, all of a sudden it came upon me like a flash of lightning. I do not understand how I could imagine that I am a titular councillor. How could such a foolish idea enter my head? It was fortunate that it occurred to no one to shut me up in an asylum. Now it is all clear, and as plain as a pikestaff. Formerly, I don't know why, everything seemed veiled in a kind of mist. That is, I believe, because people think that the human brain is in the head. Nothing of the sort, it is carried by the wind from the Caspian Sea. For the first time I told Mora who I am. When she learned that the King of Spain stood before her, she struck her hands together over her head, and nearly died of alarm. The stupid thing had never seen the King of Spain before. I comforted her, however, at once by assuring her that I was not angry with her for having hitherto cleaned my boots badly. Women are stupid things, one cannot interest them in lofty subjects. She was frightened because she thought all kings of Spain were like Philip II. But I explained to her that there was a great difference between me and him. I did not go to the office. Why the deuce should I? No, my dear friends, you won't get me there again. I am not going to worry myself with your infernal documents any more. Marchember 86. Between day and night. Today the office messenger came and summoned me, as I had not been there for 3 weeks. I went just for the fun of the thing. The chief clerk thought I would bow humbly before him, and make excuses. But I looked at him quite indifferently, neither angrily nor mildly, and sat down quietly at my place as though I noticed no one. I looked at all this rabble of scribblers, and thought, if you only knew who is sitting among you. Good heavens! What a to-do you would make! Even the chief clerk would bow himself to the earth before me as he does now before the director. A pile of reports was laid before me, of which to make abstracts, but I did not touch them with one finger. After a little time there was a commotion in the office, and there a report went round that the director was coming. Many of the clerks vied with each other to attract his notice. But I did not stir. As he came through our room, each one hastily buttoned up his coat, but I had no idea of doing anything of the sort. What is the director to me? Should I stand up before him? Never. What sort of a director is he? He is a bottle stopper, and no director. A quite ordinary, simple bottle stopper, nothing more. I felt quite amused as they gave me a document to sign. They thought I would simply put down my name, so-and-so, clerk. Why not? But at the top of the sheet, where the director generally writes his name, I inscribed Ferdinand VIII in bold characters. You should have seen what a reverential silence ensued. But I made a gesture with my hand, and said, "Gentlemen, no ceremony please." Then I went out, and took my way straight to the director's house. He was not at home. The flunky wanted not to let me in, but I talked to him in such a way that he soon dropped his arms. I went straight to Sophie's dressing room. She sat before the mirror. When she saw me, she sprang up and took a step backwards, but I did not tell her that I was the King of Spain. But I told her that a happiness awaited her, beyond her power to imagine, and that in spite of all our enemies' devices we should be united. That was all which I wished to say to her, and I went out. Oh, what cunning creatures these women are! Now I have found out what woman really is. Hitherto no one knew whom a woman really loves. I am the first to discover it. She loves the devil. Yes, joking apart, learned men write nonsense when they pronounce that she is this and that. She loves the devil, that is all. You see a woman looking through her lorgnette from a box in the front row. One thinks she is watching that stout gentleman who wears an order. Not a bit of it. She is watching the devil who stands behind his back. He has hidden himself there, and beckons to her with his finger. And she marries him, actually, she marries him. That is all ambition, and the reason is that there is under the tongue a little blister in which there is a little worm of the size of a pin's head. And this is constructed by a barber in Bean Street. I don't remember his name at the moment, but so much is certain that, in conjunction with a midwife, he wants to spread Mohammedanism all over the world. And that in consequence of this a large number of people in France have already adopted the faith of Islam. No date. The day had no date. I went for a walk incognito on the Nevsky Prospect. I avoided every appearance of being the King of Spain. I felt it below my dignity to let myself be recognized by the whole world, since I must first present myself at court. And I was also restrained by the fact that I have at present no Spanish national costume. If I could only get a cloak. I tried to have a consultation with a tailor, but these people are real asses. Moreover, they neglect their business, dabble in speculation, and have become loafers. I will have a cloak made out of my new official uniform which I have only worn twice. But to prevent this botcher of a tailor spoiling it, I will make it myself with closed doors, so that no one sees me. Since the cut must be altogether altered, I have used the scissors myself. I don't remember the date. The devil knows what month it was. The cloak is quite ready. Mora exclaimed aloud when I put it on. I will, however, not present myself at court yet. The Spanish deputation has not yet arrived. It would not be befitting if I appeared without them. My appearance would be less imposing. From hour to hour I expect them. The first. The extraordinary long delay of the deputies in coming astonishes me. What can possibly keep them? Perhaps France has a hand in the matter. It is certainly hostilely inclined. I went to the post office to inquire whether the Spanish deputation had come. The postmaster is an extraordinary blockhead who knows nothing. No, he said to me, there is no Spanish deputation here, but if you want to send them a letter, we will forward it at the fixed rate. The deuce! What do I want with a letter? Letters are nonsense. Letters are written by apothecaries. Madrid, February 30th, so I am in Spain after all. It has happened so quickly that I could hardly take it in. The Spanish deputies came early this morning, and I got with them into the carriage. This unexpected promptness seemed to me strange. We drove so quickly that in half an hour we were at the Spanish frontier. Over all Europe now there are cast-iron roads, and the steamers go very fast. A wonderful country, this Spain. As we entered the first room, I saw numerous persons with shorn heads. I guessed at once that they must be either grandees or soldiers, at least to judge by their shorn heads. The Chancellor of the State, who led me by the hand, seemed to me to behave in a very strange way. He pushed me into a little room and said, "Stay here, and if you call yourself King Ferdinand again, I will drive the wish to do so out of you." I knew, however, that that was only a test, and I reasserted my conviction, on which the Chancellor gave me two such severe blows with a stick on the back, that I could have cried out with the pain. But I restrained myself, remembering that this was a usual ceremony of old-time chivalry when one was inducted into a high position, and in Spain the laws of chivalry prevail up to the present day. When I was alone, I determined to study state affairs. I discovered that Spain and China are one and the same country, and it is only through ignorance that people regard them as separate kingdoms. I advise everyone urgently to write down the word Spain on a sheet of paper. He will see that it is quite the same as China. But I feel much annoyed by an event which is about to take place tomorrow. At 7 o'clock the Earth is going to sit on the moon. This is foretold by the famous English chemist, Wellington. To tell the truth, I often felt uneasy when I thought of the excessive brittleness and fragility of the moon. The moon is generally repaired in Hamburg, and very imperfectly. It is done by a lame cooper, an obvious blockhead who has no idea how to do it. He took waxed thread and olive oil, hence that pungent smell over all the earth which compels people to hold their noses. And this makes the moon so fragile that no men can live on it, but only noses. Therefore we cannot see our noses, because they are on the moon. When I now pictured to myself how the earth, that massive body, would crush our noses to dust, if it sat on the moon, I became so uneasy that I immediately put on my shoes and stockings and hastened into the council hall to give the police orders to prevent the earth sitting on the moon. The grandees with the shorn heads, whom I met in great numbers in the hall, were very intelligent people, and when I exclaimed, "Gentlemen, let us save the moon, for the earth is going to sit on it," they all set to work to fulfill my imperial wish, and many of them clambered up the wall in order to take the moon down. At that moment the imperial chancellor came in. As soon as he appeared, they all scattered, but I alone, as king, remained. To my astonishment, however, the chancellor beat me with the stick and drove me to my room. So powerful are ancient customs in Spain. January in the same year, following after February. I can never understand what kind of a country this Spain really is. The popular customs and rules of court etiquette are quite extraordinary. I do not understand them at all, at all. Today my head was shorn, although I exclaimed as loudly as I could, that I did not want to be a monk. What happened afterwards, when they began to let cold water trickle on my head, I do not know. I have never experienced such hellish torments. I nearly went mad, and they had difficulty in holding me. The significance of this strange custom is entirely hidden from me. It is a very foolish and unreasonable one. Nor can I understand the stupidity of the kings who have not done away with it before now. Judging by all the circumstances, it seems to me as though I had fallen into the hands of the Inquisition, and as though the man whom I took to be the Chancellor was the Grand Inquisitor. But yet I cannot understand how the king could fall into the hands of the Inquisition. The affair may have been arranged by France, especially Polignac. He is a hound, that Polignac. He has sworn to compass my death, and now he is hunting me down. But I know, my friend, that you are only a tool of the English. They are clever fellows, and have a finger in every pie. All the world knows that France sneezes when England takes a pinch of snuff. The 25th, today the Grand Inquisitor came into my room. When I heard his steps in the distance, I hid myself under a chair. When he did not see me, he began to call. At first he called Poprishchin. I made no answer. Then he called Azanty Ivanovitch. Titular counselor. Nobleman. I still kept silence. Ferdinand VIII, King of Spain. I was on the point of putting out my head, but I thought, no, brother, you shall not deceive me. You shall not pour water on my head again. But he had already seen me and drove me from under the chair with his stick. The cursed stick really hurts one. But the following discovery compensated me for all the pain, i.e. that every cock has his spane under his feathers. The Grand Inquisitor went angrily away, and threatened me with some punishment or other. I felt only contempt for his powerless spite, for I know that he only works like a machine, like a tool of the English. 34 March. February, 349, no, I have no longer power to endure. Oh God! What are they going to do with me? They pour cold water on my head. They take no notice of me, and seem neither to see nor hear. Why do they torture me? What do they want from one so wretched as myself? What can I give them? I possess nothing. I cannot bear all their tortures, my head aches as though everything were turning round in a circle. Save me. Carry me away. Give me 3 steeds swift as the wind. Mount your seat, coachman, ring bells, gallop horses, and carry me straight out of this world. Farther, ever farther, till nothing more is to be seen. Ah! The heaven bends over me already, a star glimmers in the distance, the forest with its dark trees in the moonlight rushes past. A bluish mist floats under my feet, music sounds in the cloud, on the one side is the sea, on the other, Italy, beyond I also see Russian peasants' houses. Is not my parents' house there in the distance? Does not my mother sit by the window? Oh mother, mother, save your unhappy son. Let a tear fall on his aching head. See how they torture him. Press the poor orphan to your bosom. He has no rest in this world, they hunt him from place to place. Mother, mother, have pity on your sick child. And do you know that the Bey of Algiers has a wart under his nose? The nose. Chapter 1. On the March 25, a very strange occurrence took place in St. Petersburg. On the Ascension Avenue there lived a barber of the name of Ivan Yakovlevich. He had lost his family name, and on his signboard, on which was depicted the head of a gentleman with one cheek soaped, the only inscription to be read was, "Bloodletting done here." On this particular morning he awoke pretty early. Becoming aware of the smell of fresh-baked bread, he sat up a little in bed, and saw his wife, who had a special partiality for coffee, in the act of taking some fresh-baked bread out of the oven. "Today, Praskovna Osipovna," he said, "I do not want any coffee, I should like a fresh loaf with onions." "The blockhead may eat bread only as far as I am concerned," said his wife to herself. "Then I shall have a chance of getting some coffee." And she threw a loaf on the table. For the sake of propriety, Ivan Yakovlevich drew a coat over his shirt, sat down at the table, shook out some salt for himself, prepared 2 onions, assumed a serious expression, and began to cut the bread. After he had cut the loaf in 2 halves, he looked, and to his great astonishment saw something whitish sticking in it. He carefully poked round it with his knife, and felt it with his finger. Quite firmly fixed, he murmured in his beard. "What can it be?" He put in his finger, and drew out a nose. Ivan Yakovlevich at first let his hands fall from sheer astonishment. Then he rubbed his eyes and began to feel it. A nose, an actual nose, and, moreover, it seemed to be the nose of an acquaintance. Alarm and terror were depicted in Ivan's face. But these feelings were slight in comparison with the disgust which took possession of his wife. "Whose nose have you cut off, you monster?" she screamed, her face red with anger. "You scoundrel! You tippler! I myself will report you to the police. Such a rascal! Many customers have told me that while you were shaving them, you held them so tight by the nose that they could hardly sit still." But Ivan Yakovlevich was more dead than alive. He saw at once that this nose could belong to no other than to Kovalyov, a member of the municipal committee whom he shaved every Sunday and Wednesday. "Stop, Praskovna Osipovna. I will wrap it in a piece of cloth and place it in the corner. There it may remain for the present, later on I will take it away." "No, not there. Shall I endure an amputated nose in my room? You understand nothing except how to strop a razor. You know nothing of the duties and obligations of a respectable man. You vagabond. You good-for-nothing. Am I to undertake all responsibility for you at the police office? Ah, you soap smearer. You blockhead. Take it away where you like, but don't let it stay under my eyes." Ivan Yakovlevich stood there flabbergasted. He thought, and knew not what he thought. "The devil knows how that happened," he said at last, scratching his head behind his ear. "Whether I came home drunk last night or not, I really don't know, but in all probability this is a quite extraordinary occurrence, for a loaf is something baked and a nose is something different. I don't understand the matter at all." And Ivan Yakovlevich was silent. The thought that the police might find him in unlawful possession of a nose and arrest him, robbed him of all presence of mind. Already he began to have visions of a red collar with silver braid and of a sword, and he trembled all over. At last he finished dressing himself, and to the accompaniment of the emphatic exhortations of his spouse, he wrapped up the nose in a cloth and issued into the street. He intended to lose it somewhere, either at somebody's door, or in a public square, or in a narrow alley. But just then, in order to complete his bad luck, he was met by an acquaintance, who showered inquiries upon him. "Hello, Ivan Yakovlevitch. Whom are you going to shave so early in the morning?" etc. So that he could find no suitable opportunity to do what he wanted. Later on he did let the nose drop, but a sentry bore down upon him with his halberd, and said, "Look out! You have let something drop," and Ivan Yakovlevitch was obliged to pick it up and put it in his pocket. A feeling of despair began to take possession of him. All the more as the streets became more thronged and the merchants began to open their shops. At last he resolved to go to the Isaac Bridge, where perhaps he might succeed in throwing it into the Neva. But my conscience is a little uneasy that I have not yet given any detailed information about Ivan Yakovlevitch, an estimable man in many ways. Like every honest Russian tradesman, Ivan Yakovlevitch was a terrible drunkard, and although he shaved other people's faces every day, his own was always unshaved. His coat, he never wore an overcoat, was quite mottled, i.e. it had been black, but become brownish yellow. The collar was quite shiny, and instead of the 3 buttons, only the threads by which they had been fastened were to be seen. Ivan Yakovlevitch was a great cynic, and when Kovalyov, the member of the municipal committee, said to him, as was his custom while being shaved, "Your hands always smell, Ivan Yakovlevitch," the latter answered, "What do they smell of?" "I don't know, my friend, but they smell very strong." Ivan Yakovlevitch, after taking a pinch of snuff, would then, by way of reprisals, set to work to soap him on the cheek, the upper lip, behind the ears, on the chin, and everywhere. This worthy man now stood on the Isaac Bridge. At first he looked round him, then he leant on the railings of the bridge, as though he wished to look down and see how many fish were swimming past, and secretly through the nose, wrapped in a little piece of cloth, into the water. He felt as though a ton weight had been lifted off him, and laughed cheerfully. Instead, however, of going to shave any officials, he turned his steps to a building, the signboard of which bore the legend, "Teas served here," in order to have a glass of punch. When suddenly he perceived at the other end of the bridge a police inspector of imposing exterior, with long whiskers, 3-cornered hat, and sword hanging at his side. He nearly fainted, but the police inspector beckoned to him with his hand and said, "Come here, my dear sir." Ivan Yakovlevitch, knowing how a gentleman should behave, took his hat off quickly, went towards the police inspector and said, "I hope you are in the best of health." "Never mind my health. Tell me, my friend, why you were standing on the bridge." "By heaven, gracious sir, I was on the way to my customers, and only looked down to see if the river was flowing quickly." "That is a lie. You won't get out of it like that. Confess the truth." "I am willing to shave your grace 2 or even 3 times a week gratis," answered Ivan Yakovlevitch. "No, my friend, don't put yourself out. 3 barbers are busy with me already, and reckon it a high honor that I let them show me their skill. Now then, out with it. What were you doing there?" Ivan Yakovlevitch grew pale. But here the strange episode vanishes in mist, and what further happened is not known. Chapter 2. Kovalyov, the member of the municipal committee, awoke fairly early that morning, and made a droning noise, brr, brr, through his lips, as he always did, though he could not say why. He stretched himself, and told his valet to give him a little mirror which was on the table. He wished to look at the heat boil which had appeared on his nose the previous evening. But to his great astonishment, he saw that instead of his nose he had a perfectly smooth vacancy in his face. Thoroughly alarmed, he ordered some water to be brought, and rubbed his eyes with a towel. Sure enough, he had no longer a nose. Then he sprang out of bed, and shook himself violently. No nose any more. He dressed himself and went at once to the police superintendent. But before proceeding further, we must certainly give the reader some information about Kovalyov, so that he may know what sort of a man this member of the municipal committee really was. These committeemen, who obtain that title by means of certificates of learning, must not be compared with the committeemen appointed for the Caucasus district, who are of quite a different kind. The learned committeemen, but Russia is such a wonderful country that when one committeeman is spoken of, all the others from Riga to Kamchatka refer it to themselves. The same is also true of all other titled officials. Kovalyov had been a Caucasian committeeman 2 years previously, and could not forget that he had occupied that position. But in order to enhance his own importance, he never called himself committeeman, but major. "Listen, my dear," he used to say when he met an old woman in the street who sold shirt fronts. "Go to my house in Sadovia Street and ask, does Major Kovalyov live here? Any child can tell you where it is. Accordingly we will call him for the future Major Kovalyov." It was his custom to take a daily walk on the Nevsky Avenue. The collar of his shirt was always remarkably clean and stiff. He wore the same style of whiskers as those that are worn by governors of districts, architects, and regimental doctors, in short, all those who have full red cheeks and play a good game of whist. These whiskers grow straight across the cheek towards the nose. Major Kovalyov wore a number of seals, on some of which were engraved armorial bearings, and others the names of the days of the week. He had come to St. Petersburg with the view of obtaining some position corresponding to his rank, if possible that of vice-governor of a province. But he was prepared to be content with that of a bailiff in some department or other. He was, moreover, not disinclined to marry, but only such a lady who could bring with her a dowry of 200,000 rubles. Accordingly, the reader can judge for himself what his sensations were when he found in his face, instead of a fairly symmetrical nose, a broad, flat vacancy. To increase his misfortune, not a single droshky was to be seen in the street, and so he was obliged to proceed on foot. He wrapped himself up in his cloak, and held his handkerchief to his face as though his nose bled. But perhaps it is all only my imagination. It is impossible that a nose should drop off in such a silly way, he thought, and stepped into a confectioner's shop in order to look into the mirror. Fortunately no customer was in the shop. Only small shop boys were cleaning it out, and putting chairs and tables straight. Others with sleepy faces were carrying fresh cakes on trays, and yesterday's newspapers stained with coffee were still lying about. "Thank God no one is here," he said to himself. "Now I can look at myself leisurely." He stepped gingerly up to a mirror and looked. "What an infernal face," he exclaimed, and spat with disgust. "If there were only something there instead of the nose, but there is absolutely nothing." He bit his lips with vexation, left the confectioner's, and resolved, quite contrary to his habit, neither to look nor smile at anyone on the street. Suddenly he halted as if rooted to the spot before a door, where something extraordinary happened. A carriage drew up at the entrance. The carriage door was opened, and a gentleman in uniform came out and hurried up the steps. How great was Kovalyov's terror and astonishment when he saw that it was his own nose. At this extraordinary sight, everything seemed to turn round with him. He felt as though he could hardly keep upright on his legs. But, though trembling all over as though with fever, he resolved to wait till the nose should return to the carriage. After about 2 minutes the nose actually came out again. It wore a gold-embroidered uniform with a stiff, high collar, trousers of chamois leather, and a sword hung at its side. The hat, adorned with a plume, showed that it held the rank of a state councillor. It was obvious that it was paying duty calls. It looked round on both sides, called to the coachman, "Drive on," and got into the carriage, which drove away. Poor Kovalyov nearly lost his reason. He did not know what to think of this extraordinary procedure. And indeed how was it possible that the nose, which only yesterday he had on his face, and which could neither walk nor drive, should wear a uniform? He ran after the carriage, which fortunately had stopped a short way off before the Grand Bazaar of Moscow. He hurried towards it and pressed through a crowd of beggar women with their faces bound up, leaving only 2 openings for the eyes, over whom he had formerly so often made merry. There were only a few people in front of the bazaar. Kovalyov was so agitated that he could decide on nothing, and looked for the nose everywhere. At last he saw it standing before a shop. It seemed half buried in its stiff collar, and was attentively inspecting the wares displayed. "How can I get at it?" thought Kovalyov. "Everything, the uniform, the hat, and so on, show that it is a state councillor. How the deuce has that happened?" He began to cough discreetly near it, but the nose paid him not the least attention. "Honorable sir," said Kovalyov at last, plucking up courage, "honorable sir." "What do you want?" asked the nose, and turned round. "It seems to me strange, most respected sir, you should know where you belong, and I find you all of a sudden, where? Judge yourself." "Pardon me, I do not understand what you are talking about. Explain yourself more distinctly." "How shall I make my meaning plainer to him?" Then plucking up fresh courage, he continued, "Naturally, besides I am a major. You must admit it is not befitting that I should go about without a nose. An old apple woman on the Ascension Bridge may carry on her business without one, but since I am on the lookout for a post. Besides, in many houses I am acquainted with ladies of high position, Madame Chekhtyriev, wife of a state councillor, and many others. So you see, I do not know, honorable sir, what you—" Here the major shrugged his shoulders. "Pardon me. If one regards the matter from the point of view of duty and honor, you will yourself understand." "I understand nothing," answered the nose. "I repeat, please explain yourself more distinctly." "Honorable sir," said Kovalyov with dignity, "I do not know how I am to understand your words. It seems to me the matter is as clear as possible. Or do you wish, but you are after all my own nose." The nose looked at the major and wrinkled its forehead. "There you are wrong, respected sir, I am myself. Besides, there can be no close relations between us. To judge by the buttons of your uniform, you must be in quite a different department to mine." So saying, the nose turned away. Kovalyov was completely puzzled. He did not know what to do, and still less what to think. At this moment he heard the pleasant rustling of a lady's dress, and there approached an elderly lady wearing a quantity of lace. And by her side her graceful daughter in a white dress which set off her slender figure to advantage, and wearing a light straw hat. Behind the ladies marched a tall lackey with long whiskers. Kovalyov advanced a few steps, adjusted his cambric collar, arranged his seals which hung by a little gold chain, and with smiling face fixed his eyes on the graceful lady, who bowed lightly like a spring flower, and raised to her brow her little white hand with transparent fingers. He smiled still more when he spied under the brim of her hat her little round chin, and part of her cheek faintly tinted with rose color. But suddenly he sprang back as though he had been scorched. He remembered that he had nothing but an absolute blank in place of a nose, and tears started to his eyes. He turned round in order to tell the gentleman in uniform that he was only a state councillor in appearance, but really a scoundrel and a rascal, and nothing else but his own nose. But the nose was no longer there. He had had time to go, doubtless in order to continue his visits. His disappearance plunged Kovalyov into despair. He went back and stood for a moment under a colonnade, looking round him on all sides in hope of perceiving the nose somewhere. He remembered very well that it wore a hat with a plume in it and a gold-embroidered uniform. But he had not noticed the shape of the cloak, nor the color of the carriages and the horses, nor even whether a lackey stood behind it, and, if so, what sort of livery he wore. Moreover, so many carriages were passing that it would have been difficult to recognize one, and even if he had done so, there would have been no means of stopping it. The day was fine and sunny. An immense crowd was passing to and fro in the Nevsky Avenue, a variegated stream of ladies flowed along the pavement. There was his acquaintance, the privy councillor, whom he was accustomed to style General, especially when strangers were present. There was Ierogin, his intimate friend who always lost in the evenings at whist, and there another major, who had obtained the rank of committeeman in the Caucasus, beckoned to him. "Go to the deuce," said Kovalyov sotto voce. "Hi! Coachman, drive me straight to the superintendent of police." So saying, he got into a droshky and continued to shout all the time to the coachman, "Drive hard." "Is the police superintendent at home?" he asked on entering the front hall. "No, sir," answered the porter, "he has just gone out." "Ah, just as I thought." "Yes," continued the porter, "he has only just gone out. If you had been a moment earlier you would perhaps have caught him." Kovalyov, still holding his handkerchief to his face, re-entered the droshky and cried in a despairing voice, "Drive on." "Where?" asked the coachman. "Straight on." "But how? There are crossroads here. Shall I go to the right or the left?" This question made Kovalyov reflect. In his situation it was necessary to have recourse to the police, not because the affair had anything to do with them directly but because they acted more promptly than other authorities. As for demanding any explanation from the department to which the nose claimed to belong, it would, he felt, be useless, for the answers of that gentleman showed that he regarded nothing as sacred. And he might just as likely have lied in this matter as in saying that he had never seen Kovalyov. But just as he was about to order the coachman to drive to the police station, the idea occurred to him that this rascally scoundrel who, at their first meeting, had behaved so disloyally towards him, might, profiting by the delay, quit the city secretly. And then all his searching would be in vain, or might last over a whole month. Finally, as though visited with a heavenly inspiration, he resolved to go directly to an advertisement office, and to advertise the loss of his nose, giving all its distinctive characteristics in detail, so that anyone who found it might bring it at once to him, or at any rate inform him where it lived. Having decided on this course, he ordered the coachman to drive to the advertisement office, and all the way he continued to punch him in the back. "Quick, scoundrel! Quick!" "Yes, sir," answered the coachman, lashing his shaggy horse with the reins. At last they arrived, and Kovalyov, out of breath, rushed into a little room where a grey-haired official, in an old coat and with spectacles on his nose, sat at a table holding his pen between his teeth, counting a heap of copper coins. "Who takes in the advertisements here?" exclaimed Kovalyov. "At your service, sir," answered the grey-haired functionary, looking up and then fastening his eyes again on the heap of coins before him. "I wish to place an advertisement in your paper." "Have the kindness to wait a minute," answered the official, putting down figures on paper with one hand, and with the other moving two balls on his calculating frame. A lackey, whose silver-laced coat showed that he served in one of the houses of the nobility, was standing by the table with a note in his hand, and speaking in a lively tone, by way of showing himself sociable. "Would you believe it, sir, this little dog is really not worth 24 kopecks, and for my own part one would not give a farthing for it. But the countess is quite gone upon it, and offers 100 rubles reward to anyone who finds it. To tell you the truth, the tastes of these people are very different from ours. They don't mind giving 500 or 1,000 rubles for a poodle or a pointer, provided it be a good one." The official listened with a serious air while counting the number of letters contained in the note. At either side of the table stood a number of housekeepers, clerks and porters, carrying notes. The writer of one wished to sell a barouche, which had been brought from Paris in 1814 and had been very little used. Others wanted to dispose of a strong droshky which wanted one spring, a spirited horse 17 years old, and so on. The room where these people were collected was very small, and the air was very close. But Kovalyov was not affected by it, for he had covered his face with a handkerchief, and because his nose itself was heaven knew where. "Sir, allow me to ask you, I am in a great hurry," he said at last impatiently. "In a moment. In a moment. 2 rubles, 24 kopecks, 1 minute. 1 ruble, 64 kopecks," said the gray-haired official, throwing their notes back to the housekeepers and porters. "What do you wish?" he said, turning to Kovalyov. "I wish," answered the latter, "I have just been swindled and cheated, and I cannot get hold of the perpetrator. I only want you to insert an advertisement to say that whoever brings this scoundrel to me will be well rewarded. What is your name, please? Why do you want my name? I have many lady friends, Madame Chekhtyriev, wife of a state councillor, Madame Potachina, wife of a colonel. Heaven forbid that they should get to hear of it. You can simply write, committeeman, or, better, major. And the man who has run away is your serf." "Serf? If he was, it would not be such a great swindle. It is the nose which has absconded." "Hum. What a strange name. And this Mr. Nose has stolen from you a considerable sum?" "Mr. Nose? Ah, you don't understand me. It is my own nose which has gone, I don't know where. The devil has played a trick on me." "How has it disappeared?" "I don't understand. I can't tell you how, but the important point is that now it walks about the city itself a state councillor. That is why I want you to advertise that whoever gets hold of it should bring it as soon as possible to me. Consider, how can I live without such a prominent part of my body? It is not as if it were merely a little toe, I would only have to put my foot in my boot and no one would notice its absence. Every Thursday I call on the wife of M. Chekhtyriev, the state councillor, Madame Potachina, a colonel's wife who has a very pretty daughter, is one of my acquaintances, and what am I to do now? I cannot appear before them like this." The official compressed his lips and reflected. "No, I cannot insert an advertisement like that," he said after a long pause. "What? Why not?" "Because it might compromise the paper. Suppose everyone could advertise that his nose was lost. People already say that all sorts of nonsense and lies are inserted. But this is not nonsense. There is nothing of that sort in my case." "You think so? Listen a minute. Last week there was a case very like it. An official came, just as you have done, bringing an advertisement for the insertion of which he paid 2 rubles, 63 kopecks. And this advertisement simply announced the loss of a black-haired poodle. There did not seem to be anything out of the way in it, but it was really a satire. By the poodle was meant the cashier of some establishment or other. But I am not talking of a poodle, but my own nose, i.e. almost myself. No, I cannot insert your advertisement. But my nose really has disappeared. That is a matter for a doctor. There are said to be people who can provide you with any kind of nose you like. But I see that you are a witty man, and like to have your little joke. But I swear to you on my word of honor. Look at my face yourself. Why put yourself out?" continued the official, taking a pinch of snuff. "All the same, if you don't mind," he added with a touch of curiosity, "I should like to have a look at it." The committeeman removed the handkerchief from before his face. "It certainly does look odd," said the official. "It is perfectly flat like a freshly fried pancake. It is hardly credible." "Very well. Are you going to hesitate any more? You see, it is impossible to refuse to advertise my loss. I shall be particularly obliged to you, and I shall be glad that this incident has procured me the pleasure of making your acquaintance." The major, we see, did not even shrink from a slight humiliation. "It certainly is not difficult to advertise it," replied the official, "but I don't see what good it would do you. However, if you lay so much stress on it, you should apply to someone who has a skillful pen, so that he may describe it as a curious, natural freak. And publish the article in the Northern Bee." Here he took another pinch, for the benefit of youthful readers, he wiped his nose, or simply as a matter worthy of arousing public curiosity. The committeeman felt completely discouraged. He let his eyes fall absent-mindedly on a daily paper in which theatrical performances were advertised. Reading there the name of an actress whom he knew to be pretty, he involuntarily smiled. And his hand sought his pocket to see if he had a blue ticket, for in Kovalyov's opinion superior officers like himself should not take a lesser-priced seat. But the thought of his lost nose suddenly spoilt everything. The official himself seemed touched at his difficult position. Desiring to console him, he tried to express his sympathy by a few polite words. "I much regret," he said, "your extraordinary mishap. Will you not try a pinch of snuff? It clears the head, banishes depression, and is a good preventive against hemorrhoids." So saying, he reached his snuff-box out to Kovalyov, skillfully concealing at the same time the cover, which was adorned with the portrait of some lady or other. This act, quite innocent in itself, exasperated Kovalyov. "I don't understand what you find to joke about in the matter," he exclaimed angrily. "Don't you see that I lack precisely the essential feature for taking snuff? The devil take your snuff-box. I don't want to look at snuff now, not even the best, certainly not your vile stuff." So saying, he left the advertisement office in a state of profound irritation, and went to the commissary of police. He arrived just as this dignitary was reclining on his couch, and saying to himself with a sigh of satisfaction, "Yes, I shall make a nice little sum out of that." It might be expected, therefore, that the committeeman's visit would be quite inopportune. This police commissary was a great patron of all the arts and industries. But what he liked above everything else was a check. "It is a thing," he used to say, "to which it is not easy to find an equivalent. It requires no food, it does not take up much room, it stays in one's pocket, and if it falls, it is not broken." The commissary accorded Kovalyov a fairly frigid reception, saying that the afternoon was not the best time to come with a case. That nature required one to rest a little after eating. This showed the committeeman that the commissary was acquainted with the aphorisms of the ancient sages, and that respectable people did not have their noses stolen. The last allusion was too direct. We must remember that Kovalyov was a very sensitive man. He did not mind anything said against him as an individual, but he could not endure any reflection on his rank or social position. He even believed that in comedies one might allow attacks on junior officers, but never on their seniors. The commissary's reception of him hurt his feelings so much that he raised his head proudly, and said with dignity, "After such insulting expressions on your part, I have nothing more to say." And he left the place. He reached his house quite wearied out. It was already growing dark. After all his fruitless search, his room seemed to him melancholy and even ugly. In the vestibule he saw his valet Ivan stretched on the leather couch and amusing himself by spitting at the ceiling, which he did very cleverly, hitting every time the same spot. His servant's equanimity enraged him. He struck him on the forehead with his hat, and said, "You good-for-nothing, you are always playing the fool." Ivan rose quickly and hastened to take off his master's cloak. Once in his room, the major, tired and depressed, threw himself in an armchair and, after sighing a while, began to soliloquize. "In heaven's name, why should such a misfortune befall me? If I had lost an arm or a leg, it would be less insupportable, but a man without a nose. Devil take it, what is he good for? He is only fit to be thrown out of the window. If it had been taken from me in war or in a duel, or if I had lost it by my own fault. But it has disappeared inexplicably. But no. It is impossible," he continued after reflecting a few moments, "it is incredible that a nose can disappear like that, quite incredible. I must be dreaming or suffering from some hallucination. Perhaps I swallowed, by mistake instead of water, the brandy with which I rub my chin after being shaved. That fool of an Ivan must have forgotten to take it away, and I must have swallowed it." In order to find out whether he were really drunk, the major pinched himself so hard that he involuntarily uttered a cry. The pain convinced him that he was quite wide awake. He walked slowly to the looking-glass and at first closed his eyes, hoping to see his nose suddenly in its proper place, but on opening them, he started back. "What a hideous sight!" he exclaimed. It was really incomprehensible. One might easily lose a button, a silver spoon, a watch, or something similar, but a loss like this, and in one's own dwelling. After considering all the circumstances, Major Kovalyov felt inclined to suppose that the cause of all his trouble should be laid at the door of Madame Potachina, the colonel's wife, who wished him to marry her daughter. He himself paid her court readily, but always avoided coming to the point. And when the lady one day told him point-blank that she wished him to marry her daughter, he gently drew back, declaring that he was still too young, and that he had to serve 5 years more before he would be 42. This must be the reason why the lady, in revenge, had resolved to bring him into disgrace, and had hired 2 sorceresses for that object. One thing was certain, his nose had not been cut off. No one had entered his room, and as for Ivan Yakovlevitch, he had been shaved by him on Wednesday, and during that day and the whole of Thursday his nose had been there, as he knew and well remembered. Moreover, if his nose had been cut off he would naturally have felt pain, and doubtless the wound would not have healed so quickly, nor would the surface have been as flat as a pancake. All kinds of plans passed through his head. Should he bring a legal action against the wife of a superior officer, or should he go to her and charge her openly with her treachery? His reflections were interrupted by a sudden light, which shone through all the chinks of the door, showing that Ivan had lit the wax candles in the vestibule. Soon Ivan himself came in with the lights. Kovalyov quickly seized a handkerchief and covered the place where his nose had been the evening before, so that his blockhead of a servant might not gape with his mouth wide open when he saw his master's extraordinary appearance. Scarcely had Ivan returned to the vestibule than a stranger's voice was heard there. "Does Major Kovalyov live here?" it asked. "Come in," said the major, rising rapidly and opening the door. He saw a police official of pleasant appearance, with grey whiskers and fairly full cheeks, the same who at the commencement of this story was standing at the end of the Isaac Bridge. "You have lost your nose?" he asked. "Exactly so. It has just been found." "What do you say?" stammered Major Kovalyov. Joy had suddenly paralyzed his tongue. He stared at the police commissary on whose cheeks and full lips fell the flickering light of the candle. "How was it?" he asked at last. "By a very singular chance. It has been arrested just as it was getting into a carriage for Riga. Its passport had been made out some time ago in the name of an official. And what is still more strange, I myself took it at first for a gentleman. Fortunately I had my glasses with me, and then I saw at once that it was a nose. I am short-sighted, you know, and as you stand before me I cannot distinguish your nose, your beard, or anything else. My mother-in-law can hardly see at all." Kovalyov was beside himself with excitement. "Where is it?" "Where? I will hasten there at once. Don't put yourself out. Knowing that you need it, I have brought it with me. Another singular thing is that the principal culprit in the matter is a scoundrel of a barber living in the Ascension Avenue, who is now safely locked up. I had long suspected him of drunkenness and theft. Only the day before yesterday he stole some buttons in a shop. Your nose is quite uninjured." So saying, the police commissary put his hand in his pocket and brought out the nose wrapped up in paper. Yes, that is it," exclaimed Kovalyov. "Will you not stay and drink a cup of tea with me? I should like to very much, but I cannot. I must go at once to the House of Correction. The cost of living is very high nowadays. My mother-in-law lives with me, and there are several children. The eldest is very hopeful and intelligent, but I have no means for their education." After the commissary's departure, Kovalyov remained for some time plunged in a kind of vague reverie, and did not recover full consciousness for several moments. So great was the effect of this unexpected good news. He placed the recovered nose carefully in the palm of his hand, and examined it again with the greatest attention. "Yes, this is it," he said to himself. "Here is the heat boil on the left side, which came out yesterday." And he nearly laughed aloud with delight. But nothing is permanent in this world. Joy in the second moment of its arrival is already less keen than in the first. is still fainter in the third, and finishes by coalescing with our normal mental state. Just as the circles which the fall of a pebble forms on the surface of water, gradually die away. Kovalyov began to meditate, and saw that his difficulties were not yet over. His nose had been recovered, but it had to be joined on again in its proper place. And suppose it could not? As he put this question to himself, Kovalyov grew pale. With a feeling of indescribable dread, he rushed towards his dressing table, and stood before the mirror in order that he might not place his nose crookedly. His hands trembled. Very carefully he placed it where it had been before. Horror! It did not remain there. He held it to his mouth and warmed it a little with his breath, and then placed it there again. But it would not hold. "Hold on, you stupid," he said. But the nose seemed to be made of wood, and fell back on the table with a strange noise, as though it had been a cork. The Major's face began to twitch feverishly. "Is it possible that it won't stick?" he asked himself, full of alarm. But however often he tried, all his efforts were in vain. He called Ivan, and sent him to fetch the doctor who occupied the finest flat in the mansion. This doctor was a man of imposing appearance, who had magnificent black whiskers and a healthy wife. He ate fresh apples every morning, and cleaned his teeth with extreme care, using 5 different toothbrushes for 3/4 of an hour daily. The doctor came immediately. After having asked the Major when this misfortune had happened, he raised his chin and gave him a fillip with his finger just where the nose had been. In such a way that the Major suddenly threw back his head and struck the wall with it. The doctor said that did not matter. Then, making him turn his face to the right, he felt the vacant place and said, then he made him turn it to the left and did the same. Finally he again gave him a fillip with his finger, so that the Major started like a horse whose teeth are being examined. After this experiment, the doctor shook his head and said, "No, it cannot be done. Rather remain as you are, lest something worse happen. Certainly one could replace it at once, but I assure you the remedy would be worse than the disease." "All very fine, but how am I to go on without a nose?" answered Kovalyov. "There is nothing worse than that. How can I show myself with such a villainous appearance? I go into good society, and this evening I am invited to 2 parties. I know several ladies, Madame Chekhtyriev, the wife of a state councillor, Madame Potachina, although after what she has done, I don't want to have anything to do with her except through the agency of the police. I beg you," continued Kovalyov in a supplicating tone, "find some way or other of replacing it, even if it is not quite firm, as long as it holds at all. I can keep it in place sometimes with my hand, whenever there is any risk. Besides, I do not even dance, so that it is not likely to be injured by any sudden movement. As to your fee, be in no anxiety about that, I can well afford it." "Believe me," answered the doctor in a voice which was neither too high nor too low, but soft and almost magnetic, "I do not treat patients from love of gain. That would be contrary to my principles and to my art. It is true that I accept fees, but that is only not to hurt my patients' feelings by refusing them. I could certainly replace your nose, but I assure you on my word of honor, it would only make matters worse. Rather let nature do her own work. Wash the place often with cold water, and I assure you that even without a nose, you will be just as well as if you had one. As to the nose itself, I advise you to have it preserved in a bottle of spirits, or, still better, of warm vinegar mixed with 2 spoonfuls of brandy, and then you can sell it at a good price. I would be willing to take it myself, provided you do not ask too much." "No, no, I shall not sell it at any price. I would rather it were lost again." "Excuse me," said the doctor, taking his leave. "I hope to be useful to you, but I can do nothing more. You are at any rate convinced of my goodwill." So saying, the doctor left the room with a dignified air. Kovalyov did not even notice his departure. Absorbed in a profound reverie, he only saw the edge of his snow-white cuffs emerging from the sleeves of his black coat. The next day he resolved, before bringing a formal action, to write to the colonel's wife and see whether she would not return to him, without further dispute, that of which she had deprived him. The letter ran as follows. To Madame Alexandra Potachina. I hardly understand your method of action. Be sure that by adopting such a course you will gain nothing, and will certainly not succeed in making me marry your daughter. Believe me, the story of my nose has become well known. It is you and no one else who have taken the principal part in it. Its unexpected separation from the place which it occupied, its flight and its appearances sometimes in the disguise of an official, sometimes in proper person, are nothing but the consequence of unholy spells employed by you or by persons who, like you, are addicted to such honorable pursuits. On my part, I wish to inform you, that if the above-mentioned nose is not restored today to its proper place, I shall be obliged to have recourse to legal procedure. For the rest, with all respect, I have the honor to be your humble servant. Platon Kovalyov. The reply was not long in coming, and was as follows. Major Platon Kovalyov. Your letter has profoundly astonished me. I must confess that I had not expected such unjust reproaches on your part. I assure you that the official of whom you speak has not been at my house, either disguised or in his proper person. It is true that Philip Ivanovitch Potanchikov has paid visits at my house, and though he has actually asked for my daughter's hand, and was a man of good breeding, respectable and intelligent, I never gave him any hope. Again, you say something about a nose. If you intend to imply by that I wish to snub you, i.e., to meet you with a refusal, I am very astonished because, as you well know, I was quite of the opposite mind. If after this you wish to ask for my daughter's hand, I should be glad to gratify you, for such has also been the object of my most fervent desire, in the hope of the accomplishment of which I remain, yours most sincerely, Alexandra Potachina. No, said Kovalyov, after having reperused the letter, she is certainly not guilty. It is impossible. Such a letter could not be written by a criminal. The committeeman was experienced in such matters, for he had been often officially deputed to conduct criminal investigations while in the Caucasus. But then how and by what trick of fate has the thing happened, he said to himself with a gesture of discouragement. The devil must be at the bottom of it. Meanwhile the rumor of this extraordinary event had spread all over the city, and, as is generally the case, not without numerous additions. At that period there was a general disposition to believe in the miraculous. The public had recently been impressed by experiments in magnetism. The story of the floating chairs in Konyochenia Street was still quite recent. And there was nothing astonishing in hearing soon afterwards that Major Kovalyov's nose was to be seen walking every day at 3 o'clock on the Nevsky Avenue. The crowd of curious spectators which gathered there daily was enormous. On one occasion someone spread a report that the nose was in Junker's stores, and immediately the place was besieged by such a crowd that the police had to interfere and establish order. A certain speculator with a grave, whiskered face, who sold cakes at a theater door, had some strong wooden benches made which he placed before the window of the stores, and obligingly invited the public to stand on them and look in, at the modest charge of 24 kopecks. A veteran colonel, leaving his house earlier than usual expressly for the purpose, had the greatest difficulty in elbowing his way through the crowd. But to his great indignation he saw nothing in the store window but an ordinary flannel waistcoat and a colored lithograph representing a young girl darning a stocking, while an elegant youth in a waistcoat with large lapels watched her from behind a tree. The picture had hung in the same place for more than 10 years. The colonel went off, growling savagely to himself, "How can the fools let themselves be excited by such idiotic stories?" Then another rumor got abroad, to the effect that the nose of Major Kovalyov was in the habit of walking not on the Nevsky Avenue but in the Taurus Gardens. Some students of the Academy of Surgery went there on purpose to see it. A high-born lady wrote to the keeper of the gardens asking him to show her children this rare phenomenon, and to give them some suitable instruction on the occasion. All these incidents were eagerly collected by the town wits, who just then were very short of anecdotes adapted to amuse ladies. On the other hand, the minority of solid, sober people were very much displeased. One gentleman asserted with great indignation that he could not understand how in our enlightened age such absurdities could spread abroad. And he was astonished that the government did not direct their attention to the matter. This gentleman evidently belonged to the category of those people who wish the government to interfere in everything, even in their daily quarrels with their wives. But here the course of events is again obscured by a veil. Chapter 3. Strange events happen in this world, events which are sometimes entirely improbable. The same nose which had masqueraded as a state councillor, and caused so much sensation in the town, was found one morning in its proper place, i.e., between the cheeks of Major Kovalyov, as if nothing had happened. This occurred on April 7th. On awaking, the Major looked by chance into a mirror and perceived a nose. He quickly put his hand to it. It was there beyond a doubt. "Oh!" exclaimed Kovalyov. For sheer joy he was on the point of performing a dance barefooted across his room, but the entrance of Ivan prevented him. He told him to bring water, and after washing himself, he looked again in the glass. The nose was there. Then he dried his face with a towel and looked again. Yes, there was no mistake about it. "Look here, Ivan, it seems to me that I have a heat boil on my nose," he said to his valet. And he thought to himself at the same time, that will be a nice business if Ivan says to me, "No, sir, not only is there no boil, but your nose itself is not there." But Ivan answered, "There is nothing, sir, I can see no boil on your nose." "Good! Good!" exclaimed the Major, and snapped his fingers with delight. At this moment the barber, Ivan Yakovlevitch, put his head in at the door, but as timidly as a cat which has just been beaten for stealing lard. "Tell me first, are your hands clean?" asked Kovalyov when he saw him. "Yes, sir." "You lie." "I swear they are perfectly clean, sir." "Very well, then come here." Kovalyov seated himself. Yakovlevitch tied a napkin under his chin, and in the twinkling of an eye covered his beard and part of his cheeks with a copious creamy lather. "There it is," said the barber to himself, as he glanced at the nose. Then he bent his head a little and examined it from one side. "Yes, it actually is the nose, really, when one thinks," he continued, pursuing his mental soliloquy and still looking at it. Then quite gently, with infinite precaution, he raised 2 fingers in the air in order to take hold of it by the extremity, as he was accustomed to do. "Now then, take care!" Kovalyov exclaimed. Ivan Yakovlevitch let his arm fall and felt more embarrassed than he had ever done in his life. At last he began to pass the razor very lightly over the Major's chin, and although it was very difficult to shave him without using the olfactory organ as a point of support, he succeeded, however. By placing his wrinkled thumb against the Major's lower jaw and cheek, thus overcoming all obstacles and bringing his task to a safe conclusion. When the barber had finished, Kovalyov hastened to dress himself, took a droshky, and drove straight to the confectioner's. As he entered it, he ordered a cup of chocolate. He then stepped straight to the mirror, the nose was there. He returned joyfully, and regarded with a satirical expression 2 officers who were in the shop, one of whom possessed a nose not much larger than a waistcoat button. After that he went to the office of the department where he had applied for the post of vice-governor of a province or government bailiff. As he passed through the hall of reception, he cast a glance at the mirror, the nose was there. Then he went to pay a visit to another committeeman, a very sarcastic personage, to whom he was accustomed to say in answer to his raillery, "Yes, I know, you are the funniest fellow in St. Petersburg." On the way he said to himself, "If the Major does not burst into laughter at the sight of me, that is a most certain sign that everything is in its accustomed place." But the Major said nothing. Very good, thought Kovalyov. As he returned, he met Madame Potachina with her daughter. He accosted them, and they responded very graciously. The conversation lasted a long time, during which he took more than 1 pinch of snuff, saying to himself, "No, you haven't caught me yet, coquettes that you are. And as to the daughter, I shan't marry her at all." After that, the major resumed his walks on the Nevsky Avenue and his visits to the theater as if nothing had happened. His nose also remained in its place as if it had never quitted it. From that time he was always to be seen smiling, in a good humor, and paying attentions to pretty girls. Chapter 4. Such was the occurrence which took place in the northern capital of our vast empire. On considering the account carefully we see that there is a good deal which looks improbable about it. Not to speak of the strange disappearance of the nose, and its appearance in different places under the disguise of a counselor of state. How was it that Kovalyov did not understand that one cannot decently advertise for a lost nose? I do not mean to say that he would have had to pay too much for the advertisement, that is a mere trifle, and I am not one of those who attach too much importance to money. But to advertise in such a case is not proper nor befitting. Another difficulty is, how was the nose found in the baked loaf, and how did Ivan Yakovlevich himself? No, I don't understand it at all. But the most incomprehensible thing of all is, how authors can choose such subjects for their stories. That really surpasses my understanding. In the first place, no advantage results from it for the country, and in the second place, no harm results either. All the same, when one reflects well, there really is something in the matter. Whatever may be said to the contrary, such cases do occur, rarely, it is true, but now and then actually. The Calash. The town of B. had become very lively since a cavalry regiment had taken up its quarters in it. Up to that date it had been mortally wearisome there. When you happened to pass through the town and glanced at its little mud houses with their incredibly gloomy aspect, the pen refuses to express what you felt. You suffered a terrible uneasiness as if you had just lost all your money at play, or had committed some terrible blunder in company. The plaster covering the houses, soaked by the rain, had fallen away in many places from their walls, which from white had become streaked and spotted, whilst old reeds served to thatch them. Following a custom very common in the towns of South Russia, the chief of police has long since had all the trees in the gardens cut down to improve the view. One never meets anything in the town, unless it is a cock crossing the road, full of dust and soft as a pillow. At the slightest rain this dust is turned into mud, and then all the streets are filled with pigs. Displaying to all their grave faces, they utter such grunts that travelers only think of pressing their horses to get away from them as soon as possible. Sometimes some country gentleman of the neighborhood, the owner of a dozen serfs, passes in a vehicle which is a kind of compromise between a carriage and a cart, surrounded by sacks of flour, and whipping up his bay mare with her colt trotting by her side. The aspect of the marketplace is mournful enough. The tailor's house sticks out very stupidly, not squarely to the front but sideways. Facing it is a brick house with 2 windows, unfinished for 15 years past, and further on a large wooden market stall standing by itself and painted mud color. This stall, which was to serve as a model, was built by the chief of police in the time of his youth, before he got into the habit of falling asleep directly after dinner, and of drinking a kind of decoction of dried gooseberries every evening. All around the rest of the marketplace are nothing but palings. But in the center are some little sheds where a packet of round cakes, a stout woman in a red dress, a bar of soap, some pounds of bitter almonds, some lead, some cotton, and 2 shopmen playing at Svika, a game resembling quoits, are always to be seen. But on the arrival of the cavalry regiment everything changed. The streets became more lively and wore quite another aspect. Often from their little houses the inhabitants would see a tall and well-made officer with a plumed hat pass by, on his way to the quarters of one of his comrades to discuss the chances of promotion or the qualities of a new tobacco, or perhaps to risk at play his carriage, which might indeed be called the carriage of all the regiment, since it belonged in turn to every one of them. Today it was the major who drove out in it, tomorrow it was seen in the lieutenant's coach house, and a week later the major's servant was again greasing its wheels. The long hedges separating the houses were suddenly covered with soldiers' caps exposed to the sun, grey frieze cloaks hung in the doorways, and mustaches harsh and bristling as clothes brushes were to be met with in all the streets. These mustaches showed themselves everywhere, but above all at the market, over the shoulders of the women of the place who flocked there from all sides to make their purchases. The officers lent great animation to society at B. Society consisted up till then of the judge who was living with a deacon's wife, and of the chief of police, a very sensible man, but one who slept all day long from dinner till evening. And from evening till dinner time. This general liveliness was still further increased when the town of B. became the residence of the general commanding the brigade to which the regiment belonged. Many gentlemen of the neighborhood, whose very existence no one had even suspected, began to come into the town with the intention of calling on the officers, or, perhaps, of playing bank. A game concerning which they had up till then only a very confused notion, occupied as they were with their crops and the commissions of their wives and their hare hunting. I am very sorry that I cannot recollect for what reason the general made up his mind one fine day to give a grand dinner. The preparations were overwhelming. The clatter of knives in the kitchen was heard as far as the town gates. The whole of the market was laid under contributions, so much so that the judge and the deacon's wife found themselves obliged that day to be satisfied with hasty puddings and cakes of flour. The little courtyard of the house occupied by the general was crowded with vehicles. The company only consisted of men, officers and gentlemen of the neighborhood. Amongst these latter was above all conspicuous Pythagoras Pythagoravich Chertokoutsky, one of the leading aristocrats of the district of B. The most fiery orator at the nobiliary elections and the owner of a very elegant turnout. He had served in a cavalry regiment and had even passed for one of its most accomplished officers, having constantly shown himself at all the balls and parties wherever his regiment was quartered. Information respecting him may be asked of all the young ladies in the districts of Tambov and Simbirsk. He would very probably have further extended his reputation in other districts if he had not been obliged to leave the service in consequence of one of those affairs which are spoken of as a very unpleasant business. Had he given or received a blow? I cannot say with certainty, but what is indisputable is that he was asked to send in his resignation. However, this accident had no unpleasant effect upon the esteem in which he had been held up till then. Chertokoutsky always wore a coat of a military cut, spurs and mustache, in order not to have it supposed that he had served in the infantry. A branch of the service upon which he lavished the most contemptuous expressions. He frequented the numerous fairs to which flocked the whole of the population of southern Russia, consisting of nursemaids, tall girls, and burly gentlemen who go there in vehicles of such strange aspect that no one has ever seen their match even in a dream. He instinctively guessed the spot in which a regiment of cavalry was to be found and never failed to introduce himself to the officers. On perceiving them he bounded gracefully from his light phaeton and soon made acquaintance with them. At the last election he had given to the whole of the nobility a grand dinner during which he declared that if he were elected marshal he would put all gentlemen on the best possible footing. He usually behaved after the fashion of a great noble. He had married a rather pretty lady with a dowry of 200 serfs and some thousands of rubles. This money was at once employed in the purchase of 6 fine horses, some gilt bronze locks, and a tame monkey. He further engaged a French cook. The 200 peasants of the lady, as well as 200 more belonging to the gentleman, were mortgaged to the bank. In a word, he was a regular nobleman. Besides himself, several other gentlemen were amongst the general's guests, but it is not worth while speaking of them. The officers of the regiment, amongst whom were the colonel and the fat major, formed the majority of those present. The general himself was rather stout. A good officer, nevertheless, according to his subordinates. He had a rather deep bass voice. The dinner was magnificent. There were sturgeons, sterlets, bustards, asparagus, quail, partridges, mushrooms. The flavor of all these dishes supplied an irrefutable proof of the sobriety of the cook during the 24 hours preceding the dinner. For soldiers, who had been given him as assistants, had not ceased working all night, knife in hand, at the composition of ragouts and jellies. The immense quantity of long-necked bottles, mingled with shorter ones, holding claret and Madeira. The fine summer day, the wide-open windows, the plates piled up with ice on the table, the crumpled shirt-fronts of the gentlemen in plain clothes, and a brisk and noisy conversation. Now dominated by the general's voice, and now besprinkled with champagne, were all in perfect harmony. The guests rose from the table with a pleasant feeling of repletion, and, after having lit their pipes, all stepped out, coffee cups in hand, onto the veranda. "We can see her now," said the general. "Here, my dear fellow," added he, addressing his aide-de-camp, an active well-made young officer, "have the bay mare brought here. You shall see for yourselves, gentlemen." At these words the general took a long pull at his pipe. "She is not quite recovered yet, there is not a decent stable in this cursed little place. But she is not bad looking." Puff, puff, the general here let out the smoke which he had kept in his mouth till then, the little mare. "It is long since your excellency," puff, 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 "condescended to buy her?" asked Chertokotsky. Puff, 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 puff. "Not very long, I had her from the breeding establishment 2 years ago." "And did your excellency condescend to take her ready broken, or to have her broken in here yourself?" Puff, 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 puff. "Here." As he spoke the general disappeared behind a cloud of smoke. At that moment a soldier jumped out of the stable. The trampling of a horse's hoofs was heard, and another soldier with immense mustaches, and wearing a long white tunic, appeared, leading by the bridle the terrified and quivering mare, which, suddenly rearing, lifted him off his feet. "Come, come, Agrafena Ivanovna," said he, leading her towards the veranda. The mare's name was Agrafena Ivanovna. Strong and bold as a southern beauty, she suddenly became motionless. The general began to look at her with evident satisfaction, and left off smoking. The colonel himself went down the steps and patted her neck. The major ran his hand down her legs, and all the other officers clicked their tongues at her. Chertokotsky left the veranda to take up a position beside the mare. The soldier who held her bridle drew himself up and stared fixedly at the guests. "She is very fine," said Chertokotsky, "a very well-shaped beast. Will your excellency allow me to ask whether she is a good goer?" "She goes well, but that idiot of a doctor, deuce take him, has given her some balls which have made her sneeze for the last 2 days. She is a fine beast, a very fine beast. Has your excellency a turnout to match the horse?" "Turnout? But she's a saddle horse." "I know. I put the question, your excellency, to know if you have an equipage worthy of your other horses?" "No, I have not much in the way of equipages. I must admit that, for some time past, I have been wanting to buy a calash, such as they build nowadays. I have written about it to my brother who is now at St. Petersburg, but I do not know whether he will be able to send me one." "It seems to me, your excellency," remarked the colonel, "that there are no better calashes than those of Vienna." "You are right." Puff, puff, puff. "I have an excellent calash, your excellency, a real Viennese calash," said Chertokotsky. "That in which you came?" "Oh no, I make use of that for ordinary service, but the other is something extraordinary. It is as light as a feather, and if you sit in it, it seems as if your nurse was rocking you in a cradle." "It is very comfortable then?" "Extremely comfortable, the cushions, the springs, and everything else are perfect." "Ah! That is good. And what a quantity of things can be packed away in it. I have never seen anything like it, your excellency. When I was still in the service there was room enough in the body to stow away 10 bottles of rum, 20 pounds of tobacco, 6 uniforms, and 2 pipes, the longest pipes imaginable. Your excellency. And in the pockets inside you could stow away a whole bullock. That is very good. It cost 4,000 rubles, your excellency. It ought to be good at that price. Did you buy it yourself?" "No, your excellency, I had it by chance. It was bought by one of my oldest friends, a fine fellow with whom you would be very well pleased. We are very intimate. What is mine is his, and what is his is mine. I won it of him at cards. Would your Excellency have the kindness to honor me at dinner tomorrow? You could see my calash. I don't know what to say. Alone I could not, but if you would allow me to come with these officers. I beg of them to come too. I shall esteem it a great honor, gentlemen, to have the pleasure of seeing you at my house. The colonel, the major, and the other officers thanked Chertokhoutsky. I am of opinion myself, your Excellency, that if one buys anything it should be good. It is not worth the trouble of getting, if it turns out bad. If you do me the honor of calling on me tomorrow, I will show you some improvements I have introduced on my estate. The general looked at him, and puffed out a fresh cloud of smoke. Chertokhoutsky was charmed with his notion of inviting the officers, and mentally ordered in advance all manner of dishes for their entertainment. He smiled at these gentlemen, who on their part appeared to increase their show of attention towards him. As was noticeable from the expression of their eyes and the little half-nods they bestowed upon him. His bearing assumed a certain ease, and his voice expressed his great satisfaction. Your Excellency will make the acquaintance of the mistress of the house. That will be most agreeable to me, said the general, twirling his mustache. Chertokhoutsky was firmly resolved to return home at once in order to make all necessary preparations in good time. He had already taken his hat, but a strange fatality caused him to remain for some time at the general's. The card tables had been set out, and all the company, separating into groups of 4, scattered itself about the room. Lights were brought in. Chertokhoutsky did not know whether he ought to sit down to whist. But as the officers invited him, he thought that the rules of good breeding obliged him to accept. He sat down. I do not know how a glass of punch found itself at his elbow, but he drank it off without thinking. After playing 2 rubbers, he found another glass close to his hand which he drank off in the same way, though not without remarking. It is really time for me to go, gentlemen. He began to play a fresh rubber. However, the conversation which was going on in every corner of the room took an especial turn. Those who were playing whist were quiet enough, but the others talked a great deal. A captain had taken up his position on a sofa, and leaning against a cushion, pipe in mouth. He captivated the attention of a circle of guests gathered about him by his eloquent narrative of amorous adventures. A very stout gentleman whose arms were so short that they looked like 2 potatoes hanging by his sides, listened to him with a very satisfied expression. And from time to time exerted himself to pull his tobacco pouch out of his coat-tail pocket. A somewhat brisk discussion on cavalry drill had arisen in another corner, and Chertokhoutsky, who had twice already played a knave for a king, mingled in the conversation by calling out from his place, "In what year?" or "What regiment?" without noticing that very often his question had no application whatever. At length, a few minutes before supper, play came to an end. Chertokhoutsky could remember that he had won a great deal, but he did not take up his winnings, and after rising stood for some time in the position of a man who has no handkerchief in his pocket. They sat down to supper. As might be expected, wine was not lacking, and Chertokhoutsky kept involuntarily filling his glass with it, for he was surrounded with bottles. A lengthy conversation took place at table, but the guests carried it on after a strange fashion. A colonel, who had served in 1812, described a battle which had never taken place. And besides, no one ever could make out why he took a cork and stuck it into a pie. They began to break up at 3 in the morning. The coachmen were obliged to take several of them in their arms like bundles. And Chertokhoutsky himself, despite his aristocratic pride, bowed so low to the company, that he took home 2 thistles in his mustache. The coachman who drove him home found everyone asleep. He routed out, after some trouble, the valet, who, after having ushered his master through the hall, handed him over to a maidservant. Chertokhoutsky followed her as well as he could to the best room, and stretched himself beside his pretty young wife, who was sleeping in a nightgown as white as snow. The shock of her husband falling on the bed awoke her. She stretched out her arms, opened her eyes, closed them quickly, and then opened them again quite wide, with a half-vexed air. Seeing that her husband did not pay the slightest attention to her, she turned over on the other side, rested her fresh and rosy cheek on her hand, and went to sleep again. It was late, that is, according to country customs, when the lady awoke again. Her husband was snoring more loudly than ever. She recollected that he had come home at 4 o'clock, and not wishing to awaken him, got up alone, and put on her slippers, which her husband had sent for her from St. Petersburg, and a white dressing gown which fell about her like the waters of a fountain. Then she passed into her dressing room, and after washing in water as fresh as herself, went to her toilet table. She looked at herself twice in the glass, and thought she looked very pretty that morning. This circumstance, a very insignificant one apparently, caused her to stay 2 hours longer than usual before her glass. She dressed herself very tastefully and went into the garden. The weather was splendid, it was one of the finest days of the summer. The sun, which had almost reached the meridian, shed its most ardent rays. But a pleasant coolness reigned under the leafy arcades, and the flowers, warmed by the sun, exhaled their sweetest perfume. The pretty mistress of the house had quite forgotten that it was noon at least, and that her husband was still asleep. Already she heard the snores of 2 coachmen and a groom, who were taking their siesta in the stable, after having dined copiously. But she was still sitting in a bower from which the deserted high road could be seen, when all at once her attention was caught by a light cloud of dust rising in the distance. After looking at it for some moments, she ended by making out several vehicles, closely following one another. First came a light calash, with 2 places, in which was the general, wearing his large and glittering epaulets, with the colonel. This was followed by another with 4 places, containing the captain, the aide-de-camp and 2 lieutenants. Further on, came the celebrated regimental vehicle, the present owner of which was the major, and behind that another in which were packed 5 officers, one on his comrade's knees. The procession being closed by 3 more on 3 fine bays. "Are they coming here?" thought the mistress of the house. "Good heavens, yes. They are leaving the main road." She gave a cry, clasped her hands, and ran straight across the flower beds to her bedroom, where her husband was still sleeping soundly. "Get up! Get up! Get up at once," she cried, pulling him by the arm. What's the matter?" murmured Chertokovsky, stretching his limbs without opening his eyes. "Get up, get up. Visitors have come, do you hear? Visitors. Visitors, what visitors?" After saying these words he uttered a little plaintive grunt like that of a sucking calf. Let me kiss you. My dear, get up at once, for heaven's sake. The general has come with all his officers. Ah! Goodness, you have got a thistle in your mustache. The general. Has he come already? But why the deuce did not they wake me? And the dinner, is the dinner ready? What dinner? But haven't I ordered a dinner? A dinner. You got home at 4 o'clock in the morning and you did not answer a single word to all my questions. I did not wake you, since you had so little sleep. Chertokovsky, his eyes staring out of his head, remained motionless for some moments as though a thunderbolt had struck him. All at once he jumped out of bed in his shirt. "Idiot that I am," he exclaimed, clasping his hand to his forehead, "I had invited them to dinner. What is to be done? Are they far off? They will be here in a moment. My dear, hide yourself. Ho there, somebody. Hi there, you girl. Come here, you fool, what are you afraid of? The officers are coming here. Tell them I am not at home, that I went out early this morning, that I am not coming back. Do you understand? Go and repeat it to all the servants. Be off, quick." Having uttered these words, he hurriedly slipped on his dressing gown, and ran off to shut himself up in the coach-house, which he thought the safest hiding-place. But he fancied that he might be noticed in the corner in which he had taken refuge. "This will be better," said he to himself, letting down the steps of the nearest vehicle, which happened to be the calash. He jumped inside, closed the door, and, as a further precaution, covered himself with the leather apron. There he remained, wrapped in his dressing gown, in a doubled-up position. During this time the equipages had drawn up before the porch. The general got out of his carriage and shook himself, followed by the colonel, arranging the feathers in his hat. After him came the stout major, his saber under his arm, and the slim lieutenants, whilst the mounted officers also alighted. "The master is not at home," said a servant appearing at the top of a flight of steps. "What? Not at home, but he is coming home for dinner, is he not?" "No, he is not. He has gone out for the day and will not be back till this time tomorrow." "Bless me," said the general, "but what the deuce?" "What a joke," said the colonel laughing. "No, no, such things are inconceivable," said the general angrily. "If he could not receive us, why did he invite us?" "I cannot understand, Your Excellency, how it is possible to act in such a manner," observed a young officer. "What?" said the general, who always made an officer under the rank of captain repeat his remarks twice over. "I wondered, Your Excellency, how anyone could do such a thing." "Quite so. If anything has happened he ought to have let us know." "There is nothing to be done, Your Excellency, we had better go back home," said the colonel. "Certainly, there is nothing to be done. However, we can see the calash without him, probably he has not taken it with him. Come here, my man. What does Your Excellency want? Show us your master's new calash. Have the kindness to step this way to the coach-house." The general entered the coach-house followed by his officers. "Let me pull it a little forward, Your Excellency," said the servant, "it is rather dark here." "That will do." The general and his officers walked around the calash, carefully inspecting the wheels and springs. "There is nothing remarkable about it," said the general, "it is a very ordinary calash." "Nothing to look at," added the colonel, "there is absolutely nothing good about it." "It seems to me, Your Excellency, that it is not worth 4,000 rubles, remarked a young officer. "What?" "I said, Your Excellency, that I do not think that it is worth 4,000 rubles. 4,000. It is not worth 2. Perhaps, however, the inside is well fitted. Unbutton the apron." And Chertokhoutsky appeared before the officer's eyes, clad in his dressing gown and doubled up in a singular fashion. "Hullo, there you are," said the astonished general. Then he covered Chertokhoutsky up again and went off with his officers. The Mantle. In a certain Russian ministerial department. But it is perhaps better that I do not mention which department it was. There are in the whole of Russia no persons more sensitive than government officials. Each of them believes, if he is annoyed in any way, that the whole official class is insulted in his person. Recently an Ispronic, country magistrate, I do not know of which town, is said to have drawn up a report with the object of showing that, ignoring government orders, people were speaking of Ispronics in terms of contempt. In order to prove his assertions, he forwarded with his report a bulky work of fiction, in which on about every 10th page an Ispronic appeared generally in a drunken condition. In order therefore to avoid any unpleasantness, I will not definitely indicate the department in which the scene of my story is laid, and will rather say, in a certain chancellery. Well, in a certain chancellery there was a certain man who, as I cannot deny, was not of an attractive appearance. He was short, had a face marked with smallpox, was rather bald in front, and his forehead and cheeks were deeply lined with furrows, to say nothing of other physical imperfections. Such was the outer aspect of our hero, as produced by the St. Petersburg climate. As regards his official rank, for with us Russians the official rank must always be given, he was what is usually known as a permanent titular counselor, one of those unfortunate beings who, as is well known, are made a butt of by various authors who have the bad habit of attacking people who cannot defend themselves. Our hero's family name was Bashmachkin, his baptismal name Akakiy Akakievitch. Perhaps the reader may think this name somewhat strange and far-fetched, but he can be assured that it is not so. and that circumstances so arranged it that it was quite impossible to give him any other name. This happened in the following way. Akakiy Akakievitch was born, if I am not mistaken, on the night of the 23rd of March. His deceased mother, the wife of an official and a very good woman, immediately made proper arrangements for his baptism. When the time came, she was lying on the bed before the door. At her right hand stood the godfather, Ivan Ivanovich Jeroshkin, a very important person, who was registrar of the Senate. At her left, the godmother Anna Semenovna Bielobrushkova, the wife of a police inspector, a woman of rare virtues. 3 names were suggested to the mother from which to choose one for the child, Makuja, Sasuja, or Kozdazat. "No," she said, "I don't like such names." In order to meet her wishes, the church calendar was opened in another place, and the names Trifoli, Dula, and Bureaucracy were found. "This is a punishment from heaven," said the mother. "What sort of names are these? I never heard the like. If it had been Veridat or Verik, but Trifoli and Bureaucracy." They looked again in the calendar and found Pavsikaki and Voktasi. "Now I see," said the mother, "this is plainly fate. If there is no help for it, then he had better take his father's name, which was Akakiy." So the child was called Akakiy Akakievitch. It was baptized, although it wept and cried and made all kinds of grimaces, as though it had a presentiment that it would one day be a titular counselor. We have related all this so conscientiously that the reader himself might be convinced that it was impossible for the little Akakiy to receive any other name. When and how he entered the chancellery and who appointed him, no one could remember. However many of his superiors might come and go, he was always seen in the same spot, in the same attitude, busy with the same work, and bearing the same title. So that people began to believe he had come into the world just as he was, with his bald forehead and official uniform. In the chancellery where he worked, no kind of notice was taken of him. Even the office attendants did not rise from their seats when he entered, nor look at him. They took no more notice than if a fly had flown through the room. His superiors treated him in a coldly despotic manner. The assistant of the head of the department, when he pushed a pile of papers under his nose, did not even say, "Please copy those," or "There is something interesting for you," or make any other polite remark such as well-educated officials are in the habit of doing. But Akakiy took the documents, without worrying himself whether they had the right to hand them over to him or not, and straightway set to work to copy them. His young colleagues made him the butt of their ridicule and their elegant wit, so far as officials can be said to possess any wit. They did not scruple to relate in his presence various tales of their own invention regarding his manner of life and his landlady, who was 70 years old. They declared that she beat him, and inquired of him when he would lead her to the marriage altar. Sometimes they let a shower of scraps of paper fall on his head, and told him they were snowflakes. But Akakiy Akakievitch made no answer to all these attacks. He seemed oblivious of their presence. His work was not affected in the slightest degree. During all these interruptions he did not make a single error in copying. Only when the horseplay grew intolerable, when he was held by the arm and prevented writing, he would say, "Do leave me alone. Why do you always want to disturb me at work?" There was something peculiarly pathetic in these words and the way in which he uttered them. One day it happened that when a young clerk, who had been recently appointed to the chancellery, prompted by the example of the others, was playing him some trick, he suddenly seemed arrested by something in the tone of Akakiy's voice, and from that moment regarded the old official with quite different eyes. He felt as though some supernatural power drew him away from the colleagues whose acquaintance he had made here, and whom he had hitherto regarded as well-educated, respectable men, and alienated him from them. Long afterwards, when surrounded by gay companions, he would see the figure of the poor little counselor and hear the words, "Do leave me alone. Why will you always disturb me at work?" Along with these words, he also heard others, "Am I not your brother?" On such occasions the young man would hide his face in his hands, and think how little humane feeling after all was to be found in men's hearts. How much coarseness and cruelty was to be found even in the educated and those who were everywhere regarded as good and honorable men. Never was there an official who did his work so zealously as Akakiy Akakievitch. Zealously, do I say? He worked with a passionate love of his task. While he copied official documents, a world of varied beauty rose before his eyes. His delight in copying was legible in his face. To form certain letters afforded him special satisfaction, and when he came to them he was quite another man. He began to smile, his eyes sparkled, and he pursed up his lips, so that those who knew him could see by his face which letters he was working at. Had he been rewarded according to his zeal, he would perhaps, to his own astonishment, have been raised to the rank of civic councillor. However, he was not destined, as his colleagues expressed it, to wear a cross at his buttonhole, but only to get hemorrhoids by leading a too sedentary life. For the rest, I must mention that on one occasion he attracted a certain amount of attention. A director, who was a kindly man and wished to reward him for his long service, ordered that he should be entrusted with a task more important than the documents which he usually had to copy. This consisted in preparing a report for a court, altering the headings of various documents, and here and there changing the first personal pronoun into the third. Akakiy undertook the work. But it confused and exhausted him to such a degree that the sweat ran from his forehead and he at last exclaimed, "No. Please give me again something to copy." From that time he was allowed to continue copying to his life's end. Outside this copying nothing appeared to exist for him. He did not even think of his clothes. His uniform, which was originally green, had acquired a reddish tint. The collar was so narrow and so tight that his neck, although of average length, stretched far out of it, and appeared extraordinarily long, just like those of the cats with movable heads, which are carried about on trays and sold to the peasants in Russian villages. Something was always sticking to his clothes, a piece of thread, a fragment of straw which had been flying about, etc. Moreover, he seemed to have a special predilection for passing under windows just when something not very clean was being thrown out of them. And therefore he constantly carried about on his hat pieces of orange peel and such refuse. He never took any notice of what was going on in the streets. In contrast to his colleagues who were always watching people closely and whom nothing delighted more than to see someone walking along on the opposite pavement with a rent in his trousers. But Akakiy Akakievitch saw nothing but the clean, regular lines of his copies before him. And only when he collided suddenly with a horse's nose, which blew its breath noisily in his face, did the good man observe that he was not sitting at his writing table among his neat duplicates, but walking in the middle of the street. When he arrived home, he sat down at once to supper, ate his cabbage soup hurriedly, and then, without taking any notice how it tasted, a slice of beef with garlic, together with the flies and any other trifles which happened to be lying on it. As soon as his hunger was satisfied, he set himself to write, and began to copy the documents which he had brought home with him. If he happened to have no official documents to copy, he copied for his own satisfaction political letters. Not for their more or less grand style but because they were directed to some high personage. When the greyest Petersburg sky is darkened by the veil of night, and the whole of officialdom has finished its dinner according to its gastronomical inclinations or the depth of its purse, when all recover themselves from the perpetual scratching of bureaucratic pens, and all the cares and business with which men so often needlessly burden themselves, they devote the evening to recreation. One goes to the theatre, another roams about the streets, inspecting toilets, another whispers flattering words to some young girl who has risen like a star in his modest official circle. Here and there one visits a colleague in his third or fourth-story flat, consisting of 2 rooms with an entrance hall and kitchen, fitted with some pretentious articles of furniture purchased by many abstinences. In short, at this time every official betakes himself to some form of recreation, playing whist, drinking tea, and eating cheap pastry or smoking tobacco in long pipes. Some relate scandals about great people, for in whatever situation of life the Russian may be, he always likes to hear about the aristocracy. Others recount well-worn but popular anecdotes, as for example that of the commandant to whom it was reported that a rogue had cut off the horse's tail on the monument of Peter the Great. But even at this time of rest and recreation, Akakiy Akakievitch remained faithful to his habits. No one could say that he had ever seen him in any evening social circle. After he had written as much as he wanted, he went to bed, and thought of the joys of the coming day, and the fine copies which God would give him to do. So flowed on the peaceful existence of a man who was quite content with his post and his income of 400 rubles a year. He might perhaps have reached an extreme old age if one of those unfortunate events had not befallen him, which not only happened to titular but to actual privy, court, and other councillors. And also to persons who never give advice nor receive it. In St. Petersburg all those who draw a salary of 400 rubles or thereabouts have a terrible enemy in our northern cold, although some assert that it is very good for the health. About 9 o'clock in the morning, when the clerks of the various departments betake themselves to their offices, the cold nips their noses so vigorously that most of them are quite bewildered. If at this time even high officials so suffer from the severity of the cold in their own persons that the tears come into their eyes, what must be the sufferings of the titular councillors, whose means do not allow of their protecting themselves against the rigor of winter? When they have put on their light cloaks, they must hurry through 5 or 6 streets as rapidly as possible. And then in the porter's lodge warm themselves and wait till their frozen official faculties have thawed. For some time Akakiy had been feeling on his back and shoulders very sharp twinges of pain, although he ran as fast as possible from his dwelling to the office. After well considering the matter, he came to the conclusion that these were due to the imperfections of his cloak. In his room he examined it carefully, and discovered that in 2 or 3 places it had become so thin as to be quite transparent, and that the lining was much torn. This cloak had been for a long time the standing object of jests on the part of Akakiy's merciless colleagues. They had even robbed it of the noble name of cloak, and called it a cowl. It certainly presented a remarkable appearance. Every year the collar had grown smaller, for every year the poor titular councillor had taken a piece of it away in order to repair some other part of the cloak. And these repairs did not look as if they had been done by the skilled hand of a tailor. They had been executed in a very clumsy way and looked remarkably ugly. After Akakiy Akakievitch had ended his melancholy examination, he said to himself that he must certainly take his cloak to Petrovitch the tailor, who lived high up in a dark den on the 4th floor. With his squinting eyes and pockmarked face, Petrovitch certainly did not look as if he had the honor to make frock coats and trousers for high officials, that is to say, when he was sober, and not absorbed in more pleasant diversions. I might dispense here with dwelling on this tailor. But since it is the custom to portray the physiognomy of every separate personage in a tale, I must give a better or worse description of Petrovitch. Formerly, when he was a simple serf in his master's house, he was merely called Gregor. When he became free, he thought he ought to adorn himself with a new name, and dubbed himself Petrovitch. At the same time he began to drink lustily, not only on the high festivals but on all those which are marked with a cross in the calendar. By thus solemnly celebrating the days consecrated by the Church, he considered that he was remaining faithful to the traditions of his childhood. And when he quarrelled with his wife, he shouted that she was an earthly-minded creature and a German. Of this lady we have nothing more to relate than that she was the wife of Petrovitch, and that she did not wear a kerchief but a cap on her head. For the rest, she was not pretty. Only the soldiers looked at her as they passed, then they twirled their mustaches and walked on, laughing. Akakiy Akakievitch accordingly betook himself to the tailor's attic. He reached it by a dark, dirty, damp staircase, from which, as in all the inhabited houses of the poorer class in St. Petersburg, exhaled an effluvia of spirits vexatious to nose and eyes alike. As the titular councillor climbed these slippery stairs, he calculated what sum Petrovitch could reasonably ask for repairing his cloak, and determined only to give him a ruble. The door of the tailor's flat stood open in order to provide an outlet for the clouds of smoke which rolled from the kitchen, where Petrovitch's wife was just then cooking fish. Akakiy, his eyes smarting, passed through the kitchen without her seeing him, and entered the room where the tailor sat on a large, roughly made, wooden table. His legs crossed like those of a Turkish pasha, and, as is the custom of tailors, with bare feet. What first arrested attention, when one approached him, was his thumb-nail, which was a little misshapen but as hard and strong as the shell of a tortoise. Round his neck were hung several skeins of thread, and on his knees lay a tattered coat. For some minutes he had been trying in vain to thread his needle. He was first of all angry with the gathering darkness, then with the thread. "Why the deuce won't you go in, you worthless scoundrel?" he exclaimed. Akakiy saw at once that he had come at an inopportune moment. He wished he had found Petrovitch at a more favorable time, when he was enjoying himself, when, as his wife expressed it, he was having a substantial ration of brandy. At such times the tailor was extraordinarily ready to meet his customers' proposals with bows and gratitude to boot. Sometimes indeed his wife interfered in the transaction, and declared that he was drunk and promised to do the work at much too low a price. But if the customer paid a trifle more, the matter was settled. Unfortunately for the titular counselor, Petrovitch had just now not yet touched the brandy flask. At such moments he was hard, obstinate, and ready to demand an exorbitant price. Akakiy foresaw this danger, and would gladly have turned back again, but it was already too late. The tailor's single eye, for he was one-eyed, had already noticed him, and Akakiy Akakievitch murmured involuntarily, "Good day, Petrovitch." "Welcome, sir," answered the tailor, and fastened his glance on the titular counselor's hand to see what he had in it. "I come just, merely, in order, I want." We must here remark that the modest titular counselor was in the habit of expressing his thoughts only by prepositions, adverbs, or particles, which never yielded a distinct meaning. If the matter of which he spoke was a difficult one, he could never finish the sentence he had begun. So that when transacting business, he generally entangled himself in the formula, "Yes, it is indeed true that," then he would remain standing and forget what he wished to say, or believe that he had said it. "What do you want, sir?" asked Petrovitch, scrutinizing him from top to toe with a searching look, and contemplating his collar, sleeves, coat, buttons, in short his whole uniform, although he knew them all very well, having made them himself. That is the way of tailors whenever they meet an acquaintance. Then Akakiy answered, stammering as usual, "I want, Petrovitch, this cloak. You see, it is still quite good, only a little dusty, and therefore it looks a little old. It is, however, still quite new, only that it is worn a little, there in the back and here in the shoulder, and there are 3 quite little splits. You see it is hardly worth talking about. It can be thoroughly repaired in a few minutes." Petrovitch took the unfortunate cloak, spread it on the table, contemplated it in silence, and shook his head. Then he stretched his hand towards the windowsill for his snuff-box, a round one with the portrait of a general on the lid. I do not know whose portrait it was, for it had been accidentally injured, and the ingenious tailor had gummed a piece of paper over it. After Petrovitch had taken a pinch of snuff, he examined the cloak again, held it to the light, and once more shook his head. Then he examined the lining, took a second pinch of snuff, and at last exclaimed, "No. That is a wretched rag. It is beyond repair." At these words Akakiy's courage fell. "What?" he cried in the querulous tone of a child. "Can this hole really not be repaired? Look, Petrovitch, there are only 2 rents, and you have enough pieces of cloth to mend them with." "Yes, I have enough pieces of cloth, but how should I sew them on? The stuff is quite worn out, it won't bear another stitch." "Well, can't you strengthen it with another piece of cloth?" "No, it won't bear anything more. Cloth after all is only cloth, and in its present condition a gust of wind might blow the wretched mantle into tatters. But if you could only make it last a little longer, do you see, really?" "No," answered Petrovitch decidedly. "There is nothing more to be done with it, it is completely worn out. It would be better if you made yourself foot bandages out of it for the winter, they are warmer than stockings." It was the Germans who invented stockings for their own profit. Petrovich never lost an opportunity of having a hit at the Germans. "You must certainly buy a new cloak," he added. "A new cloak?" exclaimed Akakiy Akakievitch, and it grew dark before his eyes. The tailor's workroom seemed to go round with him, and the only object he could clearly distinguish was the paper-patched general's portrait on the tailor's snuff-box. "A new cloak," he murmured, as though half asleep. "But I have no money." "Yes, a new cloak," repeated Petrovich with cruel calmness. "Well, even if I did decide on it, how much?" "You mean how much would it cost?" "Yes." "About 150 rubles," answered the tailor, pursing his lips. This diabolical tailor took a special pleasure in embarrassing his customers and watching the expression of their faces with his squinting single eye. 150 rubles for a cloak!" exclaimed Akakiy Akakievitch in a tone which sounded like an outcry, possibly the first he had uttered since his birth. "Yes," replied Petrovich. "And then the marten fur collar and silk lining for the hood would make it up to 200 rubles. "Petrovich, I adjure you," said Akakiy Akakievitch in an imploring tone, no longer hearing nor wishing to hear the tailor's words, "try to make this cloak last me a little longer." "No, it would be a useless waste of time and work." After this answer, Akakiy departed, feeling quite crushed. While Petrovich, with his lips firmly pursed up, feeling pleased with himself for his firmness and brave defense of the art of tailoring, remained sitting on the table. Meanwhile Akakiy wandered about the streets like a somnambulist, at random and without an object. "What a terrible business," he said to himself. "Really, I could never have believed that it would come to that. No," he continued after a short pause, "I could not have guessed that it would come to that. Now I find myself in a completely unexpected situation, in a difficulty that—" As he thus continued his monologue, instead of approaching his dwelling, he went, without noticing it, in quite a wrong direction. A chimney sweep brushed against him and blackened his back as he passed by. From a house where building was going on, a bucket of plaster of Paris was emptied on his head. But he saw and heard nothing. Only when he collided with a sentry, who, after he had planted his halberd beside him, was shaking out some snuff from his snuff-box with a bony hand, was he startled out of his reverie. "What do you want?" the rough guardian of civic order exclaimed. "Can't you walk on the pavement properly?" This sudden address at last completely roused Akakiy from his torpid condition. He collected his thoughts, considered his situation clearly, and began to take counsel with himself seriously and frankly, as with a friend to whom one entrusts the most intimate secrets. "No," he said at last. "Today I will get nothing from Petrovich. Today he is in a bad humor, perhaps his wife has beaten him, I will look him up again next Sunday. On Saturday evenings he gets intoxicated, then the next day he wants a pick-me-up, his wife gives him no money, I squeeze a 10-kopeck piece into his hand. Then he will be more reasonable and we can discuss the cloak further." Encouraged by these reflections, Akakiy waited patiently till Sunday. On that day, having seen Petrovich's wife leave the house, he betook himself to the tailor's and found him, as he had expected, in a very depressed state as the result of his Saturday's dissipation. But hardly had Akakiy let a word fall about the mantle than the diabolical tailor awoke from his torpor and exclaimed, "No, nothing can be done, you must certainly buy a new cloak." The titular councillor pressed a 10-kopeck piece into his hand. "Thanks, my dear friend," said Petrovich, "that will get me a pick-me-up, and I will drink your health with it. But as for your old mantle, what is the use of talking about it? It isn't worth a farthing. Let me only get to work, I will make you a splendid one, I promise." But poor Akakiy Akakievitch still importuned the tailor to repair his old one. "No, and again no," answered Petrovich. "It is quite impossible. Trust me, I won't take you in. I will even put silver hooks and eyes on the collar, as is now the fashion." This time Akakiy saw that he must follow the tailor's advice, and again all his courage sank. He must have a new mantle made. But how should he pay for it? He certainly expected a Christmas bonus at the office, but that money had been allotted beforehand. He must buy a pair of trousers, and pay his shoemaker for repairing 2 pairs of boots, and buy some fresh linen. Even if, by an unexpected stroke of good luck, the director raised the usual bonus from 40 to 50 rubles. What was such a small amount in comparison with the immense sum which Petrovich demanded? A mere drop of water in the sea. At any rate, he might expect that Petrovich, if he were in a good humor, would lower the price of the cloak to 80 rubles. But where were these 80 rubles to be found? Perhaps he might succeed if he left no stone unturned, in raising half the sum, but he saw no means of procuring the other half. As regards the first half, he had been in the habit, as often as he received a ruble, of placing a kopeck in a money box. At the end of each half-year he changed these copper coins for silver. He had been doing this for some time, and his savings just now amounted to 40 rubles. Thus he already had half the required sum. But the other half? Akakiy made long calculations, and at last determined that he must, at least for a whole year, reduce some of his daily expenses. He would have to give up his tea in the evening, and copy his documents in his landlady's room, in order to economize the fuel in his own. He also resolved to avoid rough pavements as much as possible, in order to spare his shoes, and finally to give out less washing to the laundress. At first he found these deprivations rather trying. But gradually he got accustomed to them, and at last took to going to bed without any supper at all. Although his body suffered from this abstinence, his spirit derived all the richer nutriment from perpetually thinking about his new cloak. From that time it seemed as though his nature had completed itself, as though he had married and possessed a companion on his life journey. This companion was the thought of his new cloak, properly wadded and lined. From that time he became more lively, and his character grew stronger, like that of a man who has set a goal before himself which he will reach at all costs. All that was indecisive and vague in his gait and gestures had disappeared. A new fire began to gleam in his eyes, and in his bold dreams he sometimes even proposed to himself the question whether he should not have a marten fur collar made for his coat. These and similar thoughts sometimes caused him to be absent-minded. As he was copying his documents one day he suddenly noticed that he had made a slip. "Ugh!" he exclaimed, and crossed himself. At least once a month he went to Petrovich to discuss the precious cloak with him, and to settle many important questions, e.g., where and at what price he should buy the cloth, and what color he should choose. Each of these visits gave rise to new discussions, but he always returned home in a happier mood. Feeling that at last the day must come when all the materials would have been bought and the cloak would be lying ready to put on. This great event happened sooner than he had hoped. The director gave him a bonus, not of 40 or 50, but of 5 and 60 rubles. Had the worthy official noticed that Akakiy needed a new mantle, or was the exceptional amount of the gift only due to chance? However that might be, Akakiy was now richer by 20 rubles. Such an access of wealth necessarily hastened his important undertaking. After 2 or 3 more months of enduring hunger, he had collected his 80 rubles. His heart, generally so quiet, began to beat violently. He hastened to Petrovich, who accompanied him to a draper's shop. There, without hesitating, they bought a very fine piece of cloth. For more than half a year they had discussed the matter incessantly, and gone round the shops inquiring prices. Petrovich examined the cloth, and said they would not find anything better. For the lining they chose a piece of such firm and thickly woven linen that the tailor declared it was better than silk. It also had a splendid gloss on it. They did not buy marten fur, for it was too dear, but chose the best cat skin in the shop, which was a very good imitation of the former. It took Petrovich quite 14 days to make the mantle, for he put an extra number of stitches into it. He charged 12 rubles for his work, and said he could not ask less. It was all sewn with silk, and the tailor smoothed the sutures with his teeth. At last the day came, I cannot name it certainly, but it assuredly was the most solemn in Akakiy's life, when the tailor brought the cloak. He brought it early in the morning, before the titular counselor started for his office. He could not have come at a more suitable moment, for the cold had again begun to be very severe. Petrovich entered the room with the dignified mien of an important tailor. His face wore a peculiarly serious expression, such as Akakiy had never seen on it. He was fully conscious of his dignity, and of the gulf which separates the tailor who only repairs old clothes from the artist who makes new ones. The cloak had been brought wrapped up in a large, new, freshly washed handkerchief, which the tailor carefully opened, folded, and placed in his pocket. Then he proudly took the cloak in both hands and laid it on Akakiy Akakievitch's shoulders. He pulled it straight behind to see how it hung majestically in its whole length. Finally he wished to see the effect it made when unbuttoned. Akakiy, however, wished to try the sleeves, which fitted wonderfully well. In brief, the cloak was irreproachable, and its fit and cut left nothing to be desired. While the tailor was contemplating his work, he did not forget to say that the only reason he had charged so little for making it was that he had only a low rent to pay and had known Akakiy Akakievitch for a long time. He declared that any tailor who lived on the Nevsky Prospect would have charged at least 65 rubles for making up such a cloak. The titular counselor did not let himself be involved in a discussion on the subject. He thanked him, paid him, and then sallied forth on his way to the office. Petrovich went out with him, and remained standing in the street to watch Akakiy as long as possible wearing the mantle. Then he hurried through a cross alley and came into the main street again to catch another glimpse of him. Akakiy went on his way in high spirits. Every moment he was acutely conscious of having a new cloak on, and smiled with sheer self-complacency. His head was filled with only two ideas, first that the cloak was warm, and secondly that it was beautiful. Without noticing anything on the road, he marched straight to the chancellery, took off his treasure in the hall, and solemnly entrusted it to the porter's care. I do not know how the report spread in the office that Akakiy's old cloak had ceased to exist. All his colleagues hastened to see his splendid new one, and then began to congratulate him so warmly that he at first had to smile with self-satisfaction, but finally began to feel embarrassed. But how great was his surprise when his cruel colleagues remarked that he should formally "hansel" his cloak by giving them a feast. Poor Akakiy was so disconcerted and taken aback, that he did not know what to answer nor how to excuse himself. He stammered out, blushing, that the cloak was not so new as it appeared. It was really second-hand. One of his superiors, who probably wished to show that he was not too proud of his rank and title, and did not disdain social intercourse with his subordinates, broke in and said, "Gentlemen, instead of Akakiy Akakievitch, I will invite you to a little meal. Come to tea with me this evening. Today happens to be my birthday." All the others thanked him for his kind proposal, and joyfully accepted his invitation. Akakiy at first wished to decline, but was told that to do so would be grossly impolite and unpardonable, so he reconciled himself to the inevitable. Moreover, he felt a certain satisfaction at the thought that the occasion would give him a new opportunity of displaying his cloak in the streets. This whole day for him was like a festival day. In the cheerfulest possible mood he returned home, took off his cloak, and hung it up on the wall after once more examining the cloth and the lining. Then he took out his old one in order to compare it with Petrovich's masterpiece. His looks passed from one to the other, and he thought to himself, smiling, what a difference. He ate his supper cheerfully, and after he had finished, did not sit down as usual to copy documents. No, he lay down, like a sybarite, on the sofa and waited. When the time came, he made his toilette, took his cloak, and went out. I cannot say where was the house of the superior official who so graciously invited his subordinates to tea. My memory begins to grow weak, and the innumerable streets and houses of St. Petersburg go round so confusedly in my head that I have difficulty in finding my way about them. So much, however, is certain, that the honorable official lived in a very fine quarter of the city, and therefore very far from Akakiy Akakievitch's dwelling. At first the titular counselor traversed several badly lit streets which seemed quite empty, but the nearer he approached his superior's house, the more brilliant and lively the streets became. He met many people, among whom were elegantly dressed ladies, and men with beaver-skin collars. The peasant sledges, with their wooden seats and brass studs, became rarer. While now every moment appeared skilled coachmen with velvet caps, driving lacquered sleighs covered with bearskins, and fine carriages. At last he reached the house whither he had been invited. His host lived in a first-rate style, a lamp hung before his door, and he occupied the whole of the second story. As Akakiy entered the vestibule, he saw a long row of galoshes. On a table a samovar was smoking and hissing, many cloaks, some of them adorned with velvet and fur collars, hung on the wall. In the adjoining room he heard a confused noise, which assumed a more decided character when a servant opened the door and came out bearing a tray full of empty cups, a milk jug, and a basket of biscuits. Evidently the guests had been there some time and had already drunk their first cup of tea. After hanging his cloak on a peg, Akakiy approached the room in which his colleagues, smoking long pipes, were sitting round the card table and making a good deal of noise. He entered the room, but remained standing by the door, not knowing what to do. But his colleagues greeted him with loud applause, and all hastened into the vestibule to take another look at his cloak. This excitement quite robbed the good titular councillor of his composure. But in his simplicity of heart he rejoiced at the praises which were lavished on his precious cloak. Soon afterwards his colleagues left him to himself and resumed their whist parties. Akakiy felt much embarrassed, and did not know what to do with his feet and hands. Finally he sat down by the players, looked now at their faces and now at the cards. Then he yawned and remembered that it was long past his usual bedtime. He made an attempt to go, but they held him back and told him that he could not do so without drinking a glass of champagne on what was for him such a memorable day. Soon supper was brought. It consisted of cold veal, cakes, and pastry of various kinds, accompanied by several bottles of champagne. Akakiy was obliged to drink 2 glasses of it, and found everything round him take on a more cheerful aspect. But he could not forget that it was already midnight and that he ought to have been in bed long ago. From fear of being kept back again, he slipped furtively into the vestibule, where he was pained to find his cloak lying on the ground. He carefully shook it, brushed it, put it on, and went out. The street lamps were still alight. Some of the small alehouses frequented by servants and the lower classes were still open, and some had just been shut. But by the beams of light which shone through the chinks of the doors, it was easy to see that there were still people inside, probably male and female domestics, who were quite indifferent to their employers' interests. Akakiy Akakievitch turned homewards in a cheerful mood. Suddenly he found himself in a long street where it was very quiet by day and still more so at night. The surroundings were very dismal. Only here and there hung a lamp which threatened to go out for want of oil. There were long rows of wooden houses with wooden fences, but no sign of a living soul. Only the snow and the street glimmered faintly in the dim light of the half-extinguished lanterns, and the little houses looked melancholy in the darkness. Akakiy went on till the street opened into an enormous square, on the other side of which the houses were scarcely visible, and which looked like a terrible desert. At a great distance, God knows where, glimmered the light in a sentry-box, which seemed to stand at the end of the world. At the same moment Akakiy's cheerful mood vanished. He went in the direction of the light with a vague sense of depression, as though some mischief threatened him. On the way he kept looking round him with alarm. The huge, melancholy expanse looked to him like a sea. No, he thought to himself, I had better not look at it, and he continued his way with his eyes fixed on the ground. When he raised them again he suddenly saw just in front of him several men with long mustaches, whose faces he could not distinguish. Everything grew dark before his eyes, and his heart seemed to be constricted. "That is my cloak," shouted one of the men, and seized him by the collar. Akakiy tried to call for help. Another man pressed a great bony fist on his mouth, and said to him, "Just try to scream again." At the same moment the unhappy titular councillor felt the cloak snatched away from him, and simultaneously received a kick which stretched him senseless in the snow. A few minutes later he came to himself and stood up. But there was no longer anyone in sight. Robbed of his cloak, and feeling frozen to the marrow, he began to shout with all his might. But his voice did not reach the end of the huge square. Continuing to shout, he ran with the rage of despair to the sentinel in the sentry box, who, leaning on his halberd, asked him why the deuce he was making such a hellish noise and running so violently. When Akakiy reached the sentinel, he accused him of being drunk because he did not see that passers-by were robbed a short distance from his sentry box. "I saw you quite well," answered the sentinel, "in the middle of the square with two men. I thought you were friends. It is no good getting so excited. Go tomorrow to the police inspector. He will take up the matter, have the thieves searched for, and make an examination." Akakiy saw there was nothing to be done but to go home. He reached his dwelling in a state of dreadful disorder, his hair hanging wildly over his forehead, and his clothes covered with snow. When his old landlady heard him knocking violently at the door, she sprang up and hastened thither, only half-dressed, but at the sight of Akakiy started back in alarm. When he told her what had happened, she clasped her hands together and said, "You should not go to the police inspector, but to the municipal superintendent of the district. The inspector will put you off with fine words, and do nothing, but I have known the superintendent for a long time. My former cook, Anna, is now in his service, and I often see him pass by under our windows. He goes to church on all the festival days, and one sees at once by his looks that he is an honest man." After hearing this eloquent recommendation, Akakiy retired sadly to his room. Those who can picture to themselves such a situation will understand what sort of a night he passed. As early as possible the next morning he went to the superintendent's house. The servants told him that he was still asleep. At 10 o'clock he returned, only to receive the same reply. At 12 o'clock the superintendent had gone out. About dinner time the titular councillor called again, but the clerks asked him in a severe tone what was his business with their superior. Then for the first time in his life Akakiy displayed an energetic character. He declared that it was absolutely necessary for him to speak with the superintendent on an official matter, and that anyone who ventured to put difficulties in his way would have to pay dearly for it. This left them without reply. One of the clerks departed, in order to deliver his message. When Akakiy was admitted to the superintendent's presence, the latter's way of receiving his story was somewhat singular. Instead of confining himself to the principal matter, the theft, he asked the titular councillor how he came to be out so late, and whether he had not been in suspicious company. Taken aback by such a question, Akakiy did not know what to answer, and went away without knowing whether any steps would be taken in the matter or not. The whole day he had not been in his office, a perfectly new event in his life. The next day he appeared there again with a pale face and restless aspect, in his old cloak, which looked more wretched than ever. When his colleagues heard of his misfortune, some were cruel enough to laugh, most of them, however, felt a sincere sympathy with him, and started a subscription for his benefit. But this praiseworthy undertaking had only a very insignificant result. Because these same officials had been lately called upon to contribute to two other subscriptions, in the first case to purchase a portrait of their director, and in the second to buy a work which a friend of his had published. One of them, who felt sincerely sorry for Akakiy, gave him some good advice for want of something better. He told him it was a waste of time to go again to the superintendent, because even in case that this official succeeded in recovering the cloak, the police would keep it till the titular councillor had indisputably proved that he was the real owner of it. Akakiy's friend suggested to him to go to a certain important personage, who because of his connection with the authorities could expedite the matter. In his bewilderment, Akakiy resolved to follow this advice. It was not known what position this personage occupied, nor how high it really was. The only facts known were that he had only recently been placed in it, and that there must be still higher personages than himself, as he was leaving no stone unturned in order to get promotion. When he entered his private room, he made his subordinates wait for him on the stairs below, and no one had direct access to him. If anyone called with a request to see him, the secretary of the board informed the government secretary, who in his turn passed it on to a higher official. And the latter informed the important personage himself. That is the way business is carried on in our holy Russia. In the endeavor to resemble the higher officials, everyone imitates the manners of his superiors. Not long ago a titular counselor, who was appointed to the headship of a little office, immediately placed over the door of one of his 2 tiny rooms the inscription, Council Chamber. Outside it were placed servants with red collars and lacework on their coats, in order to announce petitioners, and to conduct them into the chamber, which was hardly large enough to contain a chair. But let us return to the important personage in question. His way of carrying things on was dignified and imposing, but a trifle complicated. His system might be summed up in a single word: severity. This word he would repeat in a sonorous tone 3 times in succession, and the last time turn a piercing look on the person with whom he happened to be speaking. He might have spared himself the trouble of displaying so much disciplinary energy. The 10 officials who were under his command feared him quite sufficiently without it. As soon as they were aware of his approach, they would lay down their pens, and hasten to station themselves in a respectful attitude as he passed by. In converse with his subordinates, he preserved a stiff, unbending attitude, and generally confined himself to such expressions as, "What do you want? Do you know with whom you are speaking? Do you consider who is in front of you?" For the rest, he was a good-natured man, friendly and amiable with his acquaintances. But the title of district superintendent had turned his head. Since the time when it had been bestowed upon him, he lived for a great part of the day in a kind of dizzy self-intoxication. Among his equals, however, he recovered his equilibrium, and then showed his real amiability in more than one direction. But as soon as he found himself in the society of anyone of less rank than himself, he entrenched himself in a severe taciturnity. This situation was all the more painful for him as he was quite aware that he might have passed his time more agreeably. All who watched him at such moments perceived clearly that he longed to take part in an interesting conversation, but that the fear of displaying some unguarded courtesy, of appearing too confidential, and thereby doing a deadly injury to his dignity, held him back. In order to avoid such a risk, he maintained an unnatural reserve, and only spoke from time to time in monosyllables. He had driven this habit to such a pitch that people called him the Tedious, and the title was well deserved. Such was the person to whose aid Akakiy wished to appeal. The moment at which he came seemed expressly calculated to flatter the superintendent's vanity, and accordingly to help forward the titular counselor's cause. The high personage was seated in his office, talking cheerfully with an old friend whom he had not seen for several years. When he was told that a gentleman named Akakievitch begged for the honor of an interview. "Who is the man?" asked the superintendent in a contemptuous tone. "An official," answered the servant. "He must wait. I have no time to receive him now." The high personage lied. There was nothing in the way of his granting the desired audience. His friend and himself had already quite exhausted various topics of conversation. Many long, embarrassing pauses had occurred, during which they had lightly tapped each other on the shoulder, saying, "So it was, you see." "Yes, Stepan." But the superintendent refused to receive the petitioner, in order to show his friend, who had quitted the public service and lived in the country, his own importance. And how officials must wait in the vestibule till he chose to receive them. At last, after they had discussed various other subjects with other intervals of silence, during which the two friends leaned back in their chairs and blew cigarette smoke in the air, the superintendent seemed suddenly to remember that someone had sought an interview with him. He called the secretary, who stood with a roll of papers in his hand at the door, and told him to admit the petitioner. When he saw Akakiy approaching with his humble expression, wearing his shabby old uniform, he turned round suddenly towards him and said, "What do you want?" in a severe voice, accompanied by a vibrating intonation which at the time of receiving his promotion he had practiced before the looking-glass for 8 days. The modest Akakiy was quite taken aback by his harsh manner. However, He made an effort to recover his composure, and to relate how his cloak had been stolen, but did not do so without encumbering his narrative with a mass of superfluous detail. He added that he had applied to His Excellence in the hope that through his making a representation to the police inspector, or some other high personage, the cloak might be traced. The superintendent found Akakiy's method of procedure somewhat unofficial. "Ah, sir," he said, "don't you know what steps you ought to take in such a case? Don't you know the proper procedure? You should have handed in your petition at the chancellery. This in due course would have passed through the hands of the chief clerk and director of the bureau. It would then have been brought before my secretary, who would have made a communication to you." "Allow me," replied Akakiy, making a strenuous effort to preserve the remnants of his presence of mind, for he felt that the perspiration stood on his forehead. "Allow me to remark to your excellence that I ventured to trouble you personally in this matter because secretaries are a hopeless kind of people." "What? How? Is it possible?" exclaimed the superintendent. "How could you say such a thing? Where have you got your ideas from? It is disgraceful to see young people so rebellious towards their superiors." In his official zeal the superintendent overlooked the fact that the titular counselor was well on in the 50s, and that the word young could only apply to him conditionally, i.e. in comparison with a man of 70. "Do you also know," he continued, "with whom you are speaking? Do you consider before whom you are standing? Do you consider, I ask you, do you consider?" As he spoke, he stamped his foot, and his voice grew deeper. Akakiy was quite upset, nay, thoroughly frightened. He trembled and shook and could hardly remain standing upright. Unless one of the office servants had hurried to help him, he would have fallen to the ground. As it was, he was dragged out almost unconscious. But the superintendent was quite delighted at the effect he had produced. It exceeded all his expectations, and filled with satisfaction at the fact that his words made such an impression on a middle-aged man that he lost consciousness. He cast a side glance at his friend to see what effect the scene had produced on him. His self-satisfaction was further increased when he observed that his friend also was moved, and looked at him half timidly. Akakiy had no idea how he got down the stairs and crossed the street, for he felt more dead than alive. In his whole life he had never been so scolded by a superior official, let alone one whom he had never seen before. He wandered in the storm which raged without taking the least care of himself, nor sheltering himself on the sidewalk against its fury. The wind, which blew from all sides and out of all the narrow streets, caused him to contract inflammation of the throat. When he reached home he was unable to speak a word, and went straight to bed. Such was the result of the superintendent's lecture. The next day Akakiy had a violent fever. Thanks to the St. Petersburg climate, his illness developed with terrible rapidity. When the doctor came, he saw that the case was already hopeless. He felt his pulse and ordered him some poultices, merely in order that he should not die without some medical help, and declared at once that he had only 2 days to live. After giving this opinion, he said to Akakiy's landlady, "There is no time to be lost, order a pine coffin, for an oak one would be too expensive for this poor man." Whether the titular counselor heard these words, whether they excited him and made him lament his tragic lot, no one ever knew, for he was delirious all the time. Strange pictures passed incessantly through his weakened brain. At one time he saw Petrovich the tailor and asked him to make a cloak with nooses attached for the thieves who persecuted him in bed. And begged his old landlady to chase away the robbers who were hidden under his coverlet. At another time he seemed to be listening to the superintendent's severe reprimand, and asking his forgiveness. Then he uttered such strange and confused remarks that the old woman crossed herself in alarm. She had never heard anything of the kind in her life, and these ravings astonished her all the more because the expression, "Your Excellency," constantly occurred in them. Later on he murmured wild disconnected words, from which it could only be gathered that his thoughts were continually revolving round a cloak. At last Akakiy breathed his last. Neither his room nor his cupboard were officially sealed up, for the simple reason that he had no heir and left nothing behind him but a bundle of goose quills, a notebook of white paper, 3 pairs of socks, some trouser buttons, and his old coat. Into whose possession did these relics pass? Heaven only knows. The writer of this narrative has never inquired. Akakiy was wrapped in his shroud, and laid to rest in the churchyard. The great city of St. Petersburg continued its life as though he had never existed. Thus disappeared a human creature who had never possessed a patron or friend, who had never elicited real hearty sympathy from anyone, nor even aroused the curiosity of the naturalists, though they are most eager to subject a rare insect to microscopic examination. Without a complaint he had borne the scorn and contempt of his colleagues. He had proceeded on his quiet way to the grave without anything extraordinary happening to him, only towards the end of his life he had been joyfully excited by the possession of a new cloak, and had then been overthrown by misfortune. Some days after his conversation with the superintendent, his superior in the chancellery, where no one knew what had become of him, sent an official to his house to demand his presence. The official returned with the news that no one would see the titular councillor any more. Why? Asked all the clerks. Because he was buried 4 days ago. In such a manner did Akakiy's colleagues hear of his death. The next day his place was occupied by an official of robuster fibre, a man who did not trouble to make so many fair transcripts of state documents. It seems as though Akakiy's story ended here, and that there was nothing more to be said of him. But the modest titular councillor was destined to attract more notice after his death than during his life, and our tale now assumes a somewhat ghostly complexion. One day there spread in St. Petersburg the report that near the Katinka bridge there appeared every night a spectre in a uniform like that of the chancellery officials. That he was searching for a stolen cloak, and stripped all passers-by of their cloaks without any regard for rank or title. It mattered not whether they were lined with wadding, mink, cat, otter, bear, or beaver skin, he took all he could get hold of. One of the titular councillor's former colleagues had seen the ghost, and quite clearly recognized Akakiy. He ran as hard as he could and managed to escape, but had seen him shaking his fist in the distance. Everywhere it was reported that councillors, and not only titular councillors but also state councillors, had caught serious colds in their honorable backs on account of these raids. The police adopted all possible measures in order to get this ghost dead or alive into their power, and to inflict an exemplary punishment on him, but all their attempts were vain. One evening, however, a sentinel succeeded in getting hold of the malefactor just as he was trying to rob a musician of his cloak. The sentinel summoned with all the force of his lungs 2 of his comrades, to whom he entrusted the prisoner while he sought for his snuff-box in order to bring some life again into his half-frozen nose. Probably his snuff was so strong that even a ghost could not stand it. Scarcely had the sentinel thrust a grain or 2 up his nostrils than the prisoner began to sneeze so violently that a kind of mist rose before the eyes of the sentinels. While the 3 were rubbing their eyes, the prisoner disappeared. Since that day, all the sentries were so afraid of the ghost that they did not even venture to arrest the living but shouted to them from afar, "Go on! Go on!" Meanwhile the ghost extended his depredations to the other side of the Katinka bridge, and spread dismay and alarm in the whole of the quarter. But now we must return to the superintendent, who is the real origin of our fantastic yet so veracious story. First of all we must do him the justice to state that after Akakiy's departure he felt a certain sympathy for him. He was by no means without a sense of justice, no, he possessed various good qualities, but his infatuation about his title hindered him from showing his good side. When his friend left him, his thoughts began to occupy themselves with the unfortunate titular councillor, and from that moment onwards he saw him constantly in his mind's eye, crushed by the severe reproof which had been administered to him. This image so haunted him that at last one day he ordered one of his officials to find out what had become of Akakiy, and whether anything could be done for him. When the messenger returned with the news that the poor man had died soon after that interview, the superintendent felt a pang in his conscience, and remained the whole day absorbed in melancholy brooding. In order to banish his unpleasant sensations, he went in the evening to a friend's house, where he hoped to find pleasant society and what was the chief thing, some other officials of his own rank. So that he would not be obliged to feel bored. And in fact he did succeed in throwing off his melancholy thoughts there. He unbent and became lively, took an active part in the conversation, and passed a very pleasant evening. At supper he drank 2 glasses of champagne, which, as everyone knows, is an effective means of heightening one's cheerfulness. As he sat in his sledge, wrapped in his mantle, on his way home, his mind was full of pleasant reveries. He thought of the society in which he had passed such a cheerful evening, and of all the excellent jokes with which he had made them laugh. He repeated some of them to himself half aloud, and laughed at them again. From time to time, however, he was disturbed in this cheerful mood by violent gusts of wind, which from some corner or other blew a quantity of snowflakes into his face, lifted the folds of his cloak, and made it belly like a sail, so that he had to exert all his strength to hold it firmly on his shoulders. Suddenly he felt a powerful hand seize him by the collar. He turned round, perceived a short man in an old, shabby uniform, and recognized with terror Akakiy's face, which wore a deathly pallor and emaciation. The titular councillor opened his mouth, from which issued a kind of corpse-like odor, and with inexpressible fright the superintendent heard him say, "At last I have you, by the collar. I need your cloak. You did not trouble about me when I was in distress, you thought it necessary to reprimand me. Now give me your cloak." The high dignitary nearly choked. In his office, and especially in the presence of his subordinates, he was a man of imposing manners. He only needed to fix his eye on one of them and they all seemed impressed by his pompous bearing. But, as is the case with many such officials, all this was only outward show. At this moment he felt so upset that he seriously feared for his health. Taking off his cloak with a feverish, trembling hand, he handed it to Akakiy, and called to his coachman, "Drive home quickly." When the coachman heard this voice, which did not sound as it usually did, and had often been accompanied by blows of a whip, he bent his head cautiously and drove on apace. Soon afterwards the superintendent found himself at home. Cloakless, he retired to his room with a pale face and wild looks, and had such a bad night that on the following morning his daughter exclaimed, "Father, are you ill?" But he said nothing of what he had seen, though a very deep impression had been made on him. From that day onwards he no longer addressed to his subordinates in a violent tone the words, "Do you know with whom you are speaking? Do you know who is standing before you?" Or if it ever did happen that he spoke to them in a domineering tone, it was not till he had first listened to what they had to say. Strangely enough, from that time the spectre never appeared again. Probably it was the superintendent's cloak which he had been seeking so earnestly. Now he had it and did not want anything more. Various persons, however, asserted that this formidable ghost was still to be seen in other parts of the city. A sentinel went so far as to say that he had seen him with his own eyes glide like a furtive shadow behind a house. But this sentinel was of such a nervous disposition that he had been chaffed about his timidity more than once. Since he did not venture to seize the flitting shadow, he stole after it in the darkness, but the shadow turned round and shouted at him, "What do you want?" shaking an enormous fist, such as no man had ever possessed. "I want nothing," answered the sentry, quickly retiring. This shadow, however, was taller than the ghost of the titular councillor, and had an enormous mustache. He went with great strides towards the Obuchov bridge, and disappeared in the darkness.